Hello! Welcome to Umineko Thursday. I'm in an interesting situation right now because as soon as I was setting up, Stella instantly like jumped up and was like, yeah, getting in all the way of all the screens and stuff. And so I kept like turning my gamer chair to the side so Stella could, and like shoving her onto my lap, and now she's settled onto my lap, so I have to stay balanced with my body at a like very steep angle away from the desk, balancing this cat who's getting heavier ever since I started feeding her dry food again. So, but she seems pleased at least, so hopefully this will stop her from crawling all over everything and breaking our immersion. Anyway, let me continue. Last time a lot of wild stuff happened, so that was fun. Oh right, we're back in 1998 again. Except it's almost Friday because time zones. Well, hello, Tao. The clinic that Nanjo had opened and later passed on to his son still existed on Nijima. So Nijima is the port they have to go to get a boat to Rokenjima, and so that's where Ange was headed. The aged doctor was Nanjo's son, but the atmosphere about him was very different. Nanjo's son? Masayuki Nanjo? We get to meet Nanjo's son? Why is he kinda... You have your father's eyes, sir. No, I'm truly sorry to say this after you have come all this way, but I've nothing in particular to tell you. Let me see the boy. Nanjo Masayuki. Nanjo Terumasa's son took over the Nanjo clinic. I'm sorry! I'm sorry! Unlike Nanjo, he gives a slightly dispassionate, indifferent impression. After the commotion surrounding Rokenjima, he grew to completely despise the press, and never again did he attempt to speak of what had happened at the time. He used to have a daughter who was afflicted with an intractable disease, but unfortunately, she wasn't able to live out her natural lifespan. Damn, his life sucks! I'm truly sorry to say this after you have come all this way, but I have nothing in particular to tell you. Nanjo's son spoke very indifferently. After the accident on the island was taken up by the talk shows in a most indiscreet manner. There was a great deal of deeply offensive probing into my father, who is Mr. Ushiromiya's doctor and friend. All of it was without proof, and also defiled all of my father's previous achievements. I still feel a great deal of resentment towards all that. I wasn't gonna go there, but I hope so, since both of Nanjo's boy toys are already dead. Umineko Thursday, let's go. Hello, Bedwards. I think that's understandable. It's been pretty much the same for me. Constantly, since I was 6. True. My apologies. The doctor finally remembered that Ange was also a victim, exposed to the same curious eyes as he had been.
そんなあなたなら当時の件にもう関わりたくないという私どもの気持ちもお分かりでしょう。
In that case, you can probably understand why I want nothing more to do with that incident.
あれは不幸な事故でした。
That was an unfortunate accident.
それを事件だと騒ぎ立てたがるのは無責任なテレビと雑誌だけです。
The only ones who want to make a fuss about it being a crime are the irresponsible TV shows and magazines.
彼らの態度には心底うんざりさせられますよ。
I am more than fed up with their attitude. Nanjo had been placed in the spotlight for being one of Ushinomiya Kinzo's few friends. Because of that, there had probably been a persistent offensive from the witch hunters and the press to use the late Nanjo's son as well as a source of information. The doctor went on and on, criticizing the press indignantly.
お気持ちよくわかります。
I really understand how you feel.
私生活に至るまで監視を受け、
My personal life was put under surveillance.
プライバシーも肖像権も、果ては人権さえも認められてたかわからない私ですから。
And I had no privacy, no portrait rights. Heck, I don't even know if I was even afforded human rights.
そのやり場のないお怒り、よくお察してきます。
Doctor Who? Hi, Alexi. So I deeply empathize with your pent-up anger.
だからこそ、私の人生をここまで台無しにしたあの事件は、一体何だったのか、どうしても知りたいのです。
And for that very reason, I want to know more than anything else. What in the world was that incident that so thoroughly ruined my life?
それでここへ来ました。
That's why I came here.
私もあなたと同じ当事者です。
I'm a related party, just like you.
雑誌記者でもインタビュアーでもありません。
Not a magazine columnist or an interviewer.
そこを誤解しないでください。
Please, don't get the wrong idea.
私は道楽でこんなところまで来たんじゃない。
I didn't come to do this for fun,
私を見下すのもいい加減にしてください。
and I'd very much appreciate it if you stopped looking down on me.
あの事件で狂わされた人生の傷跡比べをするならば、私とあなたでは比べ物にもならない。
If we're going to do a comparison of whose life was most screwed up by that incident, you won't even come close. Oh, Ange! Get his ass! Oh, she's talking to the doctor. He's gonna come back on screen. Nanjo's son. This guy. Ange spoke sharply. Never having imagined that he would be talked back to in such a forceful manner, the doctor couldn't help but fall silent. I'll stick up for him. From Ange's perspective, the doctor was whining about absolutely nothing. She really wanted him to pack in his patronizing attitude. As she should! Let's go, Ange! It was about time to make him understand how many days had passed for her before arriving on this island. The doctor realized that he had misspoken and remained silent for a while, looking uncomfortable. I mean, I'm also sticking up for Ange, but...
当時のことを思い出すのは苦痛でしょうが、ご存知のことがあったら何でも教えてください。
I know it's probably painful to remember what happened at the time, but if there's anything you do know, please tell me, no matter what it
も
is.
ちろん口外はしません。
Of course, I'll tell no one.
私は私の人生に決着をつけるために今日ここへ訪れています。
I visited here today to bring some closure to my life.
私は18です。
I'm 18.
あの事件は私の人生の12年を奪った。
That incident took away 12 years of my life,
そしてこれからも奪い続けるでしょう。
and it'll probably keep on taking.
私は6歳のあの日からずっと暗闇に放り込まれたままなんです。
I was thrown into darkness when I was 6 years old, and I've never gotten out.
そんな私でも知る権利がないとおっしゃるんですか？
Are you still going to tell me I have no right to know?
いや失敬
No. I'm sorry.
たちの悪い連中ばかりが来ていたので私もつい身構えてしまったようです
It seems that since all the others who came here were ill-natured folk, I instinctively put up my guard.
失敬したのをお詫びし
I apologize for my rudeness.
ます
Oh, I hope you have fun.
わかりました
All right.
他言無用を誓っていただけるなら何でもお話しします
If you'll swear not to breathe a word of this to anyone, I'll tell you
あり
everything.
がとう先生。
Thank you,
で
Doctor.
はお願いします。
Then, if you would,
何でも結構です。話してください。
please tell me anything you can.
知っての通り父は後宮氏の主治医であると同時にチェスを通じた友人同士でもありました
As you know, my father was not only Mr. Ushiromiya's personal physician, but his friend through the game of chess.
その信仰は後宮氏が六軒島に移り住んできた当時からのとても長いものでした
That relationship was very long, stretching back to the time Mr. Ushiromiya moved to
どの
Rokkenjima.
くらい仲が良かったのですか？
Just how close were they? Oh, and you have no idea.
相当だったようです
Considerably, it seems. They were considerably close.
チェスの縁で先方の屋敷に厄介になることも少なくなかったようです
It seems that their connection through chess led my father to stay at Mr. Ushiromiya's mansion quite often.
私の口から言うのもなんだが後宮氏は非常に気難しい方でした
How close? I think Kinzo, Genji, and Nanja were all getting up to something. I am not sure if it is right of me to say this, but Mr. Ushiromiya was extremely moody. You know what, Masayuki? That's in fact fair to say. Like, in fact, that's putting it lightly.
そして父はそんな人間と付き合うのに長けた非常におおらかな人だった
I love toxic yaoi. And my father was an exceedingly magnanimous man who excelled at interacting with people like him.
孤独な後宮氏にとって稀な友人であったことは想像に難しくないでしょう
It's not hard to imagine that he was a rare friend for the isolated Mr. Ushiromiya. Toxic old man yaoi, even better. I love it. That day was the day of the family conference.
後宮家の親族会議は資産やその運用などについて厳しく問われる。
The Ushiromiya family conferences are said to have involved harsh questioning from Ushiromiya Kinzo over how his fortune would be put to use. It wouldn't be news to most of my viewers. No, I'm just kidding.
さながら経営会議のようなものだったとされています。
Almost like a financial conference.
そのような席にまで出席を
So Dr. Nanjo
求められるほどに南條先生は信頼を得ていたわけですね。
had gained a trust so great that he was asked to attend even that.
父は純朴な医師であり
My father was a simple doctor.
後宮家のような富豪の財産運用について助言できるような立場にあったとは思いません
So I cannot imagine that he was in a position to advise on asset management for a millionaire family like the
おそら
Ushinomiyas.
く当時の後宮氏は健康状態が優れられなかったでしょうからその買い添えとして呼ばれていたのでしょう
He was most likely called there to assist because Mr. Ushinomiya's health was not at its best at the time.
親友の父ならおそらく口も固く親族会議上の秘密もきっと漏らさないと信頼されていたに違いない
As Mr. Ushinomiya's close friend, I'm sure that my father would have kept his mouth shut and had been trusted not to leak the secrets of the family conference.
当時の後宮金蔵はかなり健康状態が悪かったのでしょうか。
Was Ushinomiya Kinzo in very bad health at the
カ
time?
ルテが残っていたりはしますか？
Are there any medical charts left?
事故の当日はカルテを持参していたのでしょう。
My father probably took the medical charts with him on the day of the accident. They were on Rokenjima, eh?
後宮氏のカルテは残念ながらフォルダごと失われています。
I'm afraid to say that the entire folder of Mr. Ushinomiya's medical charts has been lost.
父のクランケですし、私も詳しいことは分かりません。
He was my father's patient, so I don't know the details either.
事件の前後、
Around the time of the
何
incident,
か気になるようなことはありました？
was there anything you thought was strange?
あるにはあります。
Well, there was...
ですが、非常に誤解を招きそうなので、
Oh
あまり言いたく
no!
はありません。
Oh no! However, it seems exceedingly likely to result in a misunderstanding, so I don't particularly want to talk about it.
何ですか？
Good observation, Bedwars. She calls it an incident. He calls it an accident. Perhaps a Jiken versus a Jiko? I mean, it does speak to their attitudes on the matter. He was like, nothing actually happened on that island. It was an unfortunate accident. And she's like, I want to find out what really happened. What is it?
それを教えてくださ
Please tell me.
い。
Not Fujoshi's fun! For a while, the doctor beat around the bush. But after he'd said that much, Ange would not allow the subject to be dodged. Eventually, he was worn down, and after making Ange swear herself to secrecy again, he opened up.
実はあの事故の数日後に私の自宅に郵便が届いたのです。
The truth is, several days after that accident, I received something by mail at my home.
郵便？
Mail?
それはとても奇妙な郵便でした。
It was very
差
curious.
出人が私になっているのですが、それは身に覚えのないものでした。
The sender was made out to be me, but I had no memory of it.
何者かが私の名を語って出したということです。
Someone had sent it in my name.
宛先は北海道の礼文島。
The destination was Rebun Island in Hokkaido.
北方領土の話を抜きにすれば、日本の最北端の島です。
It's at the northernmost tip of Japan, excluding the northern territories.
その宛先人がなんと礼文島
The recipient's address
の住所ではありますが、
was on Rebun Island, but I mean, Rosa was just talked about to have a vacation in Sapporo. Coincidence? Oh, was it?
父の名前だったのです。
The recipient's address was on Rebun Island, but the name was my father's. Dun dun dun! How do you both know about this? In the capital? Oh, what? That's crazy. How do you both know about this? Neither of you live in the US. I mean, I guess Alexi kind of technically does, but I didn't know about this. That's crazy. I don't know why I missed this on Twitter. What the okay, I might look that up later. You know what, Alexi? That's a little relatable. The drama.
しかし送付先住所が間違っているらしく、住所不明の付箋が貼られて。
However, it seems there was a problem with the destination address, so it had received an address unknown label.
差出人である私のところへ戻ってきたわけです。
And had been returned to the sender, me. It was truly a strange tale. Nanjo's son's name was written as the sender. You know what, Tao? I can respect it. However, he said that he hadn't mailed the letter. In short, that meant someone had sent it using his name. The destination was Nanjo Terumasa on Hokkaido's Rebun Island. But the lot number written on it didn't exist. So the local post office had been unable to deliver it, and instead sent it back to the sender, Nanjo's son.
中身は何だったんですか？
What was inside?
本当に他言無用でお願いします。
I truly ask that you keep silent about this.
私も非常に迷惑しているんです。
I am by no means pleased to have received this.
かといって捨てるわけにもいかず。
Even so, I can hardly throw it away. The doctor stood up and headed for the bookshelf. There, dozens of dictionaries that could have been ornamental were lined up one after another, asserting in the strongest way imaginable that the owner was an intellectual. When he pulled several volumes out from there, a large brown envelope was hidden behind them. He took it out and tossed it onto the desk. It had been carefully sealed with adhesive tape, and its faded color and dryness told that it had remained sealed for 12 whole years. It's the doctor. The doctor is a Redditor. He never opened it? Oh shit, this is spicy. They're gonna open this thing that's been sealed for 12 years right now? Or did he open it once on the day and retaped it?
くれぐれも他言無用でお願いします。
Most sincerely, I ask for your silence. While emphasizing it so much was annoying, the doctor removed the seal with a quality paper knife. It's just a food recipe! Oh. Yeah, I know what that's like. I've like cut up quite a bit of garlic, and then I couldn't get the smell like off my hands, out of the kitchen. He really wants it not shared, but is willing to show it? Interesting. Yeah, Nanjo's son, make up your mind. Hi, Miranda. When he tilted the envelope, an already opened mail envelope slipped out. An envelope within an envelope. So he did open it once and then hid it again. Okay. The envelope had weight to it, hinting that there was something other than a letter hidden inside. The recipient was clearly Nanjo Terumasa. Even seeing that was a huge shock. After that incident, Nanjo's corpse had not been found, and he was being treated as dead in absentia under extraordinary circumstances. Opens it. No, don't peek! I mean, that seems so. That seems to be the case, but it's still funny that he's like, okay, you gotta not tell anybody. Please, please, please don't tell anybody. Okay, okay, okay. I'm opening it, don't tell anybody. And just like, yeah, I know. Okay, just fucking open it already. And despite that, this letter addressed to a Nanjo in Hokkaido existed. One can almost take this as a sign that he had faked his own death and escaped to Hokkaido.
南條先生は本当に北海道に存在を
Beatrice's feet! Pinky promise! You'll totally not show anybody? Was Dr. Nanjo really in Hokkaido?
あるいは同姓同名の人物が北海道に
Or was there another person there with the same first and last names?
父が何かの事情で事故を逃れ、北海道で存命していたのだとしたら、
If my father had somehow escaped from the accident and was living on in Hokkaido,
私たち家族にとっては事情に関わらず嬉しいことです。
that would have made our family very happy regardless of the situation.
私も初めはその可能性を考えました。
I also thought of that possibility at first.
しかし、この封筒の送付先住所は存在しないのです。
Maybe he means that there is some weight to the envelope, so clearly there's not just a letter in there. I also thought of that possibility at first. However, the destination address of this envelope does not exist.
つまりこの封筒は届くはずのない郵便なのです。
In short, this envelope was mail that had no way of reaching him.
送付者が正しい住所を書き損じた可能性は
Is there a possibility that the sender miswrote the correct address?
もちろん否定はできません。
Of course, I cannot disprove
です
that.
が、住所の番地を見る限り、どうもそうは思えないのです。
However, judging from the residence's house number, I find that hard to believe. What's the house number?
礼文郡礼文町 1-2-34-567
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? They weren't even trying? Hokkaido, Rebun Island, Rebun County, Rebun City, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Imagine your handwriting being so bad it's lost for 12 years. Damn. Okay, that's the one where I told you a scene you were gonna like is imminent and you would know when you saw it. So you saw it. Congratulations. Oh, that's the one. All right. I mean, they wrap her up. They call it the Bluntstola scene online because she gets wrapped up in blankets like instantly. Because this game is rated T for teens, and she looks like a little blunt wrapped up in these brown blankets. Rated T for titties. Jeez. Who the fuck would have written this? Up until Rebun City, it's alright. But I just couldn't wipe away the feeling that following sequential number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 was a little insincere. Oh yeah. Oh man, poor Y'shtola. It felt like a fake address that some kid had made up.
おそらく明らかに存在しない住所をデタラメに書いたのでしょう。
They probably just randomly wrote some clearly non-existent address.
この封筒は初めから存在せず届くはず。
Poor Alpha, more like poor Alpha. No, true.
送付されたと考えるのが自然だと思います。
True. I think it's natural to assume that from the very beginning, this envelope was sent to a non-existent address to which it had no chance of being delivered. If the destination address doesn't exist, mail is generally returned to the sender, but even in the case of a faulty address, the local post office will often courteously and to the best of its ability research to find whether the sender's intended destination exists. When they still can't find it, the mail is sometimes returned after an investigation of several days. It seemed that this was what had happened with this envelope, and the stamp was postmarked October 3rd. It was postmarked on Nijima. Nijima is a long way from Rebun Island. On top of that, the destination was also nonsensical. It had taken more than a week for the mail to be returned. In other words, there was an extremely high chance that having this envelope returned to the sender after an indeterminate amount of time had been the goal from the very beginning. Why do something like that? Even before asking what it was that had been sent, this envelope was already veiled in mystery.
中身は
And inside it?
どうぞ。
Go ahead. After getting the doctor's permission, I tilted the already opened envelope. From the inside came a small, folded letter and a small key with a number tag attached. Ooh. A swipe card slid out in addition. Ooh. A112 was engraved on the key's number tag. Wait, is that the Pixar number? Wait, this sounds familiar. A112. I didn't know what it meant. The swipe card was pitch black and had gold letters engraved on it. Members was written there in English. Yeah. there are many against the TOS third-party tools that one can find and download, yes. Members was written there in English. The jet black gold lettered card design made it feel like something very high class. But of course, I didn't have a clue what kind of card it was from just that. I unfolded the letter. Its contents were extremely brief, and only the following was written. 07151-129. That was the letters written up in episode 3. Oh, that's so creepy. Yeah. July 15th, Battler was like, that's my birthday. Was it the 1129 though? I wonder if I can check. Even though there hasn't been any tool tips or whatever you call it. No, it's not in here. Damn, it's not in here. Tips. Oh, can I go over all the tips? Episode 3 tips. Let's fucking go. Wait. I don't know if I read all of these. Interesting. I never read these. Oh yeah, no, it's totally fair to take a break, Alexi. You can just put it on the back burner until you get a full account. And then once you're through Stormblood, you could get somebody on Party Finder to help you level it the rest of the way. How do I go back and find the right number? I could go back to one of my YouTube VODs. Am I gonna go find a YouTube VOD? Maybe so. Well, that was back during episode 3, around when George would have kicked the bucket. All right, let's see. Maybe part 20? Let's see. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. It's, my YouTube link should be below if you scroll down a little. Oh, well, that's, that stuff is, the other category. Usually there's, well, I mean, in the future, when you have a full account and you're like past Stormblood into Shadowbringers, you could create your own party finder and ask for someone to help you level up Blue Mage. That's what I'm saying. It is the same number. Okay. Well, you just stopped me from digging into my VODs, so thank you, Marinda. Oh, that is pretty annoying. Ugh. Okay. Well, this is like Ryukishi once again is like, this is important. A112 sounds so familiar. Members. So I know it's not confirmed, but I had been kind of going with the assumption that this 1998 is in the aftermath of episode 3. But, and so it seems pretty clear whoever wrote those letters outside of killing George sent this letter. Oh, that's really impressive, Alexi. You mean Beatrice? I mean, I kind of doubt Eva Beatrice had anything to do with these numbers. Beatrice, Iru! Iru! I don't know. I don't think Eva Beatrice would have written a weird number after killing her son. Because, like, I did not have that kind of patience to get Blue Mage to level 43 by myself. So, I think that's impressive. In the name of a certain massive bank known throughout Japan, as well as the words Central Branch. Oh, so it's a code to a bank vault? And that's the key and the... I mean, that would be the first assumption. That was all. Well, yeah, but you have to have patience and fortitude to do Hawk Manor that many times. What's this? Some people don't like grinding stuff a whole bunch, like me.
貸金庫のカードと鍵、そして暗証番号でした。
Oh yeah, no, understandable. It's a card, a key, and a pin for a safe deposit box. That was the pin for a safe deposit box? So why are you putting the pin for your safe deposit box on the door after you killed George Ushinomiya?
それも普通の貸金庫ではない。
And it wasn't a normal safe deposit box either. So you did go and look at it.
特別な顧客のみに許されているらしい不気味な貸金庫でした。
It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients. Well, the little witch Eva apparently did, but maybe there was a real killer who was someone else. Payment? Maybe as a, I'm sorry I killed your son, here, take this out of this account. I don't think Eva would have consciously killed George. If we think the Eva Beatrice thing was bullshit, then maybe she would have done it in a fit of madness and not being in her right mind. Yeah, even still, Eva is still better than mother than Rosa. This is true. It was an unsettling one, which was apparently reserved only for special clients. After he had finished putting his affairs in order following his father's funeral, he visited the bank. Hashtag Rosa Defense Force. Hashtag Rosa did nothing wrong. Pin and key and card. There was no doubt that something of great importance was stored there, and it was natural that he was curious about what that could be. At first, he didn't know what to do. The card wasn't properly his possession. When he mustered up his courage and showed the card to a bank clerk, he was then switched to a clerk of clearly high status and was guided to a large vault on the 4th basement floor. The security on the way there was strict. The doctor had himself stored valuable items such as real estate transcripts in safe deposit boxes before. But this was something on a whole different level.
私の使っている貸金庫の手続きと違い、
Unlike the procedure at the deposit box I
カー
use,
ドと暗証番号、そして鍵を持っているならば、本人確認は行われないというシステムでした。
their system didn't carry out any identity checks so long as you had a card, a pin, and a key.
ですが、とにかく厳重な金庫室で、その物々しさに怯えました。
But in any case, it was a very secure vault, and I was frightened by how imposing it was.
こんなところに預けざるを得ない、どんな物騒なものが待ち受けているのかと。
I wondered what kind of shady objects might await me that had been stored in a place like this.
それで
And so,
カードをリーダーに通すと、暗証番号の入力を求められました。
when I passed the card through the reader, I was asked to input the pin.
そしてそこにある8桁の数字を入力すると認証され、金庫室への入室が認められました。
And after that 8-digit number was input and authenticated, I was permitted access to the vault.
すごい光景でしたよ。
It was an incredible scene.
まるで SF 映画のような世界だった。
A world like something from a sci-fi movie.
薄暗い銀色の広大な部屋に、びっしりと金庫の扉が埋め尽くされているのです。
That massive, dimly lit silver room was covered with doors to safes. Safes within the vault? He entered that room along with the clerk. As soon as the card was read, the vaults he had a right to were apparently determined. Oh, they open automatically? So that safes that he could open were lit with a green light, while those he couldn't open were lit with a red one.
A112 はそれらの金庫のうちの一つを示すものでした。
A112 indicated one of those safes.
ちなみにそれ以外の金庫にもずらりと緑ランプが 点灯していました。
By the way, there was a long line of other safes marked with a green lamp besides that one.
20個以上はあったと思います。
I think there were at least 20.
あるいは他の一角にももっとあったのかも。
There might have even been more in other corners of the
い
room.
ずれにせよ、私の鍵は A11 にのみ。
In any event, I only had the key to A112.
他の金庫の中身を確かめる術はありませんでしたが、
I had no way of checking the contents of the other safes. So the only safes that were lit green were ones that could be opened if you had the key to them, and any with the red light were like, nah, no chance. Man. Oops, sorry. As the clerk watched, the doctor unlocked and opened the safe. When he did, a safe drawer like a large cabinet opened, and an expensive-looking duralumin case showed itself. That was carried into a separate room, where for the first time, the clerk left, and he was introduced to the contents.
中身は
And the contents were
現金でした。
cash.
現金
Cash?
どれほど
How
新
much?
札の100万円の束はちょうど厚みが1センチになると聞いたことがあります。
I have heard that a pack of 1 million yen in fresh banknotes is precisely 1 centimeter thick.
それがこれだけのジュラルミンケースの中にびっしり詰められていたのですから。
Since these were packed tightly into a duralumin case of such a size,
1億はあったでしょう。
there was probably 100 million total.
数えたわけではないからわかりません。
Her only friend's account? I don't know because I didn't count.
手すら触れませんでしたから。
I didn't even touch it with my hands.
私はすぐに直感しました。
I realized at once
これは危険な金だと。
this was dangerous money. It isn't normal to store a whole 100 million yen in cash in a safe like that, case and all. It's much easier to deal with if you deposit it into a bank account and turn it into a number. The very fact that they were unable to do that made it clear that there was something wrong with that cash.
私は頭が真っ白になり、すぐに関わり合ってはならないと直感しました。
My mind went blank, and I instantly realized that I must not get involved.
それで一切手をつけなかっ
And you didn't get to use it at all?
はい、
Yes.
そのまま施錠し直し、元の金庫に預けて立ち去りました。
I locked it straight back up, returned it to the original safe, and left.
この鍵やカードも捨てようと思いましたが、何が起こるかわからない。
I've thought about throwing away that key and card, but I have no idea what might
そ
happen.
のため、誰にも内緒で12年もの間、本棚の裏に隠し続けてきたのです。
For that reason, I've been hiding it in the back of the bookcase, a secret from everyone, for a full 12 years.
あれが何の金だったのか、私にも未だにわかりません。
I still don't know what kind of money that was. Panto out here making Mr. Beast as challenges for money.
た。この封筒をお借りすることはできますか
Could I borrow this envelope?
いえ、
No.
この場で見るだけにしてください。
Please just view it here.
わかりました。
Alright.
では、ちょっと失礼します。
Then, if I
調べ
may,
物
there's something I want to investigate. I took One-chan's grimoire from the knapsack I'd set down. Then I opened to the page with the paragraph Beatrice had written to One-chan and compared the handwriting on both. It was the same. The characteristic handwriting was unmistakable. Beatrice! The one who had sent this 100 million yen in cash was Beatrice herself. Ooh. But what is it? Something's bugging me. Yo. What if Beato killed George? That'd be funny. Beato, do you like Nanjo? Did you want to be in that toxic yaoi threesome? That only friends money is good. But what is it? Something's bugging me. What is it? What is it? Something is bugging me. I feel like I've seen A112 before. Who the fuck is this? Trivia time. I didn't investigate, but I learned the other day that there was a chicken in the 40s or something who managed to live for years with his head cut off, or not years, but like a year with his head cut off. That was just off the top of my head. I want to know who this guy is. Fish Blue? Fish Blue? Blue Fish? That's what's on his shirt. Yeah. You found me through the Final Fantasy 15 mobile game, remember? It's you! The fish! The chicken ended up choking on a piece of corn from its neck hole? Of course Tao knows about this. Yeah.
そんな郵便物が確か届いた気がしますわ。
I'm pretty sure I got something like that in the mail.
母ちゃん、あれはどこにしまったっけな。
Hey Ma, where'd I put that again? The brainstem? I did hear about that. The same envelope and contents had been sent to Kumasawa's son, who had once lived with her. Kumasawa? That's her son? Wait, so is the fish have something to do with mackerel? Wait, what's the kanji for mackerel? I have to look it up now. Does this shirt just say Saba? All right, time to open G-Show. Saba. No way! His shirt says Saba! His shirt says mackerel! Oh my god! It's got the kanji for mackerel on it. And also choked on its own spit. How did you find out about Final Fantasy 15 mobile game? I don't know. I guess? I don't know. I guess it would depend on the stream. I might have the footage for that saved privated somewhere. I might have to, I don't know. Anyway. But he had been very busy in the days since and seemed to have forgotten about it among the hustle and bustle of everyday life. But apparently, the strange contents had stayed in his memory, and he remembered as soon as Ange told him. Oh, so she's going around talking to everybody. After a bit of a wait, his thin-lipped wife came with the envelope, complaining that he always forgets where he puts things. The modus operandi for the sender and recipient was exactly the same as for Nanjo's son. The sender was made out to be Kumasawa's son, and the recipient was Kumasawa Chiyo. And the destination address was in the Okinawa Prefecture. Okinawa Prefecture, Yaeyama County, Yonaguni City, 12341 15167. What the fuck? What are you doing, Beatrice? A112 1129. Well, this number seems like a little less arbitrary than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, no, it's still 5, 6, 7, but it has 2 1s stuck in there. But why? The 5th digit and the 7th digit. Oh, of course it's a bogus address, but I know, but the other one was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but this one has some more ones stuck in there. And I'm like, does it mean something? Yonaguni Island is at the westernmost tip of Japan. Oh, this is some witch shit. There's gonna be a northernmost, westernmost, and like a southernmost, easternmost. Hold on. Well, if you don't count Genji, let's see, 1, 2, 3. It's only 3 people who aren't really involved. We have no idea about Genji's family, but Shanun and Kanon were orphans, so there's probably not anybody to send the mail to. So if there was one sent south and one east, I presume a relative of Goda's got one. But where would the 4th one, who would the 4th one go to? Eva? Because she survived? But if Eva is Beatrice, that doesn't make sense. Genji would never start a family with anyone who isn't Kinzo. So true, Loot! You said it! And the lot number was exactly like before, a sequential number that had apparently been chosen at random, but there was some 1 stuck in there. Why? Thank you for typing it out also, Tan. Now it was certain. This envelope was definitely sent with the goal of having it to be returned to the sender. Its contents were exactly the same. A letter with the PIN and the bank's central branch written on it. A swipe card. A key with an attached number tag. The inscription on the number tag was A113. Then the number right after the one on the key had been sent to Nanjo's son. Most likely, inside the vault was the same kind of duralumin case packed with 100 million yen in cash. What?
死んだお袋がメイドから送ってきたような気がしてね。
Got the feeling my mom had sent it to me from beyond the grave.
中身もよくわからんし、薄気味悪いんでずっとほったらかしにしてて、今日まですっかり忘れてたんですわ。
Don't really get what's inside and it's creepy, so I left it all alone and all this time and totally forgot about it until today.
お嬢さんはこれが何かご存知なんですかね。
So, you know what this is,
ひょ
girl?
っとしてあんたのとこにも同じものが？
Could it be that same thing that came to your place? How could I forget Ange? Ange would be a 4th unrelated person outside. Oh, shit. The thing that came to your place? You know how many 14 subscriptions I could buy with that? Oh my god, I know, right? You were sent something too, Ange? What is it, Ange-sama? Uryu, headache? Headache? Does she have repressed memories from her traumatic childhood? Sorry, my head hurts. Stabbing pain. I know this. What do you mean? What do you mean you know this? You don't mean this envelope came to your place too, Ange-sama? Okay, we gotta track down if Goda has any living relatives. I remember. A strange envelope was also sent to me 12 years ago. I had fallen into depression after losing my entire family. But it was a really strange thing to come in the mail, so a faint memory of it remained. It was a strange letter, which I had no memory of sending, but which had me as the sender. I forget the destination address, but the person it had been sent to was Ushinomiya Rudolph. My father. Wait! There were over about 20 lights that were lit up. Maybe there was one for everybody on the island. Why was there a letter? Hold on. Oh, there's no tips for this one. Sorry, I'm gonna check something again. So, you shall reach the home of the gold, which was implied to be the place where the gold is. So Eva reached that. And so the witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all of the golden land's gold. One resurrects all the dead people's souls. One even revives all the love they possessed. And one for the rich to eternally rest. So if there was about 100 million yen in 18 chests, 18 so that would be like is that 1.8 billion yen? Which sounds like that could be around Kinzo's net worth. And Beato was gonna take back everything. And sorry, B, I'm on levels of theory crafting right now. Nobody new has died yet, but we're finding out interesting things in 1998. So maybe since Eva, if 1998 is the happens after episode 3, maybe since Eva solved the epitaph, this is Beato's way of giving out a treasure. One shall be all of the Golden Land's gold. He wasn't, Nanjo's son wasn't specific. He didn't count exactly how many available vaults there were to be opened. But if there was one for each person on the island, 18, then then maybe this is one of the treasures she bestowed for Eva solving the epitaph. She resurrects all the dead people's souls and the love they possessed, and one for the witch to eternally rest. Well, we've been resurrecting the dead people's souls many times if you take the different games as, like, literal. Maybe somebody needs to solve the epitaph 4 times before Beato can rest. And that's why Kinzo was like this time. Who did Go to love? I don't fucking know himself. But so I want, maybe if somebody, the witch shall praise the wise, makes it sound like more than one person, the people who are wise, like the people who solve the epitaph. So, Eva, but possibly others. And maybe this was distribution of the first treasure. So maybe something crazy will happen next time somebody solves the epitaph and everybody will come back to life or something. I don't know if this is anything, but I don't know. This is interesting. I forget the destination address, but the person it had been sent to was Ushiromiya Rudolph, my father. I remember that I got this letter I thought was from my father who had died. I opened it up, and I found a key and a card that I didn't really understand. I remember being really confused. I felt let down and threw it away somewhere, I think. Where did I put that envelope? I probably lost it somewhere in the chaos that followed. By now, I have no way of checking its contents. But somehow I think I can guess. I'm sure the contents were the same. Without a doubt, there must have been a key, a card, and a note with a pin inside the envelope.
Beatrice.
But was it the same pin for every... Was it the same pin for every vault? That's what I want to know. I want to see what's in Kumasawa. I want to see what's written in the note in Kumasawa's son's letter. Beatrice.
これは何のつもりよ。
What was she trying to do here?
あいつは全ての遺族にこんなふざけた金をばらまいたというの。
So did she hand out the stupid money to all the surviving relatives?
死んだ後も愚弄するなんて許せない。
I won't forgive her. for mocking them even after their deaths.
ウリュエンジ
Sakutaro acted nervously. As I looked at his worrying face, my agitation began to cool off bit by bit.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
ベアトリーチェ憎しは今に始まったことじゃないわ。
My hatred of Beatrice isn't anything new.
あの6歳の日にもうすでにあの魔女と縁があったことに驚きと怒りを感じただけよ。
I'm just surprised and angry to find out that I had a connection with the witch already on that day, at the age of 6.
この12年
For the past 12
間エンジ
years,
様はずっとベアトリーチェ様の呪縛にとらわれてきた。
you have been enslaved by Beatrice-sama's
こ
curse.
れがそのまさに呪縛の証となるのかもしれません。
This might be proof that this really was a curse. Maybe?
ですがどうかしっかり
But please, don't fall apart.
それを打ち破るための旅でもあるはずです。
Part of this journey should be to break through that.
そうね。
That's right.
頭に血を上らせたって何の役にも立たないわ。
Just letting the blood rise to my head won't get me anywhere.
冷静に考えなくちゃ。
Got to think
こ
calmly.
れはどういうことなの？
What's going on?
遺族に1億円をばらまく意味は
What's the meaning of handing out 100 million yen to each of the
何？挑
relatives?
発だとでも言うの？
Was she trying to provoke us?
ベアトリーチェめ。
Damn that Beatrice.
エンジ落ち着いて。
Ange, calm down.
ウリュ
Who do you? As Sakutaro buried his head in my stomach, he urged me to stay calm. I took another deep breath and started thinking.
この封筒の送付はつまりベアトリーチェによる事件の計画性を裏付けるものかしら。
Ange, your mom's music just came on. You're having a mom moment. I wonder if the sending of these envelopes was to demonstrate that this was a premeditated crime by
消
Beatrice.
印は親族会議の直前。
They were postmarked right before the family
そ
conference.
してわざと時間をかけて返送されてくるように仕組まれている。
And they were intentionally set up so that they would be sent back after some time. He's not evil. He's not evil. It's just that Ange was able to bring him back to life in a sense as an imaginary friend. Maria broke, okay? That's not the same thing as Maria's evil. Maria broke. Lute, don't spread lies about Sakutaro. And they were intentionally set up so they would be sent back after some time.
事件の後に届くようにしたかったということかな。
They wanted them to arrive after the incident. Is that it? Okay. Yeah,
そうなるわ。
that's what it implies.
でも少し疑問もあるの。
But it still leaves me wondering a little.
なぜこんな不確実な方法で？
Why such an uncertain method?
不確実
Uncertain? Well, it obscures who the sender was.
ね
Yes.
え、だって何日で郵便が戻ってくるかなんて事前には想像もできないじゃない。
After all, you can't even guess in advance how many days it would take for the mail to
郵
return.
送先の郵便局が調査し、送付先不明と判断し返送するまでの期間なんて普通は想像もできない。
Normally, you can't even guess at the amount of time it will take for the receiving post office to do the research, make a determination of unknown recipient, and send it back.
そういえばそうだね。
Yeah, now that you mention it.
ちゃんと到着の期日を決めてそういう郵便で出した方が確実なのにね。
It'd be more certain if they just set an arrival date and mailed it that
ウ
way.
リュ
Would you?
まあでも
Rosa nobly attempted to stop Sakutaro from being evil, but Maria killed her. I wonder if Lute is maybe spreading lies on the internet. Maybe, but
前
still.
日に投函したんならどんなに早く戻ってきてもきっと月曜日以降の到着になったでしょうし
If they mailed it to the day before, then no matter how quickly it returned, it would probably have arrived no earlier than
死
Monday.
者からの手紙を気取りたかったんじゃないかしら
I wonder if they wanted to make it seem like a letter from the dead.
死者からの手紙か。
A letter from the dead, you say.
確かにね。
You're right.
あれは驚くし、嫌な気持ちになるわよ。
That surprises you and makes you feel horrible.
死んだ家族の名前が表に大きく書かれている郵便物が
Some mail with your dead family's names written on the outside in large letters
物々しい付箋付きで郵便受けに放り込まれているんだから。
gets thrown into your mailbox with an ominous label attached.
私は何か腑に落ちないわ。
However, it doesn't really make sense to me.
私だったら期日指定郵便にする。
I would have mailed it to arrive on a specified day.
ひょっとしたら想定しない日に届くかもしれないという不安定さが私にはどうしても理解できないの。
I just can't understand why someone would allow the insecurity of it possibly arriving on a day they weren't anticipating.
ウリュウでも確かにそういうのベアトらしいかなって思う
Oh, okay. I'll simply not look. Book mark in AP test. That's all I saw. Well, that's ominous. Okay. I'm bookmarking it. Uryu. But that really does sound like Beato to me. First several pages are not spoilers? Okay, good. Huh?
あなたベアトのことわかるの？
You know about Beato?
ちょっとしかお話ししたことないけど
Well, I only talked with her a
で
little.
もベアトならこういうことをするかなってのがなんとなくわかるの
But somehow I can tell that Beato would do something like this.
マモンもなんとなく想像がつかない
Can't you imagine that too, Mamun?
ベアトってこういういたずら好きだよね
Beato likes pranks like this, right? There's spoilers for episodes 1 through 3, but I should know all of them already. Should? Why are you putting it like that?
確かにそうかも
Yeah, that might be true.
ベアトリージュ様なら死者からの手紙みたいな悪質ないたずらはやりかねないと思います
I wouldn't put it past Beatrice Sama to try a vicious prank like a letter from the dead.
うんそれだけじゃなくて
No, not just that part.
絶対確実な方法じゃなくてちょっぴり不確実な方法の方をベアトリーチェは面白がるの
Beatrice would find it more fun to do it in a way that was a little bit uncertain, instead of one that was absolutely certain. You mean like the way Beatrice likes to play this game versus the way Lambda Delta wants her to play this game? Because quotes make things ominous? Well, thanks. Thanks a lot. No, I'm just kidding.
不確実な方法を面白がる。
She would find an uncertain method more fun. I remembered Maria One-chan's diary. It had quite a lot of descriptions of playing with Beatrice. Occasionally, some of these involved Beato playing pranks on the adult relatives with Maria. But those pranks always followed a certain little aesthetic principle of witches. Yeah! Aesthetic principle, like things to the north and east and west and south. Or I guess like north and west so far. Which was that things are more fun if they are uncertain. One day, Maria One-chan had brought a wind-up minicar. Oh my god, I'm just imagining the one with Nero on it from 14. And she and Beato decided to use it for a prank. It was a popular toy at the time. If you made the mini car back up, it would wind up at the spring and the tires, then would you let go, it would race forwards. I remember those! They had a wound up that mini car and set it in the shadow of a milk jug. In other words, the prank was that if you lifted the milk jug, the mini car would jump forwards and surprise whoever did it. That's a pretty good prank, actually. Hoping that someone would get caught in this prank, One-chan and Beato had watched the adults from the shadows for their whole tea time. They were looking forward to seeing who would get caught by it, but ultimately no one moved the trapped milk jug, and the trap never went off. No! With One-chan, when One-chan had then muttered, "We should have put it somewhere they'd definitely get caught by it," Beato apparently said this. She said, "Traps where you don't know who will get caught, or even whether anyone will get caught at all, are more thrilling and fun." It's probably true that you wouldn't get that kind of excitement from a trap that would definitely catch someone. This kind of description occurred in multiple places, making it possible to guess that the witch called Beatrice had quite a fickle character and loved a random thrill. A fickle person is very hard to deal with. I can't flip over the chessboard to find out what that witch from 12 years ago was planning. Just like your mom. As Ange thought these things over, her gaze wandered from place to place. Then she suddenly showed interest in the wall. There, a number of framed photographs were hung. Many were commemorative photos from when the Kumasawas got together as a family or went somewhere to play, and Kumasawa herself was in many of them. Still with a smile that made it so you could almost hear her light-hearted ho-ho-ho laugh. It's a distant memory, but I do remember that she was definitely this sort of cheerful old lady.
熊沢さんは事件の直前に変わった様子はありましたか？
Stella, I can't read the screen. I can't read what Ange is saying. Did you notice anything different about Kumasawa-san in the days leading up to the incident?
いや
No.
いつも通りに見えたな。
She looked the same as ever.
親族会議はピリピリするから
Grumbling.
辛い辛いと漏らすのはいつものことでしたし。
Grumbling about how tough the family conference was and how it put her on edge, same as always.
これは？
What's this? Among the numerous frames, there was one that had something other than a picture of people in it. It was a photograph of an enlarged relief of a door from a Western-style house or something. I couldn't see any interesting subject in particular, which actually bugged me a bit as I wondered why anyone had gone to all the trouble of taking it and hanging it. As I got closer, I realized that some text had been written in pen.
ああ、それはお袋の形見分けでもらってきた写真ですわ。
Oh, yeah, that's a photo I got when Mom's belongings were distributed. That's the chapel, right?
多分例の黄金伝説に関係したやつではないかと。
I think it probably has something to do with that Legend of the Gold
魔女
thing.
の碑文ですか？
The witch's epitaph, you mean?
10トンの黄金の隠し場所を示すと噂される。
Rumored to point to the location of the hidden 10 tons of gold. Does the chapel have anything to do with the epitaph?
熊沢さんも挑んでおられたんですね。
So Kumasawa-san tried to solve it too, I see.
でもこれは碑文じゃない。
But this isn't the epitaph.
初めて見るものです。
It's the first time I've seen it. There was an arch above the Western-style door, and that arch had a relief. It was an inscription in English, and that seemed to be the focus of the photograph. The pen writing appeared to be a translation into Japanese.
この扉は 1000兆分の1の確率でしか開かない。
What the fuck? This door will only open with a probability of... Oh my god, how many zeros is that? Million, billion, trillion... Quadrillion? Is that quadrillion? Thank you. This door will only open with a probability of 1 out of 1 quadrillion. This stuff is so spooky. Why is she doing this?
あなたは1000兆分の1の確率でしか祝福されない。
You will only be blessed with a probability of 1 in 1 quadrillion. So you're saying there's a chance?
知らないわ。
I don't know it.
こんな文章、碑文にもお姉ちゃんの日記にも出てこない。
Stretch. Okay. This is so spooky. Alright, I probably need to let out some tension. Ooh, I think my shoulders needed that. You know, while I'm at it, I'll feed Stella real fast. In like seconds. Alright, Stella, here you go. Here's some food. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Nothing like this ever showed up in the epitaph or One-chan's diary.
おふくろの遺品の中に碑文の謎解きに挑戦してると思われる写真やノートが結構出てきたんですわ。
In Mom's belongings, there were quite a few photos and notebooks that looked like they were from her trying to solve the epitaph's riddle. You know what? Good for Kumasawa. I think it's cool that she really gave it a shot. She probably downplayed it if anybody ever asked her if she was. There are quite a few photos and notebooks that looked like they were from her trying to solve the epitaph's
お
riddle.
ふくろも案外そういうのが好きだったんだな。
Turns out she was actually surprisingly fond of that kind of thing.
なんでも10トンの金塊が隠されてたって噂だ。
And there was that rumor that 10 tons of gold bars were hidden somewhere.
そりゃおふくろも夢中になるはずですわ。
No wonder she was so besotted by it. Yeah, she'd never have to work again. In both Mario Nechan's diary and in her grimoire, there was a description of the witch's epitaph. It mentioned about how it was a ritual to open the door to the Golden Land, and Beatrice's resurrection ritual, and Beatrice's succession ceremony, and so on. Maybe the most interesting one was the last line, the succession ceremony. According to Beatrice, if you were able to solve the witch's epitaph, like Eva, you would receive not only the 10 tons of gold and the Ushidomiya family inheritance, but her own magical power and name, as well as the title of Golden Witch. Well, that's not really in the epitaph, but that certainly happened to Eva, from what we were able to tell. Among the Ushidomiya family at the time, the witch's epitaph was thought of as a difficult quiz, which the head, Kinzo, had prepared to select his successor. But in the Mariage Sorcière interpretation... Oh, okay, so if you're reading the epitaph from a witch perspective, not Ushidomiya kid's perspective. But in the Mariage Sorcière interpretation, the questioner was Beatrice herself, and she had posed the question in part to choose her successor. There were slight discrepancies in the details of the two interpretations. Either way, its disturbing contents brought to mind a bloody serial murder, and both of the message bottles depicted a crime that followed that pattern. If I could solve the witch's epitaph now, 12 years later, if I could expose some plot made back then. I tried to solve it many times myself, but I never did have a clue what it meant. It seems that many witch hunters have been trying as well. I also found theories like the La Plata theory and the Anura theory in certain books. However, none of these theories were conclusive.
他にも資料が
Are there any other materials?
あると思うけど、兄弟で適当に分けたからな。
I think so, but they were all split up between my
誰
siblings.
が何を持ってるやらさっぱりですわ。
I don't have a clue who has what. Oh, how many kids did Kumasawa have?
申し訳ない。
Sorry.
この熊沢さんが撮影した英文だけ読むとめったに開かれない開かずの扉という印象を受ける。
Just reading this English text that Kumasawa-san took a picture of gives the impression that this was a forbidden door that was rarely opened.
でもこれは屋敷のどこかしら。
But where in the mansion is it, I wonder? It kept reminding me of the outside of the chapel, but I don't think there was an inscription like that there. Was there? Was there? Was there? Was there? I'm psyching myself out now. It's like, I remember there was writing, but I think it might have been the Happy Halloween to Maria. I don't remember if there was something else. But where in the mansion is it, I wonder?
光の具合から屋外みたいだけど。
Judging by the lighting, it looks like it's
熊
outside.
沢さんはこの中にその黄金が隠されていると睨んでたのかしら。
I wonder if Kumasawa-san suspected that the gold was hidden in there. Well, the chapel was locked up, right?
さあ。
They did. Wait, no, they did. Maybe Genji opened it sometimes because Kinzo wanted it to be clean. Maybe it's not the chapel. Who knows?
いずれにせよ、六軒島の屋敷のどこかでしょうな。
In any case, it's probably somewhere in the Rokenjima mansion.
お袋の預金口座には残念だが黄金を発見したと思えるようなお金は入ってませんでしたよ。
It's a pity, but there wasn't the kind of money in Mom's bank account to make me think she found the gold.
さすがに見つからんかったんでしょうな。
She probably didn't find it after all. If it was the chapel door, maybe she didn't solve it. She was a Beatrice after all. Well, I still think at this point that Virgilia, that was all fake as hell. But if that is the chapel door, maybe what was written up there was something Kinzo was declaring, because the chapel was built so that he could marry Beatrice in it when she was revived, right? Or I guess when she said yes, because I think the chapel was built when the was the chapel built a little after, or was the chapel built when the mansion was built? Either way, he was trying to bring Beatrice back because she killed herself. And so maybe he said it's like the 1 in 1 quadrillion chance that Beato is back to life and reciprocates his advances and wants to marry him. Then this door will open and he'll be able to marry Beatrice. And so Kinzo was proposing gambles, and that was his kind of magic. So maybe that was this kind of magical invocation about, like, he's gonna beat those chances and he's gonna open this door and marry Beato in that chapel. And maybe Kumasawa saw that and misinterpreted it as like, oh, the gold's in there. The Golden Witch, Beatrice, gave 10 tons of gold to Kinzo, which meant that the witch was the true owner of the gold. Beatrice was the owner of all the vast fortune of the Ushinomiya family. The witch holding this vast wealth had massacred the humans on Rokunjima that day and sent large amounts of money to the surviving relatives like it was a game. Like hell, it's a letter from the dead. This is a desecration of the dead. You imagine hard enough, Beatrice's head looks like an acorn. Now I'm not gonna be able to unsee that when I needle felt her hair. I was once again convinced. My family, who died on the island that day, didn't die and go to heaven. They're being trapped by the witch even now, and are being desecrated and tormented for all eternity. The last place Ange visited was a store in a region where residential and commercial areas intermingled, with a signboard saying Marufuku Sleep Shop. There lived the man who had been the captain of the ferry boat to Rokunjima at the time. Even he, who had once lived as a man of the sea, had retired after contracting a serious illness and was now being taken care of at the house of his son and his son's wife. Oh, the boatman! Hey, Kawabata! Did they mention him by name at the beginning of episode 1? An old man who used to captain the high-speed boat that went to Rokunjima and back. That means he knew Jessica very well. It's beyond doubt that of the existing survivors, he is one of those who knows the most about Rokunjima. From various comments by the servants who used to go to and from the island, the media hoped that he might be quite knowledgeable about the internal affairs of the Ushinomiya family. However, he would say nothing, and so they eventually began to forget about this old man. I remember you well. You're only about yay high. Look at you now. You must have been absolutely devastated. I understand how you feel, believe me. The former boat captain was so full of energy that you couldn't really tell why he had retired in the first place. His memory seemed clear, too. He had a good memory of things that had happened more than a decade prior, and it seemed that he could even remember how Ange had been at the time. Alright, she might get some actual information out of this guy. The lively conversation was very helpful for Ange, but at the same time, the captain also remembered the final family conference very well, and the fact that he had detailed memories of even Battler's gonna fall uproar on the boat was instead painful for Ange. No! Oh, cheetah! Oh, cheetah! It had been so back then as well, but even now, there was no public way to cross to Rokunjima. It was necessary to make an individual request to an owner of a boat to make the voyage. I still hadn't managed to arrange for a boat to Rokunjima. So if he refused me, the voyage to Rokunjima would probably become hopeless. Oh, that would be so dope if she could get the original boatman. Oh, the original boatman is gonna take her there? Fuck yeah! No need to explain. It'd be no easy job finding a boat willing to go to that island at this point. Nowadays, some of them don't even call it Rokunjima anymore. They call it by its old name, Akujikijima. Oh yeah, I remember that. When there was the legend that there was a bunch of evil spirits on that island. And just building her party. Let's go.
この辺りの船乗りじゃ首を縦には振るまいな。
Can't see you getting any sailor around here to help you out. Originally, Rokonjima had been feared as an island of disaster by the fishermen. And when that incident happened 12 years ago, that fear reached its peak. They respected the sea, feared it, and revered it. There were almost no sailors who would try to take a boat to the cursed island. Because of that, most of the witch hunters were unable to cross over to Rokonjima and were limited to taking a trip around the island. Ironically, this caused the mystique surrounding Rokonjima to increase even more and resulted in the proliferation of bizarre witch stories they loved so much.
船は出してもらえるでしょうか？
Would you take me in your boat?
明日だけ返してもらう約束になっとる。
They're supposed to give her back to me just for tomorrow. Pog! Yes, Kawabata's the goat, coolest guy. Let's fucking
最近
go!
はエンジンがだいぶご機嫌斜めらしいがな。
I hear the engine's been acting up lately,
か
though.
っ飛ばしてやるわい。
We'll crank it up to full throttle. The former boat captain promised that tomorrow he would go back to his previous job and take his boat out to Rokonjima. With this, I'd managed to secure a method of transport to Rokonjima. Look a little less depressed, Ange. Things are finally turning out the way you wanted. This is probably all I can do on Nijima. All that's left is tomorrow on Rokonjima. I'll reach the final destination of a journey that stretches back 12 years. Little did he know that Mirinda! Please, let me have this.
よかったね。
That's great news.
これで島へ行けるようになったね。
You'll be able to go to the island now.
そうね。
Yes.
船を見つけるのは難しいと聞いていたから、船長が協力的で助かったわ。
Little did he know that there would be cake at the end. Yay, cake! So the boat captain's cooperation really helped me out.
エンジ様ほどではないにしても、
Though he may not have been as badly affected as you,
船
Ange-sama.
長にとっても12年前の事件は未だ抜けないトゲなんでしょうね。
I'm sure that the incident 12 years ago has been a thorn for the boat captain as well, one that he still hasn't been able to pull out.
ウリュウ、船長さんも心の整理がつかなかったんだね。
Uryu, even the captain wasn't able to find closure. This whole time.
そりゃそうでしょう。
Well, yeah.
約束通り10月5日にあのじいさんが船を出してくれれば大勢が助かった可能性がある。
If that guy had taken his boat out on October 5th as promised, there's a chance that he could have saved a great many people. Oh! In every timeline, he's got regrets he didn't brave the typhoon.
ちょっと風が強いからといって船を絞らなければ。
If he hadn't been hesitant with his boat just because of a little wind. Mammon, let's calm down now. There was a typhoon.
そんなこと言っちゃダメだよ。
Uryu, you shouldn't say things like that.
船長さんもそれを今日までずっと苦しんできたはずだよ。
I'm sure that's pained the captain constantly until today. Poor guy. I heard that it had truly been right in the middle of a typhoon on October 5th. According to the boat captain, he had known for certain that they would be trapped by the typhoon if they headed to Rokonjima on October 4th. But the family had been very insistent upon that date, which had been determined beforehand as the date of the conference. It was only natural. All of the adults had their own packed schedules and had come to the family conference having arranged those schedules in advance. They probably had their own circumstances preventing them from easily pushing it back to next week just because the typhoon was approaching. It wasn't the boat captain's fault. But perhaps you could say that he didn't feel so guiltless that he could place the blame wholly on the typhoon. Certainly, just as these two said, There's no doubt that the boat captain has been dragging the events of 12 years ago along with him this whole time. And by taking me, the last member of the Ushinomiya line, to the island, and bringing me back safely, he might be trying to find some resolution for the past.
船は昼過ぎに帰ってくることになってる。
The boat's meant to be coming back just after
それ
noon.
からあんたを六軒島へ案内するから、到着は夕方前になるだろう。
I'll take you to Rokinjima after that, so we should get there before evening.
電気も明かりもない島だ。
It's an island without electricity or lights.
あまり長いはできんぞ。
You won't be able to stay long.
その程度の上陸で、あんたの気は済むかね？
Is a short trip like that gonna satisfy you?
長い舌から何かの気が済むというものでもありませんし。
It's not the kind of thing where staying longer will satisfy me more. I mean, you could possibly figure more stuff out.
船を出してもらえるだけでも感謝します。
I'm grateful just to have you take me there.
すまんな。
Don't mention it.
わしが船を手放していなければ、ケチなことを言わず、好きなだけ島へ案内してやれるんだが。
If I hadn't parted with my boat, I wouldn't have to be so stingy and I'd be able to take you to the island as much as you like. It's not like I have a goal of doing something in particular on Rokinjima. So the time of day I'll be staying there is evening. The evening, which straddles the two worlds of day and night, seemed almost like a borderline between this world and the next. Or possibly between 1998 and 1986. And it felt like the most fitting time to visit Rokinjima. It's not like I'll be doing anything on the island. Staying there for just a few hours will be just fine if I can feel some closure. At that time, there was a small knock on the paper sliding door, and Amakusa stuck his head in, tapping on his watch. I nodded back and told him I'd gotten hold of a boat for tomorrow.
それはよかっ
That's great!
た。そろそろ参りましょう。
It's about time for us to go.
船長、明日はよろしくお願いします。
We'll be counting on you tomorrow, Captain.
ああ、任せておけ。
You betcha.
お前さんたちの難儀な事情も聞いとる。
I know all about the troubles you've had.
わしも当時のワイドショーを見ていて、面白半分に事件をかき回す連中に虫唾が走っとったもんだ。
I was watching the talk shows at the time, and I was disgusted by all the people stirring up that incident just for
協
fun.
力は惜しまんよ。
I'll help you out any way I can.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
それでは明日お昼に
Then we'll see you noon tomorrow.
これ
Here,
船代に
the fare for the boat. And she took a wrapped wad of 10,000 yen bills from her pocket. Lots of money! The boat captain must have seen its thickness as well, but he paid it absolutely no interest and shook his head.
わしはお前さんに感謝しとるよ。
I'm grateful to you.
これは天のお導きだ。
This is guidance from
あ
heaven.
んたを六軒島へ連れて行き、そして無事に連れ帰る最後のチャンスをくださったんだ。
I'm being given a final chance to take you to Rokinjima and bring you back safely. No!
わしは金蔵さんに任されていた最後の仕事を今ようやく終えることができる。
Now, I'll finally be able to finish the final job Kinzo-san entrusted me with. I love the boat, man.
だからあんたには感謝してる。
So I'm grateful to you.
金は当時の金蔵さんからたらふくもらってる。
I got more than enough money from Kinzo-san back then.
あんたから取れんよ。
Can't take it from you.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
階段足元に気をつけてな。
Watch your step on the stairs.
急だぞ。
They're a doozy. I went down the steep staircase that was the exact opposite of accessible. Poor guy. It was getting hard to believe that there had actually been a chest of drawers and a TV in the room upstairs. Oh, they're spending the night there? Oh. Most of the first floor was a bedding store, with many futons piled up on each other. Look at the bunnies! The captain followed behind us as we weaved our way through the cramped futon shop. After cautiously checking around outside, Makusa dashed out first and started up the car.
孫の部屋が空いとる。
My grandkid's room is empty.
泊まって行っても構わんのに。
I really wouldn't mind if you stayed there.
見ての通り、布団なら有り余っとるぞ。
As you can tell, I'm up to my eyes in futons.
ありがとうございます。
Thanks a lot for the offer,
万一の時、ご迷惑はかけられませんので。
but I can't cause you trouble if worst comes to worst.
事情は知らんが、相当な厄介に巻き込まれてるようだな。
I know your circumstances, but it seems to me like you're caught up in a lot of trouble.
うさんくさい連中が人探しをしていると噂になっとる。
There's rumors some shady people are on the lookout for someone.
あんたのことじゃないのかね？
Wouldn't happen to be you, would it?
さあ、
How should I know? Ange played dumb, but it looked as though the boat captain had guessed.
わしは六軒島を目指す客人を送り届け、そして迎えに行き、連れ帰ることが仕事だった。
My job was to take visitors to Rokenjima over to the island and bring them back again.
その仕事を12年前に中断したまま、まだ終えてない。
That job was interrupted 12 years ago, and it still hasn't been finished.
だからわしは、あんたのおかげでその仕事をようやく終えることができるんだ。
So thanks to you, I'm finally going to be able to finish that job. So it wasn't him that personally brought Eva back. Maybe it was the police or something.
だから、
So what I'm saying is,
わしにその仕事を終えさせてくれよ。
please let me finish the job.
わかってるな。
You understand?
ええ、
Yes.
別に私は死にに行くんじゃない。
It's not like I'm going there to die. But part of me does feel that if I could die on that island, I would surely be able to go to where my family is. I'd finally become aware of it. I might have been planning to die on that island. I might have come all this way, heading for Rokenjima, in search of a place to die. The boat captain had guessed that as well. And so, for emphasis, he told me again, don't.
ええ、死にません。
I won't.
約束します。
I promise.
そもそも私、
In the first place,
どうして六軒島に行かなくてはならないのかの目的さえ、
I'm
未だ
still
にあやふやなんですから。
I'm still unclear about why I even have to go to Rokenjima, but the purpose is it all.
いや、目的はきっとある。
No, I'm sure there's gotta be
あ
one.
んたにないなら、それは彼らにあるんだ。
There isn't one for you, then there is one for them.
島があんたを呼んだ。
The island called you.
だからあんたはここまで来たんだ。
That's why you came here.
そうかもしれませんね。
You might be right.
私は呼ばれたのかもしれない。
I might have been called. I was called. For what reason? For them. Mom. Dad. Battler Oni-chan. And Maria One-chan. Or maybe the Golden Witch, Beatrice. What does Rokenjima have for me? And what will I achieve? Even though tomorrow was almost upon me at last, I still wasn't able to understand my own mission. There was the sound of a car stopping in front of the store, and a short honk could be heard.
それでは明日
Then I'll see you tomorrow.
失礼します。
Have a nice evening. I got past the stacks of futons in the narrow store and was about to go outside. Just then, my feet stopped.
どうしたね？
What is it?
あれは
What is that?
あれ？
That?
はて、
What?
何の話だね？
What are you talking about? Trembling all over, I pointed at it. But no matter how much the boat captain squinted, he noticed absolutely nothing in the direction that should have surprised me. That means... that means...
ありえない。
impossible!
どうして？
Why?
ウリュウ、エンジェ、どうして？
Uryu, Ange, why?
どういうことなのこれは？
What's going on?
私にだってさっぱりだわ。
I don't have a clue either.
そんなバカなことってあるの？
There's no way something that ridiculous.
これは魔法なの？
Is this magic?
奇跡なの？
A miracle?
多分これは運命よ。
Yes. This is probably fate.
私は今理解したわ。
I just understood.
これが私の使命だったのよ。
This was my mission.
ウリュウ、私には何が何だか。
I don't have a clue what's... I was frozen in position, shaking, pointing to the semi-darkness inside the store.
どうしたんだね？
What is it?
何があるんだね？
What's over there?
わからん。わしにはわからん。
I don't understand.
あんたには何が見えてるのかね？
What is it that you see?
ありがとう、船長。
Thank you, Captain.
全部これは運命だったんです。
All of this, all of it. It was all fate.
ここに私が訪れることさえ運命だった。
Even me visiting this place was fate.
これが私が六軒島へ行く目的で
This
使命なんです。
is the mission and the purpose that I'm going to Rokenjima for.
エンジさん、
Ange-san?
どうしました？トラブルですか？
What is it? Something wrong?
わしにもさっぱりわからん。
I'm as clueless as you.
お嬢ちゃんが暗がりを指さしたまま固まっちまったんだ。
He's just gone still as a statue, pointing into the darkness.
エンジさん、大丈夫ですか？
Ange-san? Are you alright?
何が見えるんですか？
What can you see? This is Umineko, not fate. Groan, but tish. What can you see?
あなたたちには見えないの？
Can't you two see it?
それよ、それ。
That, right there.
見えないの？
Can't you see it?
見えるのはただの陳列棚です。
All I can see is a normal display
誰
case.
も言いやしませんぜ。
There's no one there, Missy?
ウリュウ、エンジェ、
Uryu, Ange,
僕には何が何だかわからないよ。
I don't know what's going on.
これは夢なの？
Is this a dream?
魔法なの？
Magic?
どういうことなの？
What's happening?
エンジェ、
Ange? Sakutaro lifted his face towards Ange. From her eyes slid a single tear.
エンジ様、
理解したわ。
I understand.
お姉ちゃん、
Onee-chan
そしてベアトリーチェ。
and Beatrice. Uryu.
ウリュウ、
So this is magic. What? You're not gonna fucking tell us what it was? Tell me what it was, you assholes! The fuck? Alright, it's 11 p.m. Or a.m.? Thanks a fucking lot. That's just gonna hang. That's just gonna hang. It's 11 p.m. on 1986. You couldn't tell it was that. Thanks a lot, Loot. A test? Listen well. Once again, there was a call from Kraus to the guest house. Yes, can you believe that was there? Oh, I'm so mad. And the message was that Kinzo had wanted to hold a test to see if the grandchildren had the qualifications to be the next head. The head has said that his successor will not be one of us siblings. That he wants to pick from you grandchildren. From Kraus's restrained style of speech, Jessica realized as his daughter that he was being forced to speak, and she was forced into the realization that the hostages were being exposed to danger even now, and that if they refused this test, there was a possibility that the hostages would be harmed. So, what should we do? Hold on. Kraus held the receiver away from his ear, then looked at the grinning Kinzo on the other side of the bars. Kinzo gave his next order. This is still such a great visual. Before the test, those unrelated must be removed. Goda and Kumasawa are there, I believe. It will be a problem if they interfere with the test. Banish them from the guest house. Banish, you say? There should be a gardening storehouse in the rose garden. Lock Goda and Kumasawa in there. Not the episode one place where everybody died, or was positioned to be discovered. I mean, we'll begin from there. Tell them to do it immediately. My weapons will be watching. Should they do anything questionable, I'll instantly stop the test and execute all of you as sacrifices. I understand. Hello, Jessica. Listen closely to what I'm going to tell you. Kraus relayed to Jessica the orders to lock up Goda and Kumasawa. What kind of test are you planning? It truly is a simple test. I will simply have my grandchildren show me their resolve. Well, now I wonder what kind of results they'll show me. With displeasure, Kirie watched Kraus, who was talking with the children. It's regrettable, but for now we can't refuse orders. In this dungeon, feeble resistance won't amount to anything. If we provoke him too much and drive him into a position where he might kill us, there will no longer be any way to stop this murderer. For now, The only choice left is to obey his rules without agitating him, all the while waiting for a chance. However, if we continue to obediently follow his commands, the children might be attacked in the so-called test, and they might even lose their lives. Whether we feign obedience or try to resist, nothing will cause the situation to improve. Anyway, keeping our eyes peeled so that we don't let a single chance escape until the very end is the only resistance possible now. While telling herself this, Hirie watched over Kraus as he delivered Kinzo's orders.
キリエさん、ここは辛抱しましょう。
Hirie-san, let us be patient.
分かってるわ。
I know,
悔しいけれど、今は待つしかない。
it's unfortunate, but all we can do right now is wait.
この鉄格子さえ何とかできれば、私たちは屋敷へ戻ることができるんだから。
If we can just do something about these bars, we'll be able to get back to the mansion.
なんとかここを出られれば。
If only we could somehow get out of here.
試してみましょう。
I'll try something.
金蔵さん、頼みがある。
Ginzo-san, I have a request.
何か我が友よ。
What is it, my friend?
金蔵さんが子供たちを試したいというのはよくわかった。
We understand well that you want to test the
金
children.
蔵さんの納得のいくようにするという。
It is fine for you to do things as you desire.
金蔵さんの力がなければとっくに潰れていたかもしれない後ろ宮家だ。
Without your power, the Ushiromiya family might have collapsed long ago.
その担い手を慎重に選びたい気持ちよくわかる。
We truly understand why you want to carefully select the person who will take charge.
それにそのための親族会議だ。
Besides, that is what the family conference is about.
私らは邪魔はせんよ。
We won't get in your way.
お前の理解が得られて助かる。
I'm glad to have your understanding.
そうだ。これは親族会議なのだ。
That's right. This is the family conference.
私が次期当主を選び決定する最後の親族会議なのだよ。
The final family conference, where I will select and finalize the next head.
それでだが金蔵さん、
So, the thing is, Kinzo-san,
ここはあまりに冷えすぎる。
it's far too cold
あ
here.
んたのテストの邪魔はせんから、もう少し暖かい場所に移してもらうことはできんかね。
We won't interfere with your tests, so couldn't you take us to a slightly warmer place? At Nanjo's words, the slight signs that Kinzo's mood had been improving were blown away. A moment of silence struck Nanjo as Kinzo glared at him with dangerous eyes, as though evaluating him. There is a lot of wind in this room. It's blowing right through the halls. Well, my own house whistles when it's windy, so I can't, I'm not one to talk. As though evaluating him.
確かにここは冷えますね。
True, but they said that there's a tunnel that connects to ground level that leads to this place. Certainly, this place is cold.
老体にはおつらいでしょ
Nobody else has died yet, but Ange is gonna be on Rokenjima next time we see her in 1998. And, Kinzo is trying to get the grandchildren to lock up Goda and Kumasawa, which I'm sure is gonna go great. Oops.
親方様、上の部屋に移し替えても良いのでは。
Certainly, if this place is cold, it's tough on an old body. My lord, wouldn't it be all right if we moved them upstairs? Yep, they're still in jail. Oh my god, Rowan, all this crazy stuff happened with bank vaults and numbers. And so that number we were trying to decode that had Battler's birthday in it, it turns out it's a PIN number for a bank in which there's like 20-ish different vaults with different keys. Oh, surgery! All right, I'm glad you're awake and I hope you're feeling okay. And there was a case. There was a case with 100 million yen in cash. It seems in each of these safes, and don't rip your stitches, Pogging, please. That is not happening. I don't think so, Nanjo. Also, we met. All right, you'll like this. We met Nanjo's son and Kumasawa's son. This is Nanjo's son, who's also a doctor. You would much rather have cash than non-gold bars, especially if they're non-sequential? Well, it depends on the time. I would estimate about $1 million. So definitely a life-changing amount of money, but I could be wrong considering exchange rate and inflation. But I've been thinking it in my head as like $1 million. Okay, yeah, so this is Kumasawa's son. And his shirt says Saba. His shirt says mackerel. He's cute. It's just killing me that his sweater says mackerel. And this is the guy who steers the boat to Rokenjima. Well, we're talking cash at the moment. It was 100 million in cash in 1986. And still 100 million in cash in 1998. So I guess it's like, it's how much you would count $1 million being now or back then. So maybe in today's money, it's maybe a little under 1 million at the moment. All right, this guy is a professor that Ange was consulting. And basically he knows more about the legend around the witch more than anybody else. But with inflation, it's more than 1 million, I suppose. Nice wig. And then this is the boatman. This is the guy who is riding Jessica to school and back every day. And he's the one who drove the boat to the island. And then when Battler's like, I'm gonna fall. Oh, he's great. I like this guy a lot now. And oh no, it's only worth 700k. It's still a fundamentally large amount of money. Exactly. I don't think so, Nanjo. I know how truly elegantly you lay the foundations for future moves as you appear to give me a turn's breathing room. He's like, oh, this is a chess move. I'm not gonna let you do a damn chess move. Wow. I'm not falling for that. Oh no. To the average person, it's a lot of money. Like, it's definitely a life-changing amount of money if you aren't already rich. If you insist you're freezing, then I will line the floor with red-hot coals.
申し訳ございません
My apologies. Virgilia had tried to help out too, but in the end, Kinzo was having none of it.
あなたたちはおとなしいのね
Well, still. Yeah, an individual yen is a lot smaller than a dollar. It's more like 1 to the 100. But if I guess you were expecting it to be like $100 million, that's not quite like that. You two sure are obedient.
その気になればこんな鉄格子簡単に破れるでしょう
A lot of countries are like that. But yeah, yen's more like 1 to the 100 a bit. But it's been getting worse for the yen lately. It was more like 1 to the 100 when I was living there. You two sure are obedient. If you felt like it, you could easily break these bars. Right. You two who know magic no jutsu and have the fucking energy swords could break these bars. I was kind of somewhat thinking that. Even if we break these, nothing will come of it.
確か
True.
にここを破ったならゴールドスミスのゲームが終わることを意味する
If you were to break these, it would mean the end of Goldsmith's
あな
game.
たたちもそしてゲストハウスの人間たちも即座に金蔵の儀式の生贄となるでしょうね
All of you, as well as those humans in the guest house, would immediately become sacrifices for Kinzo's ritual.
でも案外あなたたちだけかもしれないわよ
But, you know, you two might be the only ones.
この状況を打開できる力を持っているのは
It just is. I don't know a lot about economics. Who hold power to break through this situation? Right? Yeah, don't discount your own power, Shannon and Kanun.
黄金鏡にたどり着きたいんでしょ
You want to reach the Golden Land, don't you?
叶えたい夢がいっぱいあるんでしょ
You must have many dreams you want granted, right?
ガープ挑発はいけませんよ
Gop, you mustn't provoke them.
これはあなたのゲームではない
This is not your game.
親方様のそしてお嬢様のゲームです
It's the Master's game. And Milady's.
どうしたロノウェ
What is it, Rodove?
いえいえ何も
Oh, no, nothing.
捕虜とおしゃべりをしていました
We were chatting with the prisoners.
お許しを
Forgive us. Gop sent one final sneering smile at Kanon, then turned away. Kanon could only bite his lower lip and shake his fists. Damn it.
よく頑張ったね
Well done.
よく我慢したよ
Good job holding it in.
僕たちは無力だ
We're powerless
家具だから
because we're
そう
furniture.
だね私たちは無力
That's right. We're
で
powerless.
も家具は必要とされることだってそして愛されることだってあるよ
No, he was looking into the bars. They were facing Kanon, and we were from Kanon's perspective. So they were like outside the jail cell looking in. Yeah, they're both on the outside of the cell looking in. Yeah, okay. That's right. We're powerless, but there are times when furniture is needed and even loved.
今の私たちは暗い地下室にしまわれているだけ
We're stored away in the basement right now. That's all.
きっといつか誰かが愛してくれる
I'm sure that one day somebody will love us. Why is Shannon talking like Jessie in Toy Story 2?
必要としてくれるから
Need us.
だから今は挑発に乗らないで耐えよう。
So for now, let's ignore their provocations and bear with it. Okay?
お父さん、
Father,
ゴーダたちを倉庫に閉じ込めるよう指示をしました。
I've ordered them to lock up Goda and Kumasawa in the storehouse.
よかろう。
Good.
電話を切ってよい。
You may hang up now.
シエスタ姉妹。
Chester sisters.
孫たちがゴーダと熊沢を閉じ込めるのを監視せよ。
Observe the grandchildren as they lock Goda and Kumasawa away.
もしも不審な動きがあるようならば、その時点で次期当主を選ぶテストは終了だ。
If they do anything suspicious, then in that moment the selection test for my successor will be over. When Kinzo made his order, the Chester sisters appeared behind him in a line. Here they are.
了解であります。
Understood, sir.
石膏は私がやる。
I will scout.
556と410は両翼支援。
556 and 410 cover both flanks. 556? .556 and 410 cover both ranks.
45は全周警戒。
45 Y area surveillance.
ダブル
00
556は
556 is
そうだった。
no. Kinzo is completely in control right now. He's the one ordering everyone around. He's the one who locked them up. So he was like the guy who locked them up was outside the jail looking in, tormenting them a bit. Ah, that's right.
すまない。
Sorry.
いい子でした。
She was a good kid.
だから私は嫌いに。
That's why I don't like them. Yeah.
いいやつが。
Good people.
何をしているかシエスタ姉妹。
What are you doing, Chester sisters?
我が命令を遂行せよ。
556 was die. Yep. Hi, Dan. She's not present at the moment. He thinks he's doing a ritual to revive her. But I think she did plan this all out, so she's kind of sitting in the back watching. But yeah, Kinzo's in charge right now. Maria's little Banui are the Chesters because one of them died? Dan! Oh shit! You still might be onto something. This is wild. That was the bunny that was thrown at the wall. What are you doing, Chester sisters? Carry out my orders.
失礼しました。
My apologies, sir.
では、監視に向かうであります。
Then, let us go observe.
出撃！
Move out! One of the Chester sisters is apparently dead. Not one that we ever met. But Dan's got this theory that these little ceramic marching band bunnies that Maria got as a gift from Rosa might be the Chester sisters. The Chester sisters erased their forms simultaneously. Nanjo and Kirie witnessed the instants they appeared and disappeared as if by teleportation. But they interpreted this as if they had probably moved in and out of the darkness in a way that only looked like teleportation, and the two could do nothing but rub their eyes.
さて、
Well then,
私はテストの準備をしよ
I don't know. I shall begin preparing for the test.
う。ロンウェイ、ガープ、
Ronove, Gop!
お前たちには試験官を頼む。
I'm asking you to be the examiners. Oh, thank God. All right, I feel better for the kids now.
ワルギリアはこ
I
や
like
つ
I like how I prefer the
ら
two
を監視するよう
the
に。
two high-ranking demons from hell to look over the grandchildren test more than Kinzo. Virgilia, you watch these rats.
何しろ我が家具が2人いる。
After all, two of my furniture are here.
一応は警戒せよ。
Just in case. Be on your guard. He glanced sharply at Shannon and Kanon. Tightly closing her eyes, Shannon gave a silent bow, answering wordlessly that she would not cause any trouble. Certainly. I'll be careful. What sort of test do you think he's gonna do? It's probably gonna be something awful. A test of their resolve. He's probably gonna make them do something fucked up. But at the same time, he wants everybody to follow his orders. But I don't think he'd want his successor to be somebody who obediently follows orders. I think he'd want his successor to be someone with as much guts as he does. So it's interesting how he's gonna test that. Isn't this cold hard on your old body, Leah? Should I bring you a hot water bottle? Shut up. Hurry up and go. Gap.
さてさて、テストとは、そして試験官とは、今回のゲームは変わった試みですね。
Well, well, tests and examiners. What a strange experience we have this game.
お嬢さんを楽しませる展開になると良いのですが。
I do hope this development entertains Milady. So they're talking about Beatrice now. Come, arise, goat attendants. Virgilia called out into the dark, and from that spot, 3 massive goat-headed attendants slowly melted into vision. Ah, Riche's minions. How useful. And they look so warm. I see. So this instead of a hot water bottle. In that case, wouldn't sheep have been better than goats? Shut up about it, you cashmere mop. They aren't very bright, but they faithfully follow orders and are quite dependable. I leave it to you. My friend, Virgilia. The rest of you will follow me. Kinzo turned with a grand swish of his cloak. Following him were Ronave and Gop, as well as the 3 recently summoned goat attendants. You 3 are supposed to wait here with me. Don't follow them. Oh no, the goat attendant Gap Moe. The goats had jumped in surprise and then came plodding back. Kirie, who had been watching in disbelief as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. I don't know. Kinzo summoned her. So, he believes that he's in a contract with her, but Gop is Beatrice's friend, so, Kirie, who had been watching in disbelief as all of this played out. But also, Beatrice doesn't really need a spy. She tends to know a lot of what's going on and can, like, spy on things by pretending to be a butterfly and things like that. Kirie, who had been watching in disbelief as all of this played out, couldn't help but snort. What entertaining underlings. Contracts can be broken. That's true. Lord Goldsmith did not give you permission to speak freely. She was probably a little embarrassed. Virgilia had spoken coldly, but Kirie could see right through that, and for a little while she couldn't restrain her muffled laughter. Yeah, that's also what I was trying to say, Loot, yeah. However, on the inside, Kirie was surprised at the number of people Kinzo had with him. Because, including Kinzo himself, at least 10 enemies had already been spotted. The dungeon they were currently locked in was supposedly underneath the hidden mansion called Kuwadorion. Although this mansion's existence had been whispered of, not even Kraus had known it for a fact until today. Were there actually several facilities like this on Rokenjima, unknown to all but Kinzo, hiding untold numbers of henchmen that only Kinzo knew of? Just how many humans are on Rokenjima, locked away by the typhoon? No, actually. Are we the only ones under the impression that there are only 18 people on this island? Ooh. As we bickered over whether Beatrice existed or not, and racked our brains over something as minor as a 19th person. Were we on this island the perfect example of frogs in a well? No, wait, in fact. Did they disobey an order? At this point, there are actually more people on the enemy's side than ours?
何が起こってるの一体
Just what the hell is going on?
魔女悪魔魔法
Witches? Demons? Magic?
それを信じろというの
Am I supposed to believe in
お
those?
かしいのは私の目それとも頭なの
Are my eyes screwed up? Or is my head?
頭がどうにかなりそうよ
I think I'm losing it. I'd need a more specific circumstance. That could have been something different a long time ago. A mass murder by magic. Demons forming and disappearing in thin air. More importantly than the enemy's numbers. How should we interpret the various things thrust before our eyes that cannot be explained with the common sense of this world? PDA started to feel like she didn't know what was going on anymore. Yeah, he was like, hurry up. So what are you guys doing? Stop talking, you know. And while desperately battling the urge to abandon everything and give up, she clenched her teeth in an attempt to hold on to her sanity. Obviously, Goda and Kumasawa were quite unwilling to be locked in the Rose Garden shed. But they had been threatened that if they resisted, the hostages' safety could not be guaranteed. It was fairly hard to get them to agree, but once the idea was raised that their safety might actually be guaranteed if the key to the garden storehouse was to be handed to them through a cracked open window after they were shut inside, and it was suggested that blankets and food could be carried in for them, they were finally convinced. This place is pretty chilly.
私たちはいつまでここに閉じ込められていればいいのでしょうか。
I wonder how long we'll have to stay locked in here.
下手をすると月曜の朝まで丸々一昼夜はいてもらうことになるかもしれない。
In the worst case, it'll be until Monday morning, so a full day and a night.
本当にお二人には申し訳なく思うよ。
I feel really bad about doing this to you two. George and Battler cleared a space on the floor and spread the blankets there. They also left the canned food, crackers, and other light snacks they had brought.
月曜の朝までを二人でこの量じゃ辛いな。
It'll be hard for you guys to go until Monday morning with just
せ
this.
めて厨房に言われたなら。
If only we could have stopped by the kitchen.
余計な場所には行くなと言われてる。
We were told not to go to any unnecessary places.
私たちは監視されてるらしいしな。
They do apparently have us under surveillance after all. Damn it.
何もお力になれないことを申し訳なく思います。
I am honestly sorry that we cannot be of any
こ
use.
んな時に皆さんのおそばにいてこその私どもなのに。
And these are the times that we are truly supposed to be at your sides.
仕方ないです。
It can't be helped.
それより熊沢さんをよろしく頼みますね。
More importantly, we're trusting you to take care of Kumasawa-san.
何が起こるかわからない。
We don't know what's going to happen.
いざという時は臨機応変に助けてほしい。
When it comes down to it, I want you to do what you can to help
そ
her.
して何よりも無事でいてほしい。
And more than anything, I want you to be safe.
分かっています。
Yes, I understand.
皆さんこそ
Please,
気をつけてくださいね。
be careful, everyone.
今の親方様はまるで人の命をチェスの駒のように奪います。
Right now, the master is taking human lives like they're pieces on a
気を
chessboard.
つけてください。
Please be careful. Goda stared at the floor, remembering that atrocity in the dining hall, even now unable to believe what had happened. And he hung his head in shame at his inability to fully describe that terror.
ありがとう。
Thank you.
くれぐれも注意してくださいね。
Please make sure you stay on your guard.
熊沢さんも
You too, Kumasawa-san.
ジョージさんたちもくれぐれもご用心なさってくださいね。
And you all, please take care as
も
well.
う私には何が何やらさっぱりわかりませんとも。
I don't have any idea what's going on anymore.
それじゃあ僕たちは行きます。
Well then, we'll be off.
行こうバトラ君、ジェシカちゃん。
Let's go, Battler-kun, Jessica-chan.
ほらマリアちゃんも。
Come on, Maria-chan, you too.
おー
Looking at the painful expression on the faces of the pair to be imprisoned, it became hard to close the shutter. But we can't disobey. We're being watched. We brought the shutter down and locked it. Then George headed to the small window on the side of the storehouse. It was a small latticed window which could only be used for light and ventilation. Okay, it would be kind of funny if this counted as something suspicious and the Chester sisters murdered George immediately. It was a small latticed window. It could only be used for light and ventilation. It looked like something from a jail, making the two of them seem even more pitiable. But on the other hand, it would protect them from Kinzo and his subordinates, or so one would hope. He opened the window and called out,
大丈夫ですか？寒くないですか？
Are you all right? You're not cold, are you? We're all right.
毛布をこんなにいただきましたからね。
We've been given all of these blankets
く
after
るま
all.
っていればきっと平気ですよ。
If we wrap ourselves up, we'll be just fine.
石油ストーブとかを持ってくればよかったな。
I was just wondering what if, because the Chester sisters are supposed to be watching them, making sure they don't do anything suspicious, and the instant they do, everybody's fucking done. I wish we could have brought them a kerosene stove or
こ
something,
こじゃ換気できないからね。
but it wouldn't have ventilation
辛い
here.
だろうけど今は仕方がない。
It's tough, but there's nothing we can do now.
僕たちは人質を取られている。
Hostages are being held against us.
逆らえない。
We can't disobey.
畜生。
Damn it.
なんとかキレイさんたちを救出することができれば。
We could just save Kirei-san and the rest somehow. Shh.
聞かれてるかもしれないよ。
They might be able to hear you.
ゴーダさん、これ
Goda-san, here.
そのシャッターの鍵です。
The key to the shutter. George threw the key in through the tiny window.
確かに
Thank you.
お預かりします。
I'll hold on to it. Goda took the key, and after... Oh, they're setting this up for a murder, aren't they? Yeah, that's what I was just talking about. and after showing it to Kumasawa, placed it in his own pocket. There was only one key to the gardening shed shutter. They're gonna make another fucking locked room in here with Goda and Kumasawa. That was being held by those who were locked up inside it. We know you're creating another locked room. If the children had held on to it, then if it was stolen from them by some chance, that would risk exposing the lives of those in the shed to danger. But they're gonna die anyway, and Battler's gonna try to solve the locked room mystery. And even with the key, the shutter could not be opened from the inside. It satisfied Kinzo's demand. However, there was now no longer any way to open the shed from the outside either. This would protect them. Kinzo had ordered that they be confined, and we could do nothing but trust that this cold, locked room would protect them. Holding Maria's hand, Jessica watched George hand over the key, then looked over the thickets in the pitch-black rose garden. Somewhere in this darkness, somebody was hiding, watching to see whether they obeyed orders or not. Of course, merely pointing their flashlights out there did nothing to make any suspicious silhouettes appear. But somebody was surely out there, hiding and watching. They were hit many times with an urge to scream at them, but they held that back through reason. The 4 children left the area behind, repeatedly looking back over their shoulders. The feeble light from the light bulb in the gardening storehouse was seeping out slightly. Was it at all possible that this insane incident would somehow come to an end, so that they could see those 2 again? To George, who had closed the shutter himself, the resistance of the lock made it feel as though he had killed them with his own hands. But even so, we can't disobey. A test? What the hell, old man? Killing mom, capturing dad for that. I don't get it. I'll kill him. It's alright, Jessica One-chan. There's nothing to be sad about. Maria. The witch will be revived very soon. It won't be long before you can see her in the Golden Land. Ouch! Don't laugh at inappropriate times. Seriously, a resurrection ritual for a witch? You know, there's a lot of interesting callbacks to episode 1. It's all coming together, all coming around. And they're using a lot of music from episode 1 in the last couple of scenes too. Seriously, a resurrection ritual for a witch? He should just keep his fantasies the inside of his head, getting all these people involved. That's gonna cost you. Bastard. Let's return to the guest house. It'll be bad if we aren't there when grandfather calls. Urged on by George, everyone began walking towards the guest house. At that moment, Jessica spun around and roared towards the darkness of the rose garden. Hey! Someone's watching, right? Tell the old man! Tell him I'm gonna friggin' kill him! Let's go. Of course, there was no reply, only the howl of the wind and rain. The children returned to the guest house, in fear of what would be waiting for them when they got back. After they departed, from the exact point in the darkness that Jessica had yelled at, 2 rabbit ears sprung up. So sorry! They found me out!
45がすっとろいからバレたね。
It's cause you're too slow, 45.
竜王様に怒られる。
Pendragon Sama's gonna scold you!
ごめんなさい、ごめんなさい。竜王様に言いつけるのは許してください。
I'm sorry, please don't tell Pendragon Sama on me!
黙れ静か
Shut up. Be quiet.
に。どうせハったりだ。
It was obviously just a bluff.
ゴーダと熊沢の監禁は確認した。
Goda and Kumasawa's imprisonment
任
confirmed.
務完了。
Mission accomplished.
報告に戻るぞ。
Time to report back.
イエーイイエーイ。
Ow!
連帯責任で人参と水だけの刑になりたいか。
Do you want us all stuck on nothing but carrots and water because of collective responsibility?
行くぞ。
Let's go. Nothing but carrots and water. I just had a wild thought. What if certain sound effects are supposed to mean something? I mean, of course some of them mean something, but like, you usually have the breaking glass noise between scenes, but we're in the same scene technically, but it just happened. So I'm like, is it supposed to signal something? Like if you're playing the game again, like this is a scene of magic you aren't supposed to trust or something like that. I don't know. Just a thought that occurred to me, like what kind of crazy shit is going on? You think the cackle means that Beatrice is like, shh, don't make fun of me. Don't make fun of me. It certainly seemed to be a fact that they were being watched. Because once they returned to the cousin's room, turned the lights on and lay down on their beds, the phone rang again. Up until now,
test of your reflexes!
Up until now, Jessica had been answering the phone, seeing as it was her house. But now it was George, as the eldest, who picked it up. This time, Kirie-san was on the other end of the phone. George handed it to Battler out of consideration. Hello. Kirie-san? Is everything all right over there? Thanks for worrying. It's agreeable for now. Sorry, I've been ordered to refrain from speaking freely. Listen closely to what I'm about to tell you. The fact that they were hostages still hadn't changed, and Kinzo or one of his subordinates was probably listening to the conversation. Battler restrained the urge to talk about other things and focused on what Kirie had to say. The tests will be given to Jessica-chan, George-kun, Battler-kun, and Maria-chan, in that order. Jessica first. Oh, it's in the order of the children's birth orders. Not the grandchildren, but the Kinzo's children. So his oldest son, Kraus, his daughter is going to be first. Then his second child, Eva's son, is going to be second, and so on. So if Ange came to the island, poor 6-year-old Ange would probably be after Battler and before Maria. You'll be called out in turn, so until then, do not leave the room. The person who is called out will head to their designated location, alone. Battler repeated it out loud so that his cousins would also understand.
ジェシカ、兄貴、俺、マイヤの順で呼び出しがあるまで部屋にいろ。だな。
Jessica, Aniki, me, and Maria, in that order. Stay in the room until we're called. Right. Got it. Maria too?
9歳の子にまで。クソジジイは何を強いる気なんだ。
Even a 9-year-old girl. What's that old fart gonna force her to do? God damn it. Yep, there he is. The future of the Ushiromiya family rests in all of your hands. Do your best. Sure. Battler noticed the strange nuance in Kirie's words. Even without any blood connection, he could still understand, thanks to the long-lasting bond they shared. Now was not the time to worry about the future of the Ushiromiya family. That wasn't the message that Kirie wanted to send. She probably meant, there's no way for us to escape from this dungeon, and we can only wait to be rescued. Our lives are in your hands. Something like that. He's the future, God help them. Yeah, leave it to us. No idea what kind of test it is, but bring it on. I'm not backing down from that challenge. It's a serious test, right? It's okay for us to go all out. Yes. It's a serious test. He plans to seriously test you all. That's no good. No goddamn good at all. Some old fart on death's door thinks he can take me when I'm serious. Let's see him spew that shit from beyond the grave. He's there, so tell him this for me. The next head is me. And my first action will be to implant my fist into your face. Oh, sorry, what do I think? Do you think he can pull this off? I have a feeling it's going to be entertaining no matter how it ends up. But there has been some foreshadowing that Battler is the kid who's got a lot of what made Kinzo so fearless and successful in him. Or he's capable of it, at least. So we'll see. Even without Kirie having to repeat it, Battler's powerful declaration of war reached Kinzo's ears. I knew that would make him laugh. Battler! I will truly be looking forward to it. I can't wait to see just what a man who once discarded the Ushiromiya name has attained. To just what state of mind he has ascended as he stands before me. Tell him that! Unfortunately, Kinzo's voice was not picked up by the receiver, so Kirie spoke for him. He says he's more than up for the challenge. Alright, Battler-kun. There's no need to hold back. You are Rudolph-san's son. Extra same girlfriend? Oh god. You mean a hot yet psychotic magical girlfriend is the same girlfriend? capable of it. Oh man. There's no need to hold back. You are Rudolph-san's son. No. You are my son. Show me something I won't be embarrassed to brag about. You know, on one hand, I'm like, oh, Kirie, this is huge. On the other hand, I'm like, she's like, I stole your son, bitch. Ha, rotten hell to Battler's mom. I entrust everything to you.
了解だぜ、母ちゃん。
Roger that, Mom. He called her Kacha. Alud is correct. Also, what?
あとは任せておけ。
Leave the rest to us.
私たち全員は当主跡継ぎの資格を失っている。
All of us here have lost the right to inherit the position of head.
もう私たちは取られてゲーム盤から外された駒も同然よ。
Now we're just the same as pieces taken off the chessboard, looking on from the outside.
だからあなたたちだけで戦って。
So you'll have to fight by yourself. You see what voice we're doing? I do a squeaky toy? What do you mean? Okay. What voice? Let me get my timer out. Timer. Okay. Starting. So you'll have to fight by yourselves.
キリエさん。
Kirie-san. The nuance of those words was, we're already given up. You can forget about us. But for that very reason, I won't give up. I'm gonna wreck this test or whatever and save everyone.
それでは一番最初のジェシカちゃんへのテストの指示よ。
Well then, here are the instructions for the first test, Jessica-chan.
自分の部屋へ行けですって。
Head to your own room, he said.
自分の部屋
Own room?
お屋敷のジェシカちゃんの自室って意味のよね。
It seems he means Jessica's personal room in the mansion.
ジェシカに代わる。
I'll hand it over to
直接
Jessica.
伝えてやってくれ。
Tell her directly.
ジェシカ。
Jessica?
もしもし。
Hello?
はい。
Okay.
わかりました。
I understand. Me first, huh?
もう覚悟決めたぜ。
I'm
行って
ready.
くるぜ。
Be right back. In actuality, Jessica was probably feeling the fear of a girl her age, but she buried those feelings and strengthened her resolve.
用心してね。
Be careful, okay?
私たちは監視されてんだろ。
We're being watched, right?
余計なこともできない。
We can't do
言い
anything.
なりになるしかないさ。
All we can do is exactly as we're told.
食堂でジジイは何のためらいもなく瞬く間に6人を殺したという。
That old geezer killed those 6 in the dining hall in an instant with no
それ
hesitation.
は俺たちに対しても同じかもな。
It might be the same for us. Alright, time's up. What is George doing besides deleting his search history? He was 12? Alright. Okay. I get it. I'll pay him back. Oh, poor Jessica.
無茶はダメだよ。
Don't do anything reckless.
危険だと思ったら自分を最優先にして。
If you think you're in any danger, you put yourself first.
クラウスおじさんが自分のために娘が犠牲になったことを知ったら
If Uncle Kraus finds out that his daughter sacrificed herself for
胸
him,
が張り裂けてしまうに違いないから。
there's no doubt it would tear his heart apart.
逆も同じだぜ。
Do something, George. You're the eldest. Ooh, get his ass. It goes the other way, too.
父さんと母さんが殺されて 私だけが生き残ったら
If Mom and Dad were both killed and I was the only one left,
私の胸だって張り裂けるぜ
my heart would rip itself to pieces. Jessica, I hate to say it, but that already happened to you a couple of times.
バトラ君、さっきの話は
Battler-kun,
本当だよね。
is what you said earlier true?
ああ、
Yeah.
キリエさんたちはもう覚悟を決めている。
Kirie-san and the others are already prepared for what will happen. I like how nobody's counting on George to do jack. Yeah.
ならなおのこと上等だぜ
Then I'm even more sure I'm
み
ready.
んなの命は私たちの双剣にかかってるってことだ
Their lives rest on our
人
shoulders.
質みんなは囚われの身で何もできない
The hostages can't do anything while locked
な
up.
ら私たちが何とかするしかねえんだぜ
So it's up to us to do something about it.
もし何かあったらゲストハウスに逃げ戻って、
If anything happens, run back to the guest
その
house.
時点で僕たちがおじい様のゲームに付き合うのは終了だ。
At that time, we'll be done playing along with grandfather's game.
兄貴、
その時点で僕たちは宣戦布告、
At that time, we will declare war.
どこかに閉じ込められている彼らを救い出し、おじい様には叱るべき処遇を与える。
George is now furniture. At that time, we will declare war. Wherever they're locked up, we'll save them, and we'll see that grandfather gets what he deserves.
いいのか、兄貴。
Are you sure, Aniki?
シャノンちゃんもいるんだろ。
Shano-chan's there too.
だからといって僕は座して婚約者が殺されるのを待ちはしないよ。
That doesn't mean I'll sit around and wait for my fiancé to be killed. I know I think George could actually hear chat.
僕が恐ろしいのはおじい様にシャノンが殺されるかもしれないことに
What scares me
怯える
is
ことじゃない。
not that Shannon might be killed by grandfather.
僕の婚約者に恐怖を味わわせたクソじじいを
Look at the Angie George face. Angie George, he's serious now. I'm just worried you guys will be first to find that doddering old bastard who gave my fiancé a taste of terror and literally beat me to the punch. Wait, nothing to say about he was the guy who killed both your parents just now?
なるほどな
You know what? Wait, that would make it legal. Ah! Damn, burn. Now I get it.
確かにこいつは次期当主が誰
Oh, this is a good
かを決める
Jessica
テストらしい
face.
ぜ
This is a good Jessica face. Now I get it. Yeah, this really is a test to settle who the next head's gonna be.
だな。
Yep. Oh, look at them. All three of them. They got their game faces on. George doesn't care about his parents, I guess. Yeah, what the fuck? Told you, Jessica's my girl. I like Jessica. Yep.
クソじじいの顔面に一番最初に拳をお見舞いしたやつが次の当主だぜ。
The first one to bury a fist in that old geezer's face is the successor. George, Battler, and Jessica each forcefully nodded their heads and put their fists together. Then Jessica headed off to her own room, as designated. Her form disappeared into the darkness of the rose garden, which was shaking in the violent winds. As they saw her off, George and Battler hardened their trembling fists. Yeah, George violently rips off his own shirt, revealing his amazing muscles, and barges into where Shannon is locked up and beats up everyone and then carries Shannon away. Incredible. That's what he wants to be so bad right now. Hilarious. He'd even deal with emo canon. Known as Silver Wizard. So you wish Jessica was the pro tag and you would put up with Kanon to have it be that way? That's funny. No, I mean, I think it would be cool if Jessica had more of a role, but As they saw her off, George and Battler hardened their trembling fists. Jessica's back was watched through the window by Maria, who had remained upstairs. Her expression was blank. I wonder why everyone is getting so upset. When Beatrice is revived, we can get her to bring everyone back to life. Jessica's form had already been completely swallowed up by the darkness. At that time, the phone began to ring again. Battler and George heard it and came clamoring back, but Maria picked up the receiver right away. Hello? Maria-sama? It's Shannon. Would you please hand the phone to George-sama? This time it was Shannon on the phone, and the purpose of the message was to tell that the next person, George, where he was to go. Uh-oh, why'd they end the scene there? 11:10. Past your bedtime. Yeah, we've been in 1986 for a while now. No, we're still in 1986. Maria seems normal. She's not normal on the inside, trust me. It's one of Beato's themes, definitely. It's the music that played when she was first introduced on screen. I think it's the exact track that played when she was first introduced in the flesh on screen. Yeah, there's a lot of really organ-y, like, Beatrice-esque songs. It goes without saying, but since the time she was born, Jessica was... Oh, well, I don't know. We're in the middle of... We're right in between scenes. I could give you a little example of what I'm talking about. Might be kind of fun, actually. Yeah, she's the titular Golden Witch, exactly. Look, there she is. Let's see, what's a good one? This is one, definitely. So this one, Maria's not normal. She should be upset and stressed in this situation, but she's not. Because, she's like, oh, the witch will revive everyone, haha. And also, she had gone through finding out her mother didn't love her, and now she's dead, so of course she doesn't feel the least bit bad about it. And then there's, this one. Golden Slaughterer. This is the one that usually plays when people find dead bodies. It only really sounds more Beatrice with the harpsichord once it drops, but I don't know, let's jam for a second. Takes a while for it to build up. I don't think I can really skip forward in it. But let me look forward in the meantime. Witch of the Painting, definitely. This is the one that just played. I don't remember this one, but maybe. Oh, I remember what this is. No, this is more of one. Golden Sneer is my favorite Beatrice song. Scorpion Guts is another one. Black Liliana is more like all the witches, I feel like. The Candles Dance is one. Red Shoes is the battle when Beatrice and Virgilia had a big battle. Mother is kind of a Beatrice song, but I feel like it's also a bit of a Virgilia song. This one's another one. This one, kinda. That's about it. I'm sure they've played this during a battle before. They played this when Ange had all of the Stake Sisters killed. Oh, the drop's coming. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. Woo! Definitely a Beatrice song, right? Yeah. It's so good. Oh, we get the idea. All right. Which of the painting? This is the one we were just hearing. Definitely a Beatrice song. This first played during the first scene where she was introduced. I fucking love Golden Sneer. Fucking love this song. Yeah. This is the shit. I love Golden Sneer. I'm also waiting for this one to drop a little bit too before I go on. It builds up a little more. But also, the last few scenes have been like using a lot of these old songs. The last few scenes, it's been interesting. A lot of ones introduced in episode 1 and 2. Oh, you ordered steak dinner. Woo! Oh, that sounds yummy. I wish that was me. Oh, it's about to drop. Let's go. Oh yeah, that's the shit. All right, Scorpion Guts is definitely a Beatrice song. Me and Tommy dropping a Baroque piece. Literally me. Black Liliana, I feel like, is like all of the witches together having a banquet kind of thing. Red Shoes kinda, but Mother kinda, but this is more like it. They're getting ready for the ball game. Yeah! What about Coffee Talk? I have VODs of it on my YouTube. This is the same tune again. But yeah, those are like the Beatrice songs so far. Yeah, it was a long time ago, and they're really short games. So you probably missed them, but the VODs are on my YouTube. Alright. Wait, oops. I could just continue. It goes without saying, but since the time she was born, Jessica was raised in this mansion. The Western-style house that the cousins simply called the mansion was her home. And yet, she had never understood her cousin's feelings as much as she did today. And at the same time, her own home, which she knew well, had never felt so different a place as it did now. Oh, that's why the VODs are on YouTube, so you can watch them. Her own room. This had once been her personal hideaway, the only place in this vast mansion where she could feel at peace. However, that door had never felt as intimidating as it did now. A test, he says. What the hell has he got waiting in there? Oh, I forgot to play the candles dance. Oh well, you get the idea. All of those like pipe organ, harpsichord kind of songs. What the hell has he got waiting in there? He better not have ransacked my desk and stuff. She acted tough, trying to deceive herself, trying to make herself believe that she wasn't scared of anything. She readied herself and opened the door to her room. When she saw that, fortunately, the room didn't appear to have been messed with. She relaxed. No. Although I do miss Hyde. I love Hyde. No one was there. Of course. Well, how about this, Alexi? When Coffee Talk episode 3 comes out, I'm definitely streaming it since I streamed the other 2 already. So you better be there. No one was there. Of course. There was nowhere for anyone to hide here. Right away. Yeah, they're cousins. Jessica locked the door behind her. No, they're cousins. They're all cousins. George, Jessica, Maria, and Battler are all cousins, but Ange is Battler's sister. Right away, Jessica locked the door behind her. Now the room was safe. She peeked under the bed in the closet, but of course no one was hiding. Even the demons are related. Oh no. Problematic Yowie, Ronove, and Battler. What the hell? Yeah, Jessica and Battler are cousins. Jessica's father is Battler's dad's older brother. What the hell? She looked at the clock. 11:10, or just a little past that. As her tension lessened and fatigue came back to her entire body, she realized how messed up this whole day had been. It was still only 11. The plan had been for all the cousins to get together, have fun playing around, and talk animatedly about all kinds of things together into the night. Normally, we would have been doing that kind of thing at this very moment. Why is that turned into this? It's all that old bastard's fault. How could he do that to Mom?
No.
To everyone. Her head was swimming with anger and sadness, but there was no one here to direct those emotions at. Because of the lock, this room's security was guaranteed. Remembering that one more time, Jessica somehow regained her calm. Well, Jessica, it wouldn't be the first time a locked room murder happened in this room. And Beatrice, I believe it was this very room that Beatrice could not deny and read that there is some sort of closet or somewhere where somebody could hide. There's not a secret entrance, but there's a place someone can hide. She's talking about Kinzo. If it keeps up like this and nothing happens, Jessica thought that she would like to go to the dining hall and see her mother's last face. Don't do it, Jessica! Her head is her face is half gone. Even though Goda had emphasized so strongly that it was gruesome and that she definitely shouldn't look at it. Even so, she wanted to see her mother's face one final time. It's not even her whole face! But they had been warned repeatedly that doing anything stupid would put the hostages in danger. Could it be that locking the door was also against the rules? If I close myself up in here, I alone might be saved. But if I don't open it, it will surely be against the rules, and Dad, Kanon-kun, Janon, Auntie Kirie, and Dr. Nanjo will be killed. There's no way the scales balance between 5 lives and my own 1 life. Well, we know where Jessica would fall on the trolley problem, I guess. Kinzo did everything. He's in charge. He summoned all these demons and he ordered them to kill like 6 people. So there's like a very present, obvious villain to the whole murders right now in this time. And it's Kinzo. Kinzo's the bad guy of the week. There's no way. And so Kinzo is testing his grandchildren to determine a successor. And they have no idea what that's going to look like. Everybody's got dead parents now because of Kinzo. So they're like, I fucking hate my grandfather. I don't know what the fuck he's going to have him to do. Just because mom is Natsuhi. I think you like Natsuhi. Natsuhi's dead, unfortunately. There's no way the scales balance between 5 lives and my own 1 life. Jessica tightly shut her eyes, resisting the other part of herself which said, isn't it all right as long as I survive? Headed to the door and made to unlock it. Just then. Clap, clap, clap. A crisp applause rang out, making Jessica's heart leap.
鍵をかけたままならルール違反ということになり、人質たちにも危害が及ぶかもしれません。
If the door had remained locked, it might have been in violation of the rules and harm could have come to the hostages.
しかしそれでも自分の命だけは
But even
助かる
so,
かもしれない。
your own life might be saved. Kinzo summoned Ronove. But he keeps saying, he refers to Milady from time to time, so I guess he's still also with Beatrice, but at the same time, but yeah, Kinzo summoned him. He's the stop. Just stop. I guess, why didn't they hit Kinzo before the signs were there? I guess you feel a little differently after your grandpa murders your family. But even so, your own life might be saved.
しかし、あなたはその誘惑に耐え、自ら鍵を開けようとした。
However, you resisted that temptation and were about to unlock the door yourself.
そのあなたの勇気は称賛に値します。
That bravery of yours is worthy of admiration. Who? I, the owner of this room, had searched. There was nowhere any human could have been hiding. Ah, but you see, Jessica, it was Beatrice in episode 2 could not declare in red that there was not some place in this room where somebody could secretly hide, such as a hidden compartment or closet. So, of course, that's where he was! Woo! Where had this man... There was nowhere for a human to hide. Yes, there was! I mean, You can't say there wasn't because Beatrice couldn't deny it in red. There possibly is, but could something that wasn't human have managed it? Maybe, if you believe in magic. I was pretty sure this was my first meeting with this largely built middle-aged man. I did not recognize this guy, who looked like a butler and bore the seal of the one-winged eagle. Yeah, definitely Ronove did not like working for Eva, for sure. Who looked like a butler and bore the seal of the one-winged eagle. A pleasure to meet you, Jessica-sama.
私は親方様より家具頭を任されております。72柱の27位。
I serve as head furniture for the master, the 27th of the 72. Oh, hey, it's backwards. Hey, palindrome numbers. I am called Ronove. Rono Ue? Like Ronoue Genji? Genji-san? See? See? Jessica's picking up that Ronove is Genji. Because Ronoue Genji. Ronoue is Genji confirmed. I'm back, internet died. You see what I did? Yeah, I did. And I said, Ronove definitely didn't like, being under Eva's contract. Dan stocks on the rise. Yep. Ah, yes. Genji is like my little brother. Or perhaps he was my true form in this world. What the fuck does that mean? You're just gonna make Dan's stocks rise higher. I guess when you become a demon, you turn Bishonen. I mean, so anime would have us believe, right? Or so Anne Rice would have us believe. Dan stalks to the moon. Perhaps you could even say he was a vessel for you? Dan stalks to the moon. Damn. Are you saying, like, Genji summoned the primal Ronove with his body? What? This he Shiva'd Ronove? What's this guy saying? Oh, my apologies. This is not something that can be explained to a human. Calling an old man your little brother is crazy. I'm sure that's what Jessica's thinking right now. Well then, let us move on to the main event. So this is that old crackpot's test or whatever. Correct. This is the test that the master has granted you. People can't figure out whether to buy or sell. Medium to the top of the house, as opposed to the moon. At Ronove's elegant gesture, like that of a butler ordering for the meal to be set out, many gold butterflies flew up out of nowhere. Woo! What the hell? The swarm of gold butterflies spun around, forming a small swirl as they gathered in one place. Then, that golden mound disappeared like a pile of leaves blown away by a cold, wintry wind. And there lay a Western envelope with the one-winged eagle crest done on it in gold leaf. Ronove gestured to her to pick it up. Jessica Jessica timidly picked it up and opened the letter inside. What is this?
非常にシンプルな次期当主の資格を探るテストでございます。
It is an exceedingly simple test that looks for the qualifications for becoming the next
そ
head.
こに記されている問いにどうか後ろ宮家を担う次期当主としての心構えで臨んでいただき
Please attend to the question written there with the readiness of the next head who will bear responsibility for the Ushinomiya family.
答えとそれに至ったお考えをお聞かせください。
And tell me your answer, as well as the thoughts that led you to it. But I want to know what this question was. Please tell me what this question was. What the utter hell? Shaking, Jessica looked back and forth between the paper and Ronove's face several times. Tell me, goddammit! What's on the paper? Nobody's telling me shit! I want to know what Ange was seeing. I want to know what's on the paper. Yeah, those butterflies are usually Beatrice. So yeah, Beatrice brought the letter over. Yeah, I would assume. At that time, George, who had been called out after Jessica, could be seen in the arbor of the rose garden. He had been planning to give Shannon the ring that would be the proof of their engagement here, tonight, at this time, if things had gone normally. But the woman in front of George now was not Shannon. Read it. That is Goldsmith's test for you. I can't believe that was written on the paper. I can't! I want to know! George picked up the Western envelope on the table where he had once drunk tea with Shannon and read its contents. Perhaps its message was short. After a single glance at it, George's eyes grew sharp. What is this supposed to be? It is what it looks like. Oh, does it just say to find the gold or you're fucking dead? Does it just say solve the epitaph, bitch? Is that all it says? Is they just got a piece of paper and they're like, solve the fucking epitaph? Or wait, it's a question. Can you solve the fucking epitaph? What is the, or no. Oh, maybe it's phrased like, what is the answer to the epitaph? Or what is the truth of the epitaph? That's my guess. Well, Gop, you've got admirers. This is the test given to you. If you have the qualifications, find if you have the qualifications to be the successor to the head. That Wayne Radio TV clip where someone sends in a fax of their persona holding a gun that shows us what's in the fridge. Me right now. Ask yourself what makes you qualified to be the successor as you answer the question. What a stupid question. Yeah, we can't hashtag blame Gop in the same way we can hashtag blame Shannon. Clearly this is better. I agree. It really is a stupid question. In that case, isn't the Ushinomiya family headship something just as trivial in Goldsmith's eyes? Well, I think these are different tests, aren't they? If there's probably different things written on the paper if Jessica's freaking out. and George is like, this is stupid. Or maybe it is the epitaph. George lowered his eyes to the surface of the letter once again and examined its contents. Are you gonna tell me what it is? George and Jessica. While the tests given to them were slightly different, they were almost exactly the same, and yet they're having wildly different reactions. And they cut away. No! Okay. All right. We're getting it. Among the three mentioned below. In order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. Wait, did Kinzo really send them a fuck, marry, kill question? Among Us? That's the battler. No! What are the 3? What are the 3? Tell me what the 3 are! It's a simple 3-choice test. Decide for yourself which one you will fuck, marry, or kill. Which one you will choose not to save. Alright, so it is some zero escape question. Is it the 3 other cousins? Which cousin would you sacrifice to get the other 2? Beatrice will get the... Well, Beatrice is getting the headship if the George, sacrifice George, do it now. Jessica, send him to hell. Anyway, Beatrice is gonna be the next headship if they continue the ritual like normal. But apparently this is Kinzo's one chance to be. Maybe it won't be Beatrice. All 4 of them are not gonna choose Battler, which is how he dies last. Decide for yourself which one you will choose not to save. If you refuse to choose, the test is suspended. So you have to choose? Uh-oh. I have been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If it is what I think it is, then the real answer would be, I'm not gonna choose. What are you gonna deal with it? Put your dukes up. Let's fucking go. Maybe that's the answer Kinzo's looking for. He still dies because he's too dumb to solve the riddle. True. I've been given permission to kill you right here by my own hands. If you would include even that as a choice, there are 4 choices. So it is the cousins, isn't it? It's been an awful long time since I've gotten to play with a kid like you, so I can't say I'd be disappointed. Are these 3 choices only a test? Or will the choice be accompanied by its result? Don't be naive. The one you choose will definitely lose your life. So this is a zero escape shit. Kinzo has been talking to Uchikoshi. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, okay, so it's not the cousins. 1, your life. 2, Shanon's life. 3, everyone else's life. It's the fucking trolley! It's the fucking trolley experiment! Kinzo's like, alright, how do you solve the trolley problem? If you pick everyone else's lives, you are the winner. Solve the trolley problem, idiot. This is so much funnier than pick one of the cousins to die. Kinzo is the one tying everyone to the tracks. Multi-track drifting. Oh my god. It's literally the fucking trolley problem. Alright, how do you think... Wait, they're not exactly the same. Alright, some might be different. Alright. Oh no, it's probably who number 2 is that's different. Probably Kanon's life. I wonder who they're gonna choose for, They might have to change it for, Battler and Maria. That's why they're not here yet. Oh, okay. Anyway, I'll go. Alright. So, I think... I don't know what you guys think. Let me know if what you guys think everybody's gonna choose. I think, George is gonna choose either your life or everyone else's lives. I don't think he's gonna sacrifice Shanon's life. Probably number 1, your life. Valor's options are 1, buy Shannon the fucking horse, or 2, die. And I think, they both might pick number 1. We'll see. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, Shannon's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost. Why is Shannon's name here? I didn't tell anybody I was doing... I had designs on an underage girl. Meanwhile, Maria just decides to kill everyone else because she hates them all. She might, unless they change the, they might change the, like, game a little bit for Maria and Battler, because both of them don't have a lover or a birth parent who's still alive. Well, so we'll see. Why is Shannon's name here? Most needed and most loved. So are they really gonna do Kirie for Battler and... Oh yeah, good question. Finding out who they're gonna put for Maria. Sakutaro? Maybe... Oh! They could put Sakutaro on number 2 for Maria. That would be something. Are they really just gonna put Kirie at number 2 for Battler? Anyway, he did just call her mom. They did just level up in their social link. Yeah, but apparently he's only dead because Maria doesn't believe she can bring him back. Maybe she'll be brought, maybe Sakutaro will be brought back just to die again or something. Something fucked up like that could happen, I bet. But we'll see. The second choice has the name of the one most needed by that person and most loved. It is Kanon, okay. I believe Kanon's name is written second on Jessica's test. You gave this stupid question to Jessica too? What does Jessica matter? Right now, you are the one being tested. It really is a simple 3-choice test. Which can you throw away for the sake of the other 2? Isn't that simple? Something fucked up like that could happen, I bet. Subtitle of Umineko, yeah. If Battler got this test, he would try way too hard to find a loophole. He would. Wouldn't it be funny if he had that and Jessica had like an algebra problem? It would be very funny, and that's why she's freaking out and breaking out into a cold sweat because it's math, which like, same girl. If you still can't decide, would you like me to lend you a coin? A three-sided coin?
コイン
A coin.
2面しかないものでどうやって3択を
Would you choose between three options with something that only has two sides?
自分の命を捨てられる者がいるわけがない。
There's no one who would throw away their own life. I don't know about that, cop.
となればおのずと残る選択肢は2つになる。
So naturally, only two options remain. That's a demon's way of thinking.
愛する者のために全ての人間を諦めるか。
Will you give up on everyone for the sake of the one you love? Something tells me this is the answer Kinzo's looking for. Get rid of everyone else for the one you love, because that's exactly what he's doing for Beatrice right now. And so you're my true successor if you're willing to throw away your whole fucking family because you're that much of a simp.
一人でも多くを救うために愛する者一人を諦めるか。
Or will you give up on the one person you love so that you can save as many people as possible? No, Kinzo probably does not want you to go that way.
どっちにももっともらしい大義名分がつけられるわ。
Either way, you can fit it with an appropriate just cause.
だって今やこの六軒島は悪魔の島ですもん。
Are you a big enough simp to be my inheritor? After all, this Rokenjima is now a demon island.
人間の世界の甘ったるい慣れ合いなんて必要ないの。
The sickly sweet buddy-buddy pretense of the human world is not necessary.
誰も責めないわ。
No one will blame you.
あなたの心の赴くままに。
Do as your heart desires.
後ろ宮家の家督を継ぐにふさわしい資格が自らにあるかを問いながら。
While asking yourself whether you possess the fitting qualifications to succeed the headship of the Ushinomiya family.
いいえ。自らが後ろ宮家当主であると思って選択なさい。
No, make your decision as though you yourself are the Ushinomiya family head. Hmm.
にしやがって。
What the hell do you take me for? Jessica crumpled the letter up and threw it on the floor. Threw it on the ground!
お怒りはごもっともと思いますよ。
I believe your anger is quite appropriate.
私も非常にお気の毒で、それでいて実に滑稽な出題。
I also find it an exceedingly pitiful and truly ludicrous question.
自分から死にたいと願う人間なんているもんか。
Like hell, there's anyone who could wish for their own death.
そして愛する人の命を見捨てて生き残りたいと思う人間なんているもんか。
And like hell, there's anyone who would want to remain alive after abandoning the life of the person they love.
そして自分たちだけ良ければ他の人間すべてを見殺しにできる人間なんているもんか。
And like hell, there's anyone who could massacre everyone else as long as it's good for the two of them. Yes, there is. It's your grandfather who's posing you this question. Oh, here's the candle stands. This is the one I skipped earlier. No, Jessica-sama. Such a person could exist. Peepaw! This is Rokenjima, the demon island. Have you read any Yandere fanfiction before? No, she's just reading slice of life romance manga. It is now completely cut off from the human world and dunked fully into the netherworld like cheese fondue. The values of the human world will be taken out with this trash. With the trash. So please,
ジェシカ様が心より欲するものを順にお選びください。
choose the things you desire from the bottom of your heart, in the order you desire them.
その結果、残ったものがこの狂った今宵にふさわしきジェシカ様の回答となりましょう。
Whatever remains will be your answer, and one most fitting for this insane night.
ふざけるな
Screw you!
こんなのどれも選べるものかよ
How could I choose any of
い
these?
ずれも選ばねば上記のすべてを失う。
If you do not choose one, all of the above will be lost.
立派な第四の選択肢でございます。
Also makes for a fine fourth
そ
choice.
れを選ばれるのもまた一興でございましょう。
It may also be interesting if that one is chosen.
ただそれを選び結局自らの命を落とされるなら潔く一番の自分の命を選び
But since choosing that will result in the loss of your own life in the end, I believe it would be more wise to do the honorable thing and select number one, your life. Ronove, I don't think giving your opinion on the right answer is test proctor-like behavior.
他の二つを救った方が賢明かと思います。
So that the other two will be saved.
すべてはジェシカ様の選択に委ねられます。
All is entrusted to your decision, Jessica-sama.
どうぞ後ろ宮家の後継ぎにふさわしい回答を
Ronove, like, you could kill yourself?
お聞かせくださいます。
No. Well, Dan, you know what you have to do. Please, let me hear an answer and conviction fitting for the successor of the Ushinomiya family.
このロノ親方様の血を引きし末裔にふさわしき素晴らしい回答を心より期待いたしております。
I am sincerely hoping for a wonderful answer fitting for the master's descendant who shares his blood. Damn it! That scene was being observed through a magic crystal ball held by Kinzo. He literally's got a magic ball. He's peering into his orb. Kinzo peering into his orb. Kinzo finally couldn't hold it back. Spreading his arms and facing the heavens, he began laughing in an explosive voice.
何を迷うか愚かなる孫たちよ我が末裔た
Why do you hesitate? Foolish grandchildren and descendants of mine.
即答できる簡単な問題ではないか
This is a simple problem that can be answered immediately.
朝のトーストにバターを塗るかジャムを塗るかより迷わぬ選択であるというのに
It should cause less vacillation than whether to put butter or jam on your morning toast.
お前たちには正しい答えがわかるか
Do you people know the correct answer? He turned and stared wide-eyed at the Chester sisters, who had been faithfully standing in wait behind him.
申し訳ございません私には分かりませんゴールドスミス卿
No, my apologies. I don't know, Lord Goldsmith.
愚か者め選べもせぬとはなゲームオーバー
Fool! Not choosing at all means game over!
自らの生きる理由も目的も見出せん愚かなウサギめ
You foolish rabbit who cannot even choose a reason or a goal for her own life!
貴様など誰にも気づかれずに踏みつぶされて生を終えるあり一匹ほどの価値もないわ
You have not the value of a single ant that anyone might step upon without even noticing!
死ね
Die!
潰れろ
Be crushed!
私が瞬きしている間に消えてなくなれ
Disappear faster than I can blink!
お前はどうか
And what of you?
私は一番の
Well, why isn't she breaking into ceramic like when Ange was like, die? I would sacrifice the first one. My life, sir. Weapons exist to fight and die in battle. What does LTG stand for? I would sacrifice the first one. My life, sir. Weapons exist to fight and die in battle. And weapons exist to destroy enemies and protect allies. If we can die protecting those we love, we can die satisfied, sir. He's the guy who said you should kill yourself. Now! Okay, gotcha. Oh, a truly splendid model answer for a weapon. The immediate reply is very nice. Have you been taught that you'll be given an extra carrot for answering that way? He's so sassy. That's not it, is it now? Even that isn't it, is it now? You are merely answering the way you have been told to answer, repeating the answer you've been indoctrinated with. You are the same as that other rabbit a second ago. You still live without having chosen a purpose or a goal to live for. Filth whose life has no value. It would fit you well to crush you down and use you as fodder for the other livestock. Yes, sir. Animal fodder would be an honor. I don't think so. You don't want to see anyone else die anymore, do you? Why can't you accept that? Except that your old wounds are still festering and rotting deep, deep inside. Yes, the rotting stench almost makes the nose wrinkle, you foolish, rotten rabbit. These are words of praise for you. Thank you very much, sir. Well then, what about you, the last one? Which of the three choices would you choose?
Number 2 without hesitation.
Oh. Number 2. There are not many who could proudly choose to offer the one you love as a sacrifice. Tell me your reason.
Because the one you love will be lost eventually. If you don't have anyone to love, you won't be hurt. And even then, you might still be able to love someone again someday. So,
した価値はないのです。
Maybe because you might need more sacrifices later and it's good to have a surplus.
So, the person you love right now isn't worth that much at all, yeah?
なるほど。それでそういう回答になるわけか。愛に傷ついたがゆえに臆病になったウサギよ。
I see. So that is why you reached such an answer. You rabbit who has become cowardly because you have been hurt by love.
ウサギは寂しさで死ぬと聞いたが、お前の心は一体いつ殺されたというのか？
I have heard that rabbits die of loneliness, but just when was it that your heart was killed?
ならばウサギよ、問いを変えよう。
Then, rabbit, I shall alter the question.
2番の選択肢を愛するものではなく、そなたが愛したものの思い出に変えようではないか。
Why don't I change the second option to not the one you love, but the memories of the one you loved?
どうか。
How is that?
これでももう一度選べるか？
Can you still select that one?
何が愛してるものに大した価値はないだ。愚かなウサギよ。
What's all this about the one you love not being worth much at all, foolish rabbit?
自らの愛の深さにも向かい合えぬクズめ。
Filth, who cannot even face up to the depths of her own love.
選んでみよ。愛したものを忘れられると選んでみや。
Try and choose it. Try and choose to have the one you loved forgotten.
選べるだろう。
You can, right?
選べるものな。
I bet you can, right?
ほら、選べるって言ってみろよ。
Come on, try saying that you can. The way he's phrasing this is exactly like Beatrice does when she's tormenting Battler.
選べるであります。
We got Kinzo-Triss. Oh, interesting face she's making.
I can.
選べるであります。
I can.
ゴールドスミス卿。
Lord Goldsmith,
それくらいでどうか許し。
please have mercy on her. Oh, she really did have a heartbreak with someone she really loved, huh?
もうよいわ、クズウサギどもめ。
That is enough, rabbit filth.
お前たちはワルギリアのところへ行き、地下牢の見張りを手伝うのだ。
Go to Vergilia and help keep watch on the dungeon. All right, so he's not killing them.
消えよ。
Be gone! The Chester sisters, their old emotional wounds gouged. Uh, 45? 558? Oh, we're gay? Oh! That must be it. The Chester sisters, their old emotional wounds gouged. Oops. Disappeared as though running away. After that, even though there was no one left to hear him, Kinzo continued talking as though continuing a play.
と、このように愉快なテストなわけだ。
And there you have it, my pleasant test.
実のところを言えば。
To be truthful.
これが正解という選択肢はない。
There is no choice that can be said to be correct.
むしろどの答えであろうともよどみなく素早く、そして確固たる信念と揺るがぬ強き自らの意志で選べるかどうか。
Oh, so it's not about choosing number 3, it's about conviction? Oh, okay. whichever answer they choose. It's about whether they can choose without hesitation, quickly, and with a resolute conviction and their own strong, unshakable will.
その理由と意志の方が重要なのだ。
The reason and their willpower are more important.
私はそれを知りたいのだよ。
That is what I want to know about. Well, in this case, Maria's probably gonna win.
ああ、我が末裔たちよ。お前たちはどのような答えを見せてくれるのか、実に楽しみだ。
Ah, descendants of mine, I am truly looking forward to what kind of answers you will show me.
私か。
Me? Number 3, obviously.
もちろん同じ問いを突きつけられたことがあったとも。
Yes, of course. I once had the same question thrust upon
そ
me.
の悪魔の問いに見事答えたからこそ、私は黄金と名誉とあの魔女を我が物とすることができたのだよ。
Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to claim gold, honor, and that which herself is my own. Wait a second! Yo! So, in the Great Kanto earthquake, basically the entire Ushinomiya family except Kinzo died? If he already had met Beato at that time, well, no, I don't think he caused the earthquake. I think he caused all of his family to die in the earthquake. And that was because afterwards is when he started, you know, coming up in the world. Maybe he had already met Beato by that time. And when he was given this question, he chose number 3. And so then when he chose everyone else will die, so me and Beato will live on, then the devil was like, very well, and his whole family, and possibly even more that he knew, well, thousands of people, yes, but also his entire family was killed in the Great Kanto earthquake. That's what I'm thinking right now. Because I splendidly answered that devil's question, I was able to claim gold, honor, and that which herself is my own.
私が選んだ答えはどれか?
Which answer did I choose?
言うまでもないよな.
Do I really need to say it out loud? Jesus. Woo!
さて
So,
そろそろ答えは決まりましたでしょうか?
have you decided on your answer? Well, she's hesitating. She's lost. I'm sorry, Jessica. As Jessica stared at the crushed letter which lay on the floor, she hung her head in constant silence. All that filled the room was the sound of the wind and the rain, and the rustling of treetops. Regardless of how noisy that was, it simply made the silence more apparent. And that's why you're answering the question wrong, because there's silence! Ronove waited for Jessica's answer. However, Jessica didn't speak. Whether she was deep in thought or had stopped thinking, Ronove couldn't tell. Don't stop thinking, and Umineko. No, he might actually have known. But cruelly, like a demon, Ronove urged Jessica to voice it.
どれも選べないというなら
If you cannot choose any,
そのお命せめて痛みがな
I can at least.
いよ安らかに頂戴させていただきます
Yeah, Ronove is really not doing this proctor job very well, but I like him. If you cannot choose any, I can at least take your life painlessly, if you would like.
Hi.
What? I'm like you. Yeah, I do. I do like you. What?
聞こえかねました。
I'm afraid I had trouble hearing.
もう一度お願いできますかな。
May I ask you to repeat? Jessica lifted her face and looked straight into Ronave's eyes. It seemed that she had decided on her answer.
殺せよ。
Kill me. I knew it. Jessica said it one more time, clearly. Perhaps Ronave had imagined from the very beginning that this would be the answer. Without any surprise, he smiled lightly and nodded.
ジェシカ様ならその答えを選ぶと思っておりました。
I thought that you would choose that answer, Jessica-sama.
さて、このテストはどの選択肢が正解、不正解というものではありません。
Now then, there is no right or wrong answer to this test.
重要なのはどのような考えを経てその答えに至ったか。
The important part is what thoughts led you to that answer.
さあ、
Come now.
ジェシカ様の、そして次期当主としての心構えを持ってそれをお答えください。
Please answer that with your readiness as the next head.
別に死にたくて一番目を選んだわけじゃないさ。
It's not like I chose the first one because I wanted to die.
2番のカノン君を死なせること。
The second one was letting Kanon-kun die.
こんなのも
That's obviously out of the question.
ちろん論外。だから除外。
So forget that one.
3番のその他みんなの命。
The third one was everyone else's
こ
lives.
んなのもちろん論外。
That's also obviously out of the question.
だから除外。
So forget that
そ
one.
したら1番目の選択肢しか残らなかった。
After that, only the first choice remained.
消去法ですか。
Process of elimination, is it?
積極的にお選びになったわけではないと。
So it was not something you chose proactively, you say? After chuckling slightly, Ronave dropped his gaze. No! Jessica lost. Imagine if one character was like, I choose number 3 because it means the old man will die. That would be top haterism. Let's go, top haterism. After chuckling slightly, Ronave dropped his gaze. A human couldn't even imagine what kind of answer a demon would have been hoping for. All she could understand was that this was apparently slightly below Ronave's expectations.
悪くはありませんが、良くもない回答です。
It's not a bad answer, but I must say it's not a good one either.
60点というところでしょうか。
I suppose I would call it a 60. A D? Man!
少し失望しましたよ。
I'm a little disappointed.
自信を持って選べみたいなこと言っておいて、そうしてやったら失望とは自分勝手な野郎だぜ。
You're a pretty selfish bastard, telling me to answer with self-confidence and then being disappointed when I do.
消去法というだけではないようですね。
Apparently it was not only process of elimination.
いずれにせよ落第点ですが、もう少しお考えがあるようだ。
Either way, it is a failing grade, but it seems that there is a little more to your thoughts.
伺いましょう。
A D-man? Demon? Allow me to ask.
死にたくないさ。
I don't want to die.
だから一番なんて誰だって選びたくない。
So I didn't want to choose the first one. No one would.
人は幸せに生きたくて生の限りをあがいてるんだぜ。
People struggle as much as life will let them because they want to live in
だ
happiness.
から本当は まず1番目なんてありえないはずなんだ。
So normally, the first choice should be impossible from the beginning.
しかしあなたは1番目の選択肢、
However, you took that first choice.
自分の命を捨てることを選んだ。
You chose to throw away your own life.
その選択肢しか残らなかった。
Only that choice remained.
一応それぞれの選択肢を選んだ後の未来のことを考えてみたぜ。
I tried thinking of the future that would come after choosing each one.
ほ
Oh,
う、いかがでしたか？
and what did you find?
まず
First,
カノン君を死なせてみた。
I tried letting Kanon-kun die.
私は自分の大好きな人を見捨ててまで生きる残りの生涯を想像してみた。
I tried to imagine the rest of my life after having abandoned the one I love.
それはどんな生涯でしたか？
What kind of life was it?
生きるにも値しない最低の女だった。
She was a horrible woman who didn't deserve to live.
いつまでも自らの選択を悔やみ、ただ後悔だけのために生きる
A shabby
みすぼらしい
woman
女だった。
who forever lamented her own decision and lived only to regret.
大好きな人を見捨てて生きることを選んだ最低の女なんて私には許せない。
A horrible woman who would choose to live and abandon the person she loved. I could never forgive a woman like that.
私が自ら引導を渡してやる。
I'd put an end to her myself.
勇ましい。
How spirited.
では3番目の選択肢も考えられたのでは？
In that case, could you not have also considered the third choice? Yeah.
私とカノン君以外の全員を死なせても見た。
I tried letting everyone but me and Kanon-kun die.
カノン君はそんな私を好きになるはずはない。
There's no way Kanon-kun would like me if I did that.
そして私もまたいくらカノン君がいてもそのために見捨てた大勢の命が生涯十字架となってのしかかってきた。
And it was no good for me either. Although I had Kanon-kun, all the lives I abandoned for that became a cross that I had to bear for my entire life.
そしてその十字架はカノン君にまでのしかかった。
And even Kanon-kun was forced to bear that cross.
私はカノン君に十字架を背負わせるために愚かな選択肢を選んだりはしない。
I'm not going to make a foolish choice just to force a cross on Kanon-kun.
もしそんなことをする私がいたなら、私はその未来の私を許さない。
There's a future me out there who would do something like that. She's unforgivable to me.
その女にも私が引導を渡してやる。
I'd put an end to that woman myself, too. Jessica had pictured it in her mind. The future her, beyond each of the three choices. There were 3 Jessicas. Of the 3, 2 had regrets. Only one could hold her head high and smile at Kanon.
私さ、
You know,
生意気にも
I once had the nerve
カノン君に説教したことがあるぜ。
to preach something it to
自
Kanon-kun.
分の人生を思い切り生きてみろ。
Something
みたい
about
なこと。
trying to live life to the fullest.
自分の人生を思いっきり生きる。
Live your life to the fullest.
味わいある言葉ですね。
Meaningful words.
それは意外にとても難しいものです。
That is a surprisingly difficult thing to do.
だからさ、
So yeah,
私が胸を張ってカノン君に見せなきゃならないんだよ。
I've got to hold my head high and show Kanon-kun.
胸を張ってお天道様を真正面から見て思い切り笑顔でいられる生き方ってやつを。
Show him a way of living where you can hold your head high and look anyone in the eye with a full and guiltless smile.
あなたの自己犠牲をカノンは受け入れられるでしょうか？
Will Kanon be able to receive your self-sacrifice?
あなたの身勝手な選択が余計に彼を傷つけてしまうことには思いが至りませんか？
Haven't you considered that your self-centered decision might hurt him even more?
だから伝言を頼みたい。
That's why I want to leave a message.
ほう。お聞きはしますが、何しろ私は悪魔です。
Oh, I will listen, but I am, after all, a demon.
約束は守らないかもしれませんよ。
I may not keep my promises.
守って。
Keep it.
約束。
Your promise. Jessica spoke that looking quite unconcerned. She had asked the demon who was about to take her life to pass on a message, and she wasn't thinking for a moment that she would be betrayed. At that extremely innocent smile, Ronove closed his eyes lightly and shrugged his shoulders.
いいでしょう。
Very well.
それで
So,
彼に何と伝え
what shall I tell him?
ればよろしいですか？
カノン君の思いっきりの人生を。
Tell Kanon-kun to live his life to the fullest.
ちょっと違う。
No, that's not quite it.
カノン君のじゃない。
Not his life. Not Kanon-kun's life.
本当の名前は未だに教えてもらえないけど。
Even now, I can't get him to tell me his real name.
本当のカノン君の人生を思いっきり生きて。
But tell him to live the real Kanon-kun's life to the fullest.
そう伝えて。
Tell him that.
お嬢様。
Lady.
ジェシカ、お前というやつは。
Jessica, you are unbelievable. Oh, her dad heard all that.
炉の上は気まぐれですから、伝言をしなかった可能性もありました。
Ronove is fickle, so he might not have passed the message
幸
on.
運でしたね。
Aren't you lucky? My god, that's embarrassing. Yeah, yeah.
私がこの光景を見せていて。
To have me here showing you this scene. A musty, three-sided mirror was set beyond the bars, and the scene with Jessica was reflected on it. On the next mirror, the scene with George was reflected in the same way. None of them questioned how a three-sided mirror had appeared from a group of butterflies, or why Jessica and George were reflected on it, because the reflected sights themselves were more important.
そこまで。
If your dad ever found out you had a crush on someone, you'd be glad Ronove's about to kill you. Oh no! You are that prepared
こいつのために命をも投げ出せるというのか。
to throw your life away for his sake. A servant! I think he'd be cooler with it than Atsuhi, actually.
申し訳ありません。
My deepest apologies. Rouse looked at Kanon with a complicated expression that had an awkward smile mixed in. Kanon couldn't meet his eyes. The awkwardness. No. Virgilia, this is actually torture.
ワルギリア様。
Virgilia-sama.
お嬢様が命を落とされることはありません。
There is no reason for Milady to lose her life.
僕を殺してください。
Please kill me.
2番目の選択肢に変えてください。
Please change it to the second choice. Shut up, Kanon.
それで全ては丸く収まるはずです。
That way, everything should resolve itself. Shut the fuck up, Kanon. I'm gonna stick your head in the toilet and flush it.
その願いを私に叶えることはできませんよ。
I am not capable of granting that wish.
これはジェシカの選んだ自らの選択なのですから。
After all, this is Jessica's own decision, which she chose. Suddenly, the air split, and the Chester sisters appeared, flying into Virgilia's chest. So mean! Lord Goldsmith is so mean!
私だって頑張ってるのであります。
I'm doing the best I can.
潰して家畜の餌とかあんまりであります。
Crushing me for animal fodder. That's too much. Still without a clue what was going on, Virgilia was smothered by the sobbing Chester sisters.
はいはい、大丈夫ですよ、大丈夫ですよ。泣かないで、泣かないで。
There. Everything's all right. It's all right. Don't cry. Don't cry.
美味しいお紅茶を入れてあげますからね。
I'll make you some delicious tea.
お前たち、ここの見張りを任せます。
I'm leaving it up to all of you to guard this
不
place.
審な真似をしたらすぐに知らせるのですよ。
If they do anything suspicious, inform me immediately. The goat attendants all looked at each other and nodded their heads. Virgilia took the Chester sisters and left. Oh, they got a chance! They just gotta kill some goats! The sound of people going up a set of stairs could be heard, so they had probably gone to an upper floor.
チャンスだわ。
This is our chance.
このヤギ頭どもは頭が悪いみたい。
These goat heads seem to be stupid.
うまく騙せないかしら。
I wonder if we can trick them. Hirie realized that an opportunity had arrived, but she still hadn't thought of a way to break the metal bars. The Jessica reflected on the three-sided mirror closed her eyes, as though she had given up. The way she had both hands stuck into her pockets, wanting to be defiant until the very end, might have been her own kind of aesthetics.
私の言い分は以上だ。
That's all I want to say.
殺せよ。
Kill me.
わかりました。
Very well.
それでは。
Here we go then.
ご安心を。あなたへの死はどんな眠りよりも優しく慈悲深いものにいたします。
Do not worry, for I shall make your death more gentle and merciful than any sleep. Ronove raised his palm as he slowly approached Jessica. Damn it! Oh no! Kraus! Oh no, we've never seen... Kraus has never lived long enough to see something like this happen. Oh no. Realizing that his daughter would be killed, Kraus repeatedly body slammed the metal bars, going half mad. Kraus! Why am I so sad? The goats looked like they were sneering at how a mere human didn't stand a chance at breaking these bars. And true, Kraus's pointless effort might have been comical, but Kraus was giving it everything he had. Oh! If both Jessica and George choose to kill themselves, then Shannon and Kanon might actually try to break out of the bars. Maybe that's where this is going. But Kraus was giving it everything he had. As Jessica's father, he was living in that moment with everything he had so that he could save her. Kanon made tight fists with both hands. If he used his cursed power, he might be able to cut through even metal bars. But there were a full 3 goats. That didn't stop Maria. Not Maria. That didn't stop Rosa. What's stopping you? But there were a full 3 goats. There was no way he could defeat 3 of them in an instant. It would instantly be reported, and Virgilia and even the Chester sisters would dash in. Though he may be able to break the bars, he could do nothing more. It was useless. Kano knew already that the witch was sneering at that kind of useless effort, so he could do nothing but stare at Kraus's repeated body slams. Ah, George-sama. Shannon, who had been looking at the 3-sided mirror, let out a voice. They looked to see that George, who had been silent this whole time, had raised his head. It seemed that George had also decided on an answer. Lose because you lose because you took this long, like 30 minutes to say something. Have you decided? Your answer. Yes.
決まったよ。
I've decided.
それは揺るぎない答
Is that an unwavering answer?
ああ、揺るぎないね。
Yeah, it's unwavering.
えなら聞かせてもらうわ。
Then let's hear it.
あ
Oh, by the way.
あ、ちなみにジェシカはどうも自分の命を差し出すことを選んだようよ。
It seems Jessica decided to take the your life option.
まさか優柔不断な君も同じ答えを選んだって言うんじゃないでしょうね。
I hope that an indecisive person like you won't simply say you choose the same answer.
ジェシカはジェシカの答えを出したのさ。
Jessica gave her own answer.
それがどの選択であろうとも、それはジェシカの答えだ。
No matter which choice that was, it was Jessica's answer.
僕の答えに何も干渉しないよ。
It does not influence my answer in any way.
そう
I see.
なら改めて聞くわ。
Then let me ask again.
以下に掲げる3つのうち
Among the three mentioned below,
2つを得るために1つを生贄に捧げる。
in order to gain two, sacrifice one.
1、自分の命。
One, your life.
2、シャノンの命。
Two, Shanon's life.
3、それ以外の全
Three,
員の命。
everyone else's lives.
あなたが選んだのは
Which have you
どれ
chosen?
まさかジェシカと同じ1番？
Could it be the first one, like Jessica?
違うね。
No. No? Oh, Pog? Are you sacrificing Shannon? Or are you gonna be like, no, me and Shannon against the world? George might pick number 3. What do you guys think?
へえ。
Oh. Gop looked a little surprised. I'm also surprised. I didn't know if he'd have the balls to do it. Because she had thought that a timid-looking man like this would never choose any other option.
ならよかったわ。
That's nice to hear.
私にとって一番退屈な選択肢が外れてくれてよかった。
I'm glad the most boring option for me has been removed.
じゃあ、まさかとは思うけど、2番？
Then it seems unlikely, but is it the second?
シャノンの命を見捨ててみせる？
Can you abandon Shannon's life?
まさか。
You must be George. I knew it! He's gonna pick number 3 because George is ultimately selfish. You must be
今
joking.
夜まさに婚約指輪を贈ろうという相手をどうして僕が。
Why would I do that to the person I'm going to give an engagement ring to tonight? Is Kinzo really gonna give the headship to George?
これは大胆だわ。
Now this is bold.
それが君の答えなの。
Is that your answer?
そうさ。
Yes.
僕。
My answer.
答えは
Apple
3番
tree
さ。
is the third choice. Oh, baby! Woo! George had chosen the third choice, a true simp just like his grandfather. Let's clap! A true simp just like his grandfather. George had chosen the third choice. Everybody else's lives. I knew he was a selfish motherfucker deep down. Even Gop hadn't been able to imagine that answer. Ooh, this is spicy. She had been sure that he'd choose number 1, just like Jessica. So she became interested in how he had reached that answer. How he had reached an answer that had defied the imagination of the 33rd ranked demon of the 72.
聞かせてほしいわ。
I want you to tell me.
自分と愛する婚約者だけが無事で、それ以外の全てを犠牲にできる境地というのを。
Tell me the perspective that makes you able to sacrifice the lives of everyone else, so that you and the fiancé you love will be safe.
あなたもジェシカと同じで消去法というやつ？
Process of elimination, like Jessica?
違うね。
No.
はっきりこれしか僕には選択肢がないのさ。
This is the clear and only choice for me. I guess his parents are already dead, so he's not actually gonna kill his parents. Oh my god. So it's, I'm all right, Jack? You can sacrifice the world for the woman you love? Just what are you talking about? What? George faced the demon as he spoke, looking at her almost in disbelief. Tonight, I planned on calling Shannon to this very spot and giving her this ring as proof of our engagement. There probably are quite a few people who wouldn't celebrate an engagement between me and Shannon, including everybody in the chat. He's self-aware. I was prepared to make enemies of the entire family by announcing my engagement to her. I have been prepared. Since the time I came to this island... No, that's not it. Since the time I confessed to her that I wanted us to get engaged. So you can sacrifice everything else as long as you can get married? Marriage. No. Marriage. Means remaining an ally to your wife for your entire life. As of that moment, I was prepared to make the entire world my enemy for her sake. These words through the three-sided mirror also reached Shannon's ears. Marriage is what brings us together today. Wow, wow. Also reached Shannon's ears, and his determination reached her eyes. Shannon certainly had arranged with George that tonight she would be given an engagement ring. Then this incident had occurred and she hadn't been able to receive the ring. But now, even though it wasn't in the form of a ring, Shannon had received something even greater. And as proof of that, a single tear with the same sparkle as a diamond dripped down. What a gutsy answer. Yes, if I really think about it, this was an easy decision for you. After all, your parents were already killed on the first twilight, right? Yeah. By now, there's no one whose death would bother you. Yeah, fuck your cousins. No way. They're gonna, like, I don't care. Battler, dead. Like, Jessica, dead. Maria, dead. I don't give a shit. I see. This was an easy choice. Then why'd you take 30 minutes to think about it? You can say whatever you want. This is my determination and my choice, personally, and as the next family head. Right now, Eva is in hell, like, yeah, that's my baby! As the next family head! The sparkle in George's eyes was brilliant and sharp. For just an instant, Gop felt the same sense of intimidation that Kinzo exuded and was slightly overpowered. I see. So, the same answer as Goldsmith.
将来はとんだ悪魔になるわけね。
Despite your innocent face, you're going to become a terrible demon in the future.
なんだ、私たちとてもうまくやれそうじゃない。
What do you know? We might get along pretty well.
君がゴールドスミスの後を継ぐ。
You will succeed,
そ
Goldsmith.
してやがては私は召喚され、君に仕えることもあるかもしれない。
And maybe one day, I may even be summoned eventually and serve you. Well, Battler and Maria haven't been tested yet. They might have to have a celebrity death match for the headship. And maybe one day, I may even be summoned eventually and serve
それ
you.
も案外面白いかもしれないわね。
That might be surprisingly interesting. Gop needed to change her opinion of George. This man bore a determination and resolve unimaginable from his outward appearance, and had not adopted that just now, but had possessed it since the very beginning.
僕には今すぐ当主を継承する覚悟がある。
I am prepared to inherit the headship right away. Eva in Hell is like, yeah, yeah!
いや違うね。
No, that's not it.
君はこのテストを当主として考えろと言った。
You told me to think as the head in this test.
だから僕は自分が当主であると前提して答えたんだ。
So I answered based on the premise that I am the head.
いや、それすら違う。
No, even that's not it.
当主そのものとして考えた。
Eva mixed with, that's my boy! And what have they done to my boy for Shannon? For that, yeah, exactly. Both of them at the same time. Eva's beside herself in hell. No, even that's not it. I thought as the head himself.
僕は今、後ろ宮家の当主なんだ。
Right now, I am the head of the Ushinomiya family. You're just full of hot air. Flash of thunder.
見事だわ。そこまで言えるなんてね。
I'm impressed. I didn't expect you to be able to say so much. But he should be docked points because it took him like 30 minutes to give his answer.
君はどうやらかなりの大物だわ。
It seems you really are one to be reckoned with.
バトラとマリアのテストはまだだけど、私は君が合格でいい気がする。
Bachelor's and Maria's tests haven't even been done yet, but if you ask me, I think you should be the one to pass.
でもその答えがかけねなしの本当のものならね。
But only if that is your true, unexaggerated answer, of course.
僕の覚悟を疑うというのか。
Do you doubt my resolve?
君が選んだ選択肢を実行できる？
Can you carry out the choice you chose? Oh! Get his ass, cop! Are you gonna kill everybody? Ooh! Get him!
今すぐ自らの手でこの島に存在するすべての命を生贄に捧げることができる？
Can you, right now, with your own hands, offer all the lives that exist on this island as sacrifices?
自らの手でよ。
With your own hands, I remind you?
できるね。
I can. What is this face?
その覚悟はあると。
This face?
僕は何度も言っている。
I've said several times that I have that resolve. This George face is killing me.
ならば今すぐゲストハウスに戻り、バトラとマリアを殺しなさい。
Then return to the guest house right away and kill Battler and Maria.
それが終わったら、他の人質たちも連れてきてあげる。
When that is done, I will bring you the other
君
hostages.
の手で。
Execute each of
シャノン
them.
以外の全員をその目の前で処刑してみせるのよ。
Execute each of them except Shannon before her eyes.
できるんでしょ？
You can do it, right?
できるね。
I can.
僕の覚悟は君程度のそれとは
My
レベルが違
resolve
う。
is on a whole different level from yours.
ならば実行しなさい。
Then carry it
す
out.
べてに死を。
Death for them all.
新しき後ろ宮家の当主として、この血塗られた儀式の遂行を。
Carry out this blood-stained ritual as the new head of the Yoshinomiya family.
了解したよ。
Understood.
実行する。
I'll carry it out. Holy shit.
僕は今やもう 後宮家の当主だ。
I am already the head of the Ushinomiya family. Yes, that's right.
自らの手でその玉座を赤く染めなさい。
Stain that throne red by your own
君は
hands.
悪魔たちを滑る魔界の王となる。
You will become king of the netherworld, ruler of all demons. Gop was now sure. This man was truly fitting to succeed Kinzo's madness. The power of being a simp!
吹けよ嵐、鳴らせよ雷鳴。
Rage on, storm! Cry out, thunder!
新しき魔王の誕生を祝うがいい。
Celebrate the birth of the new demon king!
悪魔の島は今新しい王を迎えた。
The island of demons has now welcomed a new ruler! In response to the demon's call, the tempest raged more and more. Then a massive lightning bolt fell, its tearing thunder and brilliant light creating the feeling of just a moment of silence. So,
その殺害の順番だけど
about the order of the
僕が
murders,
決めていいわけだよね。
I get to choose, right? No, did you not fucking listen to her? She said go and kill Battler and Maria right now.
どうぞご自由に。新しき六軒島の魔王兵。
Okay, now I guess Gop forgot about that. Okay, please, as you wish, Your Majesty, the new demon king of
あ
Rokenjima,
なたの御心の赴くままに。
as your heart desires.
とりあえずさ、
Well, for lack of a better option,
その一番目が君になるわけだけど、いいかな。
she did say all the lives on this island. The first one will be you, then. I hope that won't be a problem.
え？
Huh? A gust of wind blew, stirring up George's jacket as though it was a cloak. Not George having a badass moment. I can't with this. It was very much like a cloak worn by the head. It definitely gave the same impression of grandeur. At that time, Gop certainly saw the storm wiped away and the sky covered with a pure white and vast full moon. Bearing the full moon on his back, the man who called himself the new head sneered at the demon.
後宮家親族のすべての命さえも今や僕の財産だ。
Even the lives of the Ushinomiya family, all of them, are now my
それ
fortune.
に損害を出してくれた賠償。
There will be reparations to be made for the damage that has been done to that fortune.
安くは済まないよ。
It won't be cheap.
まさか
You didn't seriously think
僕の両親に夏日おばさん、ルドルフおじさん、
these George these George sprites are crazy. You didn't seriously think you could take the lives of my parents, Aunt Natsuhi, Uncle Rudolph, Auntie Rosa.
源氏さんの命を奪っておいて、この僕が見逃すと本気で思ってるのかい？
And Genji-san, and hope I'd overlook it, right?
ほほほ。生意気よ。
You didn't think you could kill my family, get away with it, a guy who's had his family killed 3 times already. Get his ass! Ho ho! You little wise guy. Ronove had been intending to press his palm against Jessica's chest and stop her heart. But a short distance away, his hand had stopped. On the carpet at their feet, plop, plop, small red flowers bloomed one after another. Seeds of those flowers had fallen down from high above, all the way from Jessica's fist, held up as though to strike the heavens. Wait, she's doing the frickin' Gurren Lagann pose? New song? Ronove's nose was stained red with spurting blood. She uppercutted Ronove? Let's go! And those drops were dripping onto the carpet. Oh, this music. By the way, that just now was my answer as a maiden. My answer is the next head is different.
お伺いします。
Allow me to ask.
大好きな人も家族も親族もみんな
The person I love, my family and my relatives, everyone.
私が守る
I'll protect them.
私が当主なそれは私の責務だ
If I'm the head, then that's my duty. Let's go, Jessica! This is what I was expecting battlers to be more like, but let's fucking go, Jessica. Hey, Charybdis, things are getting cool. If I'm the head, then that's my
お父
duty.
さんは威張ってるだけじゃない
Dad wasn't just acting self-important.
私は母さんを守ってた
He was protecting me and Mom.
後ろ宮家を受け継ぐ重圧ってやつと何十年も戦ってた
Fighting the pressure of succeeding the Ushiromiya family for several decades.
わかるぜ
So I know
次期当主ってのはな
being the successor is nothing trivial. So you know what? This is easy as hell.
自分の命くらい
It's easy as hell for me to risk my own life. Jessica knew. She knew that her father, in order to protect his family, was even now bluffing and fighting a solitary fight. Jessica understood something that his back had been telling her. Another left straight was buried into Ronave's face. That mighty strike wasn't due just to the brass knuckles she was using. She put her brass knuckles on! It was a strike of a person, a family head, who could throw away everything in order to protect. Oh my god! The 4 grandkids are gonna have to battle royale. Oh my god.
父さんが次期当主の資格を失ったなら
If Dad's lost his qualifications to be the successor,
順当に次の当主は私が継承するぜ
then I, the next in line, will succeed the headship. Natsuhi is like crying, like in tears in heaven right now. She should probably be in hell too, but in my head canon, in heaven. And she's like a little upset that Jessica just punched the butler in the face. But she's so happy that Jessica's standing up for the headship. She'd be very, very so proud. I, the next in line, will succeed the headship.
後ろ宮家当主後ろ宮
Head of the Ushiromiya family.
ジェシカ
Ushiromiya Jessica.
これ以上好きにさせるほどふぬけちゃいねえぜ
I'm not enough of a wimp to let you keep on doing whatever the fuck you want. Woo! A wonderful answer.
先ほどの点数を改めましょう
I shall change your score from earlier.
その回答に10点プラス
Plus 10 for that answer. Only 10? 70? I guess it's more like a C, but still.
左ストレート10点
Oh. Plus 10 for that splendid left straight. All right, 80. We're getting to be a B.
ってことはあと20点プラスで100点満点だな
Which means I only need plus 20 more for a perfect 100. Ronobe backflipped away from her and violently wiped away the blood pouring from his nose. It had become not blood, but petals of a red rose. The blood on his face was wiped off, and in its place was a grin from a great delight, which he had last felt so many centuries ago that he could no longer remember just how long it had been. Oh my god, I can't believe we're playing the fighting game now! I was gonna wait until we were done.
ジェシカ様の覚悟
Your resolve.
何点に値するか
I, Rodove,
どうかこの運
will test to see whether it is deserving of full marks.
うぜえぜ
Cram it, jackass!
かかってきやがれ
Come at me!
おいで奈落へ
Come to the abyss. Beneath George's feet, a pitch black pit suddenly opened its mouth wide. Of course, George had no way of resisting. After being swallowed up by it, George fell out of a pitch black hole that had opened up in the ceiling of the arbor. Ooh! This CG is kind of a lot, though. As George fell down, he was hit sharply in the gut, like a precision bee strike, by a reverse roundhouse kick from a stiletto heel. Launched out of the arbor, the instant George thought that he was about to be swallowed up by a rose bush. Another pitch black hole opened there and swallowed George up. And this time, a pitch black hole opened in front of Gop at her feet, spitting a defenseless George out of it. By that time, Gop had already finished the preparatory motions for the next reverse roundhouse kick. What is this? Welcome back! Right side of the head, below the right armpit, side of the right knee. As Gop danced and spun like a small cyclone, she kept hitting him. Right foot, left foot, with successive roundhouse kicks. The fourth one became a sweep, cutting George's feet out from under him and making him fall down. Of course, there was no floor there, but a pitch black hole, and George was swallowed up once again. Gop once again spun around like a small cyclone. George, likewise, was once again spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. Take this and keep it as memento. The single strike at the end of the abyss. Die! The sharp strike of the queen bee pierced the heavens like a rising cyclone. It kicked through George's abdomen as he fell from the ceiling, and then time froze. George was pinned in midair by Gop's raised leg. Like impaled on her leg? Still pinned in midair, George moaned. And Gop, with George still hung up on her foot, grinned. I'll admit it. Your attitude, at least, is mature. But that's no good if it doesn't come along with power. Did you know? They say you need 3 kinds of power to rule this world. The first is influence. The second is wealth. Do you know what the last one is? I read it in a book. Force. Right? Correct. That is what you are lacking. Gop finally released George by kicking him upwards one more time, adding in another roundhouse kick, and smashing him into a pillar. No one will fear a monarch without influence, without wealth, or without force. Kinzo possessed all 3. That is why he reigned as a tyrant. If you're going to call yourself Kinzo's successor, try showing me some of his majesty. Come on. How long are you going to lie there? Stand up. If you don't, you'll fall again, see? Not bad movements. But I feel they are somewhat unsuitable for a lady. Asshole! ducking and weaving and hopping around.
反撃してこねえのかよ。なめてんのか、うぜえやつ。
Aren't you gonna fight back? Quit jerking me around, you douche! Ronove was dodging skillfully, jumping back and avoiding Jessica's fists. But he still wasn't striking back himself. Because of his agile movements, as swift as a flag whipping around in strong winds, Jessica's fists wasn't even able to touch him. Amidst a feeling of her blood running hot, Jessica regained her offensive composure. Even though this room was large for a bedroom, it was too small an area to keep up such exaggerated dodges for long. She calmly realized that and started using not just her fists, but her legs as well. Oh.
ボクシングは腕でやるだけのうちは半人前です。
Doing boxing with just your arms makes you but half a man.
腕は熱く吠えたける獅子のように。
Your arms must be the roaring lion burning with power.
そして足は冷たく獲物を狙って追い詰める蛇のように。
And your legs, the snake cold as ice as it closes in on its prey.
蛇に足はねえぜ。
Snakes don't have legs! Oh, get his ass, Jessica!
確かに。
Very true. Jessica began cornering Ronove towards the wall with perfect footwork. She wouldn't let him get around her. Ronove's magnificent dodges looked flashy, but they needed sufficient room. Once cornered, he wouldn't be able to dodge anymore. Jessica had a good understanding of the special characteristics of her equipped weapon, the brass knuckles. This powerful weapon's most notable characteristic was how it didn't let the opponent defend. Even if they blocked with their arm would receive direct damage. If it hit the wrong way, it might even break the bone. So she pressed him forward. She would block off his escape routes, and then, with this fist, she would chip this demon down. Oops. Oh my, when did... Looks like I finally cornered you, huh? Where is everyone being held? Where's that old bastard hiding? You tell me everything, and I'll let you go with nothing more than ripping that mustache off, all right? That would be a problem. Believe it or not, it does take me an hour every morning to set this, you see. Dan, is that true? Do you take an hour? If I put you in a plaster cast, I guess you won't even be able to do that! Oops-a-daisy. Ronove had blocked Jessica's lunged fist with his arm. He tried to act as though it was no big deal, but it must have hurt a lot. Woo-woo! Jessica grinned. Ronove smiled the same way, but twitched slightly. I see. This certainly does hurt. Final warning. Break down and apologize. That I cannot do. It would ruin my image. Then just break. Flurry of punches! Jessica's iron fists were pounded into Ronove. But Jessica was startled. The impact felt wrong, and there was a sound of breaking glass. Whoop. At a glance, it looked like Ronove had caught Jessica's fist with his palm. That wasn't quite true. When Ronove opened his hand, a faint purple glowing barrier like a glass shield appeared there, stopping the attack by a hair's breadth. Pulling herself together, Jessica struck out with her fists again, but with truly magnificent movements. Ronove caught all of them.
悪魔ですので。
I am, after all, a demon.
この程度の魔法くらいは。
I am at least capable of this level of magic.
それにしても、なかなかやりますね。
I must say, though, you are quite good.
人間だったら、私はここで降参だったでしょう。
If I were human, I'm sure that this is where I would have admitted defeat.
悪魔だから、まだ戦い続けることができる。
It is because I am a demon that I can still continue to fight.
おかしな真似を。
You friggin' cheater!
それで終わりですか?
Is that all?
攻撃を繰り出すばかりで、ご自身の防御がおろそかではありませんか?
Are you sure that by attacking all the time, you are not neglecting your own defense? Huh? Ah! Ronove pounded his palm into Jessica's stomach, stopping abruptly just a fraction away. Jessica was repelled by the purple shield, tumbled backwards and smashed her head on the bed. My shield cannot be broken by a mere human. I suggest that you never again dream of being able to touch my body. In that case, I'll just punch straight through that shield. You are a dauntless person. That tenacity. Yes, it is truly fitting for the next family head. Why don't I be your opponent for just a while longer? This is one of the privileges of an examiner. Shatter to pieces! Yeah! Gop looked down on George, sneering. He was lying face down in a puddle on the rose garden path. The merciless rain beat down on him so that it looked like even as though even the heavens were mocking him. Stand up. You'll fall again. George stood up shakily. It seemed his spirit hadn't given in, but the damage to his body was fairly significant. Beg for your life. What you're doing now is the same as the fourth choice of choosing nothing. You chose the third choice, right? If you get down on your hands and knees and apologize, I'll forgive your rudeness towards me. Then I'll guide you down to the dungeon. There, for your beloved Shannon, and for your own powerless self, you will kill the other hostages one by one. You can do it, right? You did boast about having that resolve. George didn't answer, but his gaze was still obstinately resisting surrender. If you are too obstinate, then this time you really will fall to the deepest depths of the abyss. Gop's strength was undeniable. There was no doubt that Shanon's group, watching through the three-sided mirror, understood that. Probably even more clearly than George himself. George-sama. Please, that's enough. You don't have to do this for someone like me.
姉さん私のことなんて好きにならなければジョージ様は誰とも戦わなくていいんでしょ
If you didn't fall in love with me, you wouldn't have to fight with anyone, right, George-sama? That's right, the FBI would not be on his ass.
私なんて捨ててください
Then please, just abandon me. Thank God. Shanon's finally the voice of reason.
忘れてください
Please, forget me. There was no way for that voice to reach George. But even so, George answered.
嫌だね
No way.
僕は屈服しない
I won't surrender.
へえ
Even Shannon is on team hashtag blame Shannon. Oh.
どうして
Why?
それが僕の覚悟だからだ
Because that is my resolve.
僕はシャノンのために全てと戦う
I'll fight everything for Shannon's sake.
そして全てに認めさせ全てに僕たちを祝福させる
And I'll make everything accept us. And everything bless us.
ねえ聞かせて
Hey, tell me something.
どうしてあのシャノンとかいう家具のためにそこまで言えるの
How can you go so far for that furniture called Shannon?
あんなのただの出来損ないじゃない
She's just a good for nothing, isn't she?
給仕一つ満足にできないガラクタ家具だわ
Furniture for the garbage that doesn't even make for a satisfactory waitress.
愛する女性への暴言を僕はそれ以上許さない
I won't permit any more insults against the woman I love.
だったら何
So what are you going to do about it?
ひ弱な僕ちゃんが
She's no furniture! She's my child bride! How is a weak kiddo like you going to fight against me?
人を愛するとは強さだ
Loving someone is strength.
それを知ったから僕は強くなれた
I was able to become strong because I learned that feeling.
シャノン僕は君を愛している
Shannon, I love you.
その言葉だけで僕は何度でも立ち上がれるんだ
With just those words, I can stand back up over and over again. Simp!
シャノンは力よ
Shannon's in the dungeon, you know?
私に愛を語られても
No good professing your love to me.
いや
No.
伝わった
She heard.
それが愛だからだ
Because that is love.
シャノンには今僕の言葉が聞こえているよ
Shannon can hear my words right now.
そうだと信じられることこそが愛だ
The reason I can believe that is because of love.
こいつ
This guy.
シャノン
Shannon,
君は家具なんかじゃない
you are not furniture.
家具だったとしても世界でただ一つの僕だけの家具だ
Even if you were, you would be mine alone. The only furniture for me in the world.
生涯僕と寄り添ってほしい
I want you to be close to me all my life.
僕には君が永遠に必要だ
I need you. Always and forever.
ジョージ様
焼けるわ
I'm jealous.
口説きならうちの人を超えたわね
He surpassed my husband in smooth talking. Take that, Rudolph.
若さですな
This is youth. So embarrassing that all of them can hear this. So what's more embarrassing? That they can all hear Jessica or that they can all hear George?
愛が強さ
Love is strength?
なら坊やはどうしてそんなにひ弱なの
Then why are you so weak, boy? Get him!
その弱さがつまり君の愛の程度なわけね
It must mean your love is also that weak then, I guess.
婚約者への愛もひ弱
Your love for your fiancé is weak.
両親のあっけない死に様もひ弱
Your parents' disappointingly quick deaths were weak.
君の人生は何から何までひ弱だわ
Everything about your life is weak.
シャノンは僕に愛と強さを教えてくれた
Shannon taught me about love and strength.
もし君が僕の強さだけでシャノンへの愛を確かめようというのなら僕の愛を教えよ
If you insist upon measuring my love for Shannon by my strength alone, then let me teach you about my love.
言うわね
Nice words.
なるほど
Now I get it.
何度も蹴り倒されて転がされそれでも立ち上がるのがシャノンからもらった強さだと
So you say that the way you can still stand up after being kicked down so many times is the strength you received from Shannon.
ならあっけなく殺されたあんたのお父さんとお母さんからは何をもらったの
In that case, what did you receive from your mother and father who were killed without a fight? Oh, damn! Ouch! Suddenly, there was a blackout. Outside? No. This is... The thing blocking Gop's vision was the bottom of George's shoe!
側頭蹴り
Sidekick.
尾骨骨折
Nasal bone fractured. His mom must have taught him martial arts! It had stopped right in front of the tip of Gop's
母さん
nose.
にもらったものはこの蹴りだ
The thing I got from mother was this kick. Woo! Eva's martial arts! After several moments' delay, Gop jumped back. Of course, it was too late. If George hadn't stopped, he probably would have caused exactly the damage he had announced.
そして父さんにもらったのが忍耐力
And what I got from father is patience. Anger with a low boiling point isn't something to be truly feared. True anger is cultivated through patience.
君の暴力的意思表示は理解した
I understand your declaration of violent
ま
intent.
た婚約者と両親への名誉毀損も理解した
I also understand your defamation of my fiancé and my parents.
そしてそれを撤回する気がないんだね
And you have no intention of retracting any of these? You.
君の攻撃はもう十分に理解したから
I have a sufficient understanding of your attacks now.
そろそろいいかな反撃して
If you're ready, may I fight back?
ほざくな坊やの分際で
Enough of your slick talk, bucko! A pitch black hole opened its mouth at George's feet. But George rapidly opened his legs, straddling the hole. The same move wouldn't work again. It was an extremely light dodge, and the upper part of his body didn't even quiver. This
忍
is
耐
so...
とは
This is
熱く
so...
ならず冷静に相手の出方を研究することだ
This is so silly to imagine. Patience means not losing your cool, and instead composedly researching your opponent's moves.
何のために
So, something tells me at this point is when somebody started coming up with the idea for the fighting game. For what purpose?
決まってるじゃないか
Isn't it obvious?
わかるかい
Do you know?
わかんないわよ
No, I don't.
反撃してきっちり借りを返し二度とちょっかいを出したくないと思わせ
It's to counter. To give back exactly what you got. To make them never want to mess with you again.
涙と鼻水で顔面をぐちゃぐちゃにしてそれを拭うのを忘れて
to make them cover their face in tears and snot and forget to wipe it off.
額を地面にこすりつけて何度も謝りたくなるほどに完膚なきまでに完璧に徹底的に
To make them want to rub their forehead on the ground and apologize over and over to completely, perfectly, thoroughly
叩きのめすためだよ
pulverize them until they can't get up. George dashed. Pits opened one after another, but George would not step in them again. And because she persisted in that move, Gop was captured for a second time. He wave dashed.
後ろ回し蹴り
Reverse
顎部
roundhouse.
骨折
Jaw fractured. It was stretched out more forcefully and beautifully than Gop's had been. Of course, while it centered directly on Gop's face, it stopped a hair's breadth away. Stop doing that! Just kick her! Perhaps she couldn't rely on pitfalls at this close range. I still have a hard time believing someone as undeniably lame as George is the son of Eva and Hideyoshi. Well, he's demonstrating what he learned from both of them at the moment. Gop kicked at George's shins as a diversion. And in the instant of weakness when he tried to deal with that, she aimed a kick at his stomach. What he learned in boating school or boarding school is not style, apparently. True. It was a bee-like stab by her stiletto heel, but it sliced through the air where George was no longer.
上段かかと落とし
High axe kick.
鎖骨骨折
Collarbone fractured. From beside Gop, George coldly announced that his foot still raised. And if that monarch's heel had been swung down, a collarbone fraction would have been an understatement. Bro, just do it! Just kick her! This guy's stronger than me at close range? Need distance. She jumped backwards to gain a large distance. She jumped and leapt and even backflipped, increasing the distance between them. It should have been magnificent, but for some reason it looked very similar to the movements of a small, scared animal. If she opened the distance, she could fight at the range that was her specialty, using a mixture of pitfalls and kicking techniques.
バカが私を倒せるチャンスを3度も逃した傲慢
You
奈落
fool!
の底で後悔なさい
Regret the arrogance of passing on 3 chances to defeat me in the depths of the abyss! Huh? Gop landed beautifully and tried to aim a pitfall, but when a razor-sharp wind cut her bangs. Yes, cut them. And twice. This time it didn't stop at a hair's breadth away, but scattered her bangs with its air pressure.
アルマーダ・コン・マルテーロ第一撃で眼底骨折
Armada com martello. Orbital blowout fracture with the first strike.
第二撃で脳挫傷
Cerebral contusion with the second strike. Gop was too shocked to speak. George had closed all that distance in an instant and let off a fearsomely nimble mid-air double kick. Furthermore, with the accuracy and edge of a razor, it had cut nothing more than a few of her bangs.
空手で蹴りの威力を
I learned the power of kicks from karate,
テコンドーで速度
speed from
カ
taekwondo,
ポエイラでは自在の間合いを学んだ
and freedom of range from capoeira.
母さんがいろいろと移り気でね
Mother was always trying something new,
でもいろいろと特徴を学べて勉強になったよ
but it was very educational being able to study their various merits.
なぜ当てない
Why don't you hit? That's what I want to know.
私が女だからとでも言うのか
Because I'm a woman?
君は王者の力として3つ目に暴力と言ったね。
You spoke of force as a monarch's third power.
君はどうやらまだその暴力の意味を誤解しているようだ。
It looks like you're still mistaking the meaning of that force.
この場合の暴力とはね、短絡的に振るわれる乱暴のことを言うんじゃない。
In this situation, force doesn't mean hastily wielded
敵
violence.
対すれば無傷では済まないという抑止のことを指すんだよ。
It refers to a deterrent. The knowledge that if someone opposes the monarch, that person won't get away unharmed.
抑止
A deterrent? That was the point. That was why all of George's attacks up until now had stopped just before the blow. These bare misses, which were more difficult than hitting directly, had all been performed so splendidly. And any one of them would probably have crushed Goff in a single hit if George had wished it. He was deliberately not doing that.
君も言ったろ。
You said it yourself, right?
暴力は滑る力だと。
Force is the power of rule.
暴力で相手を破壊してしまったら滑られないじゃないか。
If you destroy your opponent with force, you won't be able to rule them, right?
王者の暴力とはね、見せるだけなんだよ。
A monarch's force is something that is only shown. Yeah, but the fucking question on the test was kill everybody else on the island.
破壊しない。
He does not destroy.
屈服させて自らの財産とするんだからね。
He makes others submit and adds them to his own fortune.
君に泡でも吹かれたらみんなの囚われてる場所に案内させられないよ。
If you black out on me, I won't be able to make you guide me to where everyone else is being held. Gop had to admit it. She had to admit that George understood force in the truest sense.
みんなのところへ案内してもらうよ。
He'll take me to where everyone
抵
is.
抗はおすすめしない。
I would advise against resisting.
もう寸止めはしないよ。
I won't hold back anymore.
ごめんねリア、あんたの兵隊借りさせて。
Sorry, Leah. Let me borrow your troops.
私一人じゃ手に負えないわこいつ。
This guy's too much for me alone to handle. As a large pitch black hole opened in the sky, thunk, 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 3 muscular goat attendants fell out. Nobody's at the jail anymore! Come on, break out, break out! They surrounded George.
増援会？
Reinforcements.
それは僕がひ弱であることを撤回したと受け止めていいのかな？
I wonder if I should take this to mean that you retract your statement about me being weak.
認めるわ。
I admit it.
あんたの人間の力を侮ってたわ。
I made light of your power. The power of humans.
違うね。
No.
これが愛を覚えた男の強さなのさ。
This is the strength of a man who has come to know love.
ふざけ！臭いことをシャーシャーと。
What tripe? How can you say stuff like that with a straight face?
さ
I
あ
don't
ヤ
know.
ギたち。
Come, goats!
その男を潰して肉団子にしてやりなさい。
Crush this man into meatballs!
このヤギたちはバカだ
These goats are stupid.
けどパワーだけはあるみたいよ。
But it looks like they at least have
あ
power.
んたの死体婚約者にも見分けがつかなくしてあげるわ。
I'll make it so even your fiancé won't be able to recognize your corpse.
降伏拒否並びに継戦の意思了解したよ。
You refuse to surrender and intend to continue fighting. Understood.
以後は君の攻撃に等しい分だけ君に実害が及ぶことを宣言する。
I proclaim that henceforth you will receive real harm proportional to your own attacks.
僕をまだ攻撃するつもりなら相応の損害を受けることになると覚悟するがいい。
If you still plan on attacking me, I suggest you prepare to receive a great deal of damage. When George proclaimed that, a faint red magic circle rose up around him. From Shannon? But it seemed that George couldn't see it. However, Gop, being a demon, could. Magic? Why does this guy have a defensive barrier? And what's more, it's specialized for counterattacks. Is this what you meant by a deterrent? From a demon's perspective, that might have been magic. But in George's eyes, it was determination. Undertale! It was absolute determination that would show no mercy to anyone who wished for further fighting, and force them to prepare for a significant counterattack. Absolute determination becomes magic. Well, I guess it worked for Kinzo. Ronobe had been accurately blocking Jessica's fist with his shield. Sans Darde Tail? Sandstorm? But something felt odd. Even though he was certainly stopping the blows with the shield, he felt his arm beginning to strain and ache. All physical damage should have been shut off. However, the damage from her fist was gradually being transmitted to his arm and was accumulating. Ronobe acted like he was composed so that this wouldn't be noticed. I'm not gonna get worn out. What's wrong, old man? Starting to get a little tough? No matter how much you attack, it is useless. Why can't you understand that you cannot break my shield? Saying that is not gonna stop me hitting you. No matter how hard someone's heart is, words are gonna get through to them little bit each time, and eventually you can make a crack. She's talking about Kanhun. I believe it. I believe that there's no such thing as useless effort in this world. You know what? Right on, Jessica. Let's go. Isn't that why we live to the fullest? If words get through eventually, and the same goes for fists. I don't even know the meaning of the words give up. Those words were probably aimed at Kanhun. Kanhun had technically rejected Jessica's words. But Jessica knew that, no matter how obstinate his heart was, those words would eventually soak through. And she believed that surely the day would come when he would understand her heart and stop calling himself furniture and disparaging himself, and step out into his new life. So Jessica wouldn't give up. She wouldn't lose heart. Sounds dumb as hell, huh? I'll bet it makes no sense to a guy like you, does it? See, a girl in love doesn't even think about giving up because it's useless. At that time, Ronobe certainly saw. He saw the red-hot, burning glow of light surround Jessica's fists. This is problematic. Enchanted, are they? Permeation upgrade. That will be troublesome. Within her relentless fists and determination dwelled the power to succeed no matter what. From a demon's perspective, that was magic. Absolute determination becomes magic. See? Nothing useless about it. My fists are making it through, aren't they? You're guarding your arm, old man. It seems I will have to get a little more serious. It appears it is as you said. In this world, nothing is useless. That's right. If you give up saying something's useless, that's when your life is friggin' over. I'll get through to him. Definitely! I'm an idiot, so this is the only way I can live. But even so, I believe that one day, I'll definitely be able to teach Kanon-kun about a new world. You know what? Right fucking on, Jessica. Let's fucking go. So I'm not gonna buckle in a place like this. I'll definitely defeat you and save everyone. Damn it! A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. Damn it! If I could just open a hole. Kraus was repeating his useless effort in trying to somehow open a hole between the metal bars. Useless. There's nothing useless. There's nothing. The lookout goats had been swallowed up by those black pits and disappeared. Now was their do-or-die chance. See, what didn't I say? This was their only chance to break the bars. Oh, maybe she's gonna break through the Kanon and Kanon's gonna break the bars. Stop it! It's impossible. Kraus-san. We can't do anything about them with our bare hands. Let's look for a tool. Don't waste time on the impossible. If you give up saying it's useless, then it's all over. That's what my daughter said. Even if it's impossible for my body, as long as a small person like Shannon or Kanon could make it through. At this stage, action is more important than racking our brains. Let's put our strength together. I'll join in too. Kanon-kun, you're a boy. Lend a hand. Kanon-kun? It's happening. She's getting through to him. It's happening. Let's go, please. Not the spooky wind. Kraus-sama, please stand back. Oh, he's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. He's gonna do it. What? What are you thinking of? It's all right, isn't it, Ne-san? If we try struggling just one more time. My fucking god, I would not be able to look at my GF's dad in this scenario, let alone speak to him. Yeah. I'll struggle once more as well. No, not once. Over and over again. God, I'm stronger than you. You would have offed yourself minutes ago. Oh no. Jessica's voice had reached Kanon. It had certainly permeated into his stone-cold heart. And George's voice had reached Shannon. If the love he had shown was embodied by strength, she would have to respond in the same way. An incredible metallic sound rang out. The first flash cut horizontally through several of the metal bars, and with the next flash, they were cut through horizontally again, causing them to clatter to the ground like bamboo shoots cut by a sword. Kraus, Kirie, and Nanjo didn't even have a clue about what had just happened.
Nanjo 先生。
Dr. Nanjo.
お屋敷や廊下をどっちに
Which way down the corridor goes to the mansion? Yes.
左奥だ。左奥。
It's to the left at the back. To the left at the back.
参りましょう、旦那様方。
Let's go,
すぐ
everyone.
にワルギリア様に気づかれます。
We'll be noticed by Virgilia-sama anytime now.
あんたたちは一体何なの
You two? What in the world are you?
僕たちは
We're furniture. Oh! When Kanoen hung his head a little and faltered, Shanoen slapped his shoulder, smiled, and spoke.
私たちは人間です。
We are human.
ワルギリア様
Virgilia-sama!
警戒網に反応、脱獄です。
Response from the warning network. Jailbreak. Oh, it's the mother tune. Ooh.
なぜか見張りのヤギがいません。
The goat guards aren't there for some reason.
どうしてです
What? Why?
ガープですね
It's Gop, isn't it?
人の瞬間物を勝手に
Taking my summons without asking. Gap!
ガップガップ
Gap, gap!
光線規定確認
Confirming rules of
脱
engagement.
走者への射殺許可を申請であります
Request permission to fire the escapees, ma'am.
おやりなさい
Do it.
やっちゃいなさい
Kill them!
ガップガップガップガップガップ
Gap, 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 gap! Yeah!
了解であります
Understood, ma'am.
45410追撃狙撃戦準備
45, 410, prepare for sniping pursuit combat.
男子収束誘導弾
Ammo type, guided cluster rounds.
ワルギリア様逃亡阻止結界は
Virgilia-sama, the escape prevention barrier.
いったったった
Ow, 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 ow.
そうでした
Yes, right.
ここから逃がしはしませんよ
Oh, I won't let you escape from here.
ガプガプ言ってたらしたかみました
Oh, I bit my tongue saying gap, gap. As they ran down the underground passage, the path in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
また鉄格子だ。
Kato, more metal bars.
頼む。
We need you.
はい旦那様
Yes, Kraus-sama.
しかしすごいわ
That's incredible,
一
though.
体どういう原理なのかしら
I wonder if you could tell me what kind of principle it works on.
原理など
Magic.
興味ない。
I'm not interested in
大
principles.
事なのは彼に鉄格子が切断できてここから脱出できることだけだ。
The only thing that's important is that he can sever the metal bars and we can escape from here.
気にするなカノン。
Okay, that's the background CG of the cave that leads to the gold! That's right. The gold! I'm glad you guys like that so much. Don't get distracted, Kato. Just do it.
お任せを
Leave it to me. Kanon sliced the metal bars again with a red trail, but there was a harsh, strange noise, and only a slight scratch was left on the metal bars. Well, I guess Kanon's not that great.
なんと。
Goodness,
頑丈な。
these are sturdy.
違う
No,
エンチャントされてる
it's enchanted.
ワルギリア様の魔法錠だ
It's Virgilia-sama's magic lock.
切断できる。
Can you cut through it?
もちろん
Of course,
でも時間をかける
but it will take time.
3分間
I'll
待てよ。
give you 3 minutes. After taking a deep breath and focusing his concentration, Kanon once again extended his sword that trailed red. Try licking it. Oh my god, he's like, boss? What? Is he? Oh yeah, 3 minutes. Like, oh yeah. I could do it in 6 hours. You have 3. No, that's It's impossible. He is like boss. And you need at least 12 hours. You have 6. Yeah, exactly. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed almost as though he was burning through them with a blowtorch. I'll be here in 4 hours. You said 6! It looks like cutting it is possible, but it's going to make us work for it.
旦那様
Cross-sama.
敵に捕捉されました
We've been locked onto by the enemy.
下がってください
Please move back. Huh?
追って
Pursuers?
誰も来てないわよ
There's no one coming.
私の後ろに下がってください
Please get behind
狙
me.
われてます
They're aiming for us.
45データ治療
45, data
標
received.
的は捕捉地形誤差修正
Targets acquired. Correcting for
射
terrain.
撃曲線形成制御点補正完了
Forming firing curve. Control points adjusted.
410データリンク
Data link to 410.
410データ受領
410, data received.
危険区域確認問題なし
Checking danger zone. No problems.
WO 師団装填48発個別誘導 F&F
Double O. Loading 48 sub-rounds. Individual homing F&F.
収束誘導だ
Guided cluster rounds. Ready.
準備完了
45射撃準備完了
45, firing preparations complete.
収束誘導弾装填
Guided cluster rounds loaded.
410にひひ
410.
射撃
Firing!
A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold trail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
何か光りましたぞ
Something shone!
お前の矢はシールドで防げない
You can't block the golden arrow with a shield.
カノン君迎撃態勢
Hanun-kun, prepare to
リンク
intercept.
しよう
Let's link.
ゲートキーパー
They're doing the same thing? What the fuck is Gatekeeper? Gatekeeper,
姉
understood.
さんと一緒に戦うのは久しぶりだ
It's been a long time since I fought alongside you, Ne-san.
動じらないでよ
Don't screw up. Yeah,
本気でやる
I'll give it everything I've got.
なら問題ない
Then we'll be fine. Kanun stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind, focusing deep, deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess total lethality against ground troops. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets. It's shown.
分裂した
It's divided.
収束誘導弾分裂確認
Checking guided cluster round division.
師団467848全弾捕捉
46, 7, 8, 48 sub-rounds. All locks acquired.
迎撃完成カノンにデータリンク
Dan, are you here? Interception control. Data link to Kanon.
カノンデータ受領
Kanon, data received.
姉さんの能力はすごいな
Your ability is incredible, Ne-san.
48発全部見える
I can see all 48. Dan, do you know anything about Montreal?
迎撃優先順位に注意
Were you thinking about working at the college there or applying? It is a city. You have been there. Observe the interception priority ordering.
姉さんを信じて
Trust your Ne-san.
もちろんさ
Of course.
僕は目を開ける必要さえない
Are you just wondering because it says it's called Jack Lecoq? Is that the entire reason why you're asking? Incredible. Of course, I don't even need to open my eyes. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. You already had the come and go. I know they're closing, but you had the come and go. Why do you need to go to the Jack McCock? Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes. Commence interception.
Huh?
Woo! Kanon, let's go! Woo-woo! Target's unharmed! It was intercepted! Well, still, you had it. Be satisfied. No, I'm just kidding. Nisha? All 48?
シャノンとカノンはもともと一組の家具ですからね。
Shannon and Kanon were originally a furniture pair, you see.
揃うと手強いこと。
You'll never again shoot and scoot. They're strong when they're together. Ow, ow, ow. I wonder if this is going to become a mouth ulcer.
落ち着け。再装填。
Calm down. Reload.
弾種を変更。
Updating ammo type.
精密高速狙撃弾。
Precision light speed sniper
精密
rounds.
狙撃戦準
Prepare
備。
for the precision sniping. Sounds good, yeah. Impossible to intercept super high-speed rounds. Impossible to defend against for a mere gatekeeper, yeah. Precision sniping understood. Commencing collection of precision firing data. What in the world was that just now?
安心して。私にもさっぱりよ。
Don't worry, I'm as clueless as you.
一つわかるのは、二人に頼らなきゃ死んでたってことね。
All I know is that we'd be dead if we hadn't relied on those two. Kanon-kun, thanks. Go back to the metal bars. Next will probably come a shot that you can't intercept.
そんな攻撃をどう防ぐんだ
How do we block against such an attack? We don't let them shoot. Oh, get their asses, Shannon. Kanon-kun, spirit particle combat. Guard yourself. At those words, Kanon closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact blasted out that could only be perceived by those not human. What did they do? Holy shit. Huh? Firing system error! No good! Rebooting! Huh? Spirit wave jamming! Spirit particle protection! Move it! What are you doing? Cover your ears, 45, but she's got 4 of them! An unseen, unheard impact blasted towards the Chester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. Still standing bolt upright, her eyes rolled inside her head. What the fuck? What the fuck did Shannon just do to her? $45 damaged. Her compiler engine's gone kaput. Yeah. The noise is horrible for me too, yeah.
45、410、そして00。
The Nui 45, 410, and 00. damaged.
狙撃戦を断念。
Abandoning sniping.
ゴロに来た。
It came straight through the link.
再起動しないと。
Have to reboot. Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down.
大丈夫ですか?
Are you alright?
後でまた美味しい紅茶を入れてあげますからね。
I will make you some more. I will make you some more delicious black tea later, okay? Hold together.
申し訳ございませんであります。
My apologies, ma'am.
再起動をかけます。
We'll reboot.
数百秒ほどお待ちを。
Please wait a few hundred seconds. All of the Chester sisters collapsed. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
一時的にとはいえ退けますか。
So, furniture was able to repel weapons, if but for a moment.
なるほど。あの子の面白がる筋書きは実に大番狂わせが多いこと。
Whenever Virgilia's eye opens, it's always terrifying. I see. The plots which entertain that child truly are filled with unexpected turns. Are you talking about Beato? Virgilia tore the air with a large motion as though opening a door.
さあさあおいでなさい。ヤギの従者たち。
Come, arise, go to tendance.
お仕事の時間ですよ。
It's time for work.
脱走者たちを殺して。
Kill and capture the escapees.
捕らえなさい。死体でいいのですよ。どうせ蘇生できるし。
Corpses are fine. We can just revive them anyway. A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out. Is this what happened when the goats were going after Rosa? Yeah, remember this is all made up by Beato to try to get Battler to admit he's stupid. True, true.
さあさあ急ぎなさい。
Come now, hurry.
脱走者は5人いるから5等賞までの早い者勝ち。
There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win.
素敵なご褒美がありますよ。さあさあ頑張って頑張って。
There will be a wonderful prize. Come on now. Go for it. Go for it. Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After glancing at each other at those words, the goats rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as tight a squeeze as the trains during a commuter rush. I can picture it perfectly. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Kanon had managed to cut just enough bars to make a gap that could be slipped through. It proved a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nancho, whose waist was nearly his downfall. Oh, poor Nancho, but even so, they all managed to make it through. But their relief at getting through was short-lived. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them. The security sure is tough. I bet they really didn't want the people in here to escape. Kanon, sorry, but I'll have to ask you again. I'm sure it's tough on you, but please. There was sweat on Kanon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, was exhausting him considerably. Yes, leave it to me, Kraus-sama. Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you. Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Kanon concentrated his mind again and once more set himself to the task of cutting the bars. Enemies are coming from behind, multiple. Yes, this time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some terrible monsters are rushing at us. Don't worry. I'll seal the doors we just came through with a magic lock. Goats won't be able to break it. Shannon held her hand out towards the bars they had come through, but she stopped right away. What is it? Virgilia-sama has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken. We'll lose the initiative once the Chester sisters are rebooted. I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute rabbits. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those crafty little spirit particles, I'll tear that all off and rob you of them. Ne-san, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while. I don't have a clue what you're saying, but we at least got the point that it's something pretty bad. PDA picked up a metal bar that Kanon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from. Oh! PDA's got a metal bar! Let's go! I believe this set of bars is the final thing blocking the way. How far is it to the mansion from here? Quite a walk. The path is even. But I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes. So if we run flat out, it'll be half that time. Not for poor Nanjo. They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica could hold out against demon opponents for all that time. If we run at twice walking speed, it'll be 15 minutes. And running at twice that speed again would make it 8 minutes. And if we sprint flat out at double that speed, again, it won't even take 5. No sweat. Kraus, there's no way you can run that fast. What an unreasonable calculation. But calculations in dire emergencies do tend to be that way. My sincere apologies, everyone. The rest will be up to you. Leave it to us. Kanon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kirie-san and I will defend against the pursuers. Then the roars of beasts rang out from the darkness, and numerous fiery, glowing, bright red eyes appeared. The goats rushing towards them with thunderous force were several levels more massive than the guards had been. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. The power and terror was tremendous, but Kirie instead laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the gap in the bars. Oop. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a terrific sound, like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had buckled inwards. 8 times walking speed seems reasonable for some people, but not Kraus! Or Nanjo? Kirie, I bet, could do it. No way Shannon could do it. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had buckled inwards. The force of their charge must have been no different from a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would undoubtedly have swallowed the 5 of them up and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressed up against the metal bars realized that the 5 were right there in front of them, they let out a terrible howl trying to intimidate the 5. Although it was hard to tell whether that was really intimidation or because of the pain from being pushed and shoved. One calm goat among them figured out that it just needed to do something about the metal bars, and grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kirie sharply jabbed her metal pole at that goat's vitals. Yeah, let's go, Kirie, poke him. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down. Still holding the stuck-in metal pole, Kirie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. They're gonna do a Rosa and hit the other end of that thing so it goes into their eyeball, just like Rosa. Kraus ran there with all his might, leapt into the air, and kicked it in with all his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on that single pole, drilling it in. You know, I just had a thought. I think Jessica might take more after her father than her mother. Because Kraus seemed like he was the kind of jock bully guy growing up. He probably was in some sports. Or probably got in some fights or some tussles when he was young. Maybe he's tapping back into that energy. Oh, are you alright? 8 times walking speed would be like 24 miles per hour, and that's like Olympic sprinter amounts, so maybe not 8 times. Ha! Ha! Could Kirie run like an Olympic sprinter? Here's the real question. Are you alright? Please don't rub the affected area. Nanjo! Don't say that to the goats! I shall prescribe some medicine later. Take care. As the goat who had taken a pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head. Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We can't let Shannon and Kanon-kun beat us. Naturally, we are a loving family after all. We can take them if it's 2-on-1. Next, that one on the right. Roger. You seem like a great wife. That Rudolph, I'm starting to think he grumbled a little too much. What the fuck was Rudolph saying about Kirie? I'll bring him back from the dead and kill him again. Oh, you'll have to tell me about that later. Rudolph-san, it's no use you turning white in heaven. It's too late for excuses. Get his ass. The goat's massive body sank into the rose bush. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. That massive body flying up and through the air from being kicked in the chin, it was too epic! Even George seemed a little surprised. To think that my kick works on monsters too. I'm astonished. It's because of your counter-attacking type barrier. The attack power that grazes you is added onto your own. The superhuman power of those monsters has been added to your kicks. Nanjo, like, oh no, health is important.
よくわからないけど、僕にぴったりじゃないか。
I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me?
誰であろうとも攻撃してくるなら等しい反撃を覚悟してもらう。
If you're going to attack me, then no matter who you are, you should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure.
専守防衛。
Non-aggressive defense.
僕のポリシーそのものだ。
That's exactly my policy. That's why Gop couldn't easily touch him. The counterattacking type barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its counterattacking characteristic, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats were foolish, so they attacked without worrying, but the effect was being realized to the full against Gop.
こいつらは単調だね。
These guys really are
パ
dull.
ワーが互角であるならば
When your power is even,
小柄な方が有利だ。
it's better to be of a smaller build. He lightly dodged the log-like arm. When that arm touched the barrier that protected George, it let off a strong red light. Who the fuck is walking at 3 miles per hour? You're walking at 2 miles per hour if you're booking it? Well, maybe you got short little legs. No, I'm just kidding. I'm also probably 2 miles per hour if I'm booking it. When the arm touched the barrier that protected George, it let off a strong red light. Short little legs. And the tip of the foot that was counterattacking gained the same shine, and the superhuman power of the goat was added to George's own. The second goat fell forwards and floated in the air for a second. Then, George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped to get away with its life. But no! A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground.
上段回し蹴りからの練りチャギは基本だろ。
Going from a high roundhouse kick to a neri chagi is pretty basic, right?
たまにやると結構当たるよ。
It connects pretty often if you don't overuse it.
こいつ厄介だわ。
This
マ
guy's
ジで厄介だわ。
a problem. Seriously, a problem.
何が悪魔だ。何が魔女だ。
Demons, witches, get real.
六軒島の主人はこの後ろ宮家だよ。
The rulers of Rokenjima are this Ushinomiya family.
それを体で教えてやるよ。
I will teach that to you with every ounce of strength in my body. You? The only way to finish off George now that his body was wrapped up in the counterattacking type barrier was to not allow him a counterattack. Next time she sucked him into the abyss, she would have a kick to kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already perfected reading the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gop's pitfalls. If he managed to jump over that next pit, then this time he would probably pulverize Gop's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest, just as had been done to his parents. Ooh. She was able to envision that scene vividly. It was far too late now, but Gop cursed Kinzo all the same for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Ronove finally started using both of his hands to form his shield. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to completely block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeation upgrade had already stacked several times, and those fists had also been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists worthy to fight on par with a demon. Oh no! What's wrong?
へばってきたんじゃねえのかよ。
Starting to get tired?
動きが鈍ってきてるぜ。
You're getting all slow.
いい
No.
えジェシカ様の動きと思考動体視力が飛躍的にエンチャントされているのです
Your movements, thoughts, and kinetic vision have been exponentially enchanted.
私の動きは最初から変わっていませんよ
My movements have not changed from the
あ
beginning.
なたの動きが私を捉えつつあるのです
Your movements are beginning to capture me.
それでも反撃はしねえわけか。
And you still won't fight back?
これが私のこだわりですので
This is the style which I insist upon.
しかしこのままというわけにもいきますね
However, I cannot allow things to continue as they are.
そろそろ本気で終わりにさせてもらいます
It's about time for me to get serious and end this. Renove's face turned into an expression he had never shown before. It was truly demonic, and, to Jessica's eyes, full of respect. Because it was an expression only shown to enemies strong enough to make him get serious. Woo! Woo, woo, woo! Whoa!
なんだこれ。
What the heck? With a whole body gesture that you couldn't call elegant, Ronove set up a shield with all his strength, the size and thickness of a wall. Its sturdiness was nothing like a shield. It was literally a wall. And on top of that, with all of Ronove's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
これがお前の本気かよ。
You call this serious?
上等だぜ。打ち砕いてやる。
No problem. I'll break right through it!
今度はそうはさせません
I will not let you this time.
この壁は一味違います
This wall is somewhat different.
どれ私もエンチャントさせていただきます
Here, allow me to enchant it as well. Ronove made magic signs with his fingers, almost like a ninja. The wall glowed red for just an instant and became imbued with some kind of ominous power. Almost immediately, Jessica also gained a first-hand understanding of this. Every time she pounded her fists against the wall, pain rebounded upon her as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body.
攻撃反応装甲を付与させていただきました
I upgraded it with attack reactive armor,
ジェシカ様の攻撃を相殺することで威力を減退させ
an exceptional item which will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them.
のみならず反応破片で反撃までできる優れものです
And can even counterattack with reactive fragments.
殴り続けるのは大いに結構ですがそれは自らにも及びます
You are perfectly welcome to keep punching it, but doing so will affect you as well.
つまりお前の壁と私の我慢比べってことかよ。
So it's an endurance test between me and your wall?
上等だ。
Fine by me.
ジェシカ様が膝をつくのが先か壁に押し込まれるのが先か
Will you fall to your knees first or be pushed into the wall first?
見物させていただきました
Allow me to observe.
打ち破ってこの壁ごとお前の横っ面をぶっ飛ばす方が先かもな。
Or I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face! Ever think about that?
見てやがれ。
Just watch me! Without hesitation, Jessica slammed both fists into the wall. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, tormenting her body all over. Countless red cuts soon appeared all over her body. She grimaced at the intense pain, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin exactly the opposite of pain. Kanon, are you done yet? We are alright, but I can't say the same for the bars holding those guys in check. Just a little more. There's no end to these guys. The bars might break just from them shoving each other. The metal bars creaked under the strain of the group of goats. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands were grabbing the metal bars happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right, creating an opening. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that gap was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from expanding left and right. A loud metallic sound came from behind them. Kanon had finally finished cutting. Quickly! Kirie-san, ladies first. You next, Dr. Nanjo. Kraus-sama, please leave this place to me. What? Kanon's red sword, which he had cut the metal bars, disappeared. Oh no! Nani kore?
ごめん。
Sorry.
マルギリア様の霊視線影響下に入った。
We've entered Vergilia-sama's spirit particle combat area of
私
influence.
たちの魔力が中和されてる。
Our magic power is being neutralized. Purgatory Catastrophe Rhapsody?
よくも大魔女と呼ばれた私にここまで抗ったものです。
I am impressed that you put up such a fight against a great witch like
もは
me.
やその地下道ではあなたたちの魔法は使えませんよ。
You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage. A magic circle column drew complex magical formulae around Vergilia. With such a full-fledged magic being used, Shanon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she had withstood as much as she had.
霊視優勢を確保。
Spirit particle superiority ensured.
さあ、シエスタ姉妹。今度こそあなたたちの出番ですよ。
Come, Chester sisters, now it's your turn.
まだ再起動してるんですか？
Wait, are you still rebooting?
なんで最近の子は寝起きが悪いの？
Why are kids so bad at waking up these days?
申し訳ありませんであります。
My apologies, ma'am.
私たち全員バージョンが違ってて。
We're all different versions.
なんでバージョン変わるたびにショートカットとプルダウンがしっちゃか
Why is it that the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions, yeah?
前回不正な終了がありました？
Did not shut down successfully last time?
管理者権限？
Administrator privileges?
何これ？
What is all this nonsense?
早く直して！
Fix me quick! Oh, Fix me quickly!
この得体トラブルシュートにコール。
Calling Imperial Guards troubleshooting. No, they're calling their bosses troubleshooting. That's so fucking funny.
何？
What?
ユーザーコードがないと教えない？
You won't tell us without a user code?
ユーザーコードは45が管理してるに。
45 is in control of the user code, yeah.
9999にしか聞こえん。
All I can hear is QQQQ or 9999. All I can hear is 9999.
紙に書かせろ。
Have her write it on some paper.
言語支援システム再起動できてないから文字も書けないに。
Her language support system hasn't come back up, so she can't even write, yeah.
お前 たちはゆっくり修理しています。
You take your time fixing yourselves.
私が行ってきます。
I'll go myself. Sorry! The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. 9999 Zero Escape? They do make that exact pun in Zero Escape, 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. The underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Virgilio was again in disbelief at this congestion. What are you doing? Huh? You want to be first because you want the prize? You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the others to steal the prize from you? You stupid goats! I'm going myself, so open the way! What? You don't want to? Virgilia-sama is trying to steal the prize? Why are you forming a scrum? Kitsuo voice, 2 minutes, alright. This is perfect, actually.
Why are you forming a scrum? Ah! It's so cramped and tight! When did this become a goats only claw? Whoever just touched my butt, get off at the next station! What do you want? Come this way.
A test of your reflexes!
The 5 people in Klaus's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't afford to dawdle around underground. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. Once everyone was together, there would be no longer anything to fear. Just then, a terrible rumble started closing in from behind. Had the pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. But that rumble and the dart falling here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like they had been passed by ghosts. Uh-oh! The instant after they thought that nothing had happened, the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in the path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder. Oh, Moe, kawaii! This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Waiter, I'll treat you to some homemade mackerel curry. Oh my god, I really can't tell if she's really supposed to be Kumasawa or not. Maybe it really was happy, even to receive such a dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and wiggling. Virgilia leapt down, laughing, now that it was finally checkmate.
I think this is the first time I've seen both of her eyes open. Also, 2 minutes are up. Oh, you're going to sleep? Good night. Good night, Alexi. Laughing now that it was finally checkmate. Damn, it's no good. Our magic has been completely killed. It's too early to give up. Even without magic, we still have our bodies. Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power. Stay back, children. I'll handle them somehow. So you escape past that monster while I'm keeping him busy. I won't let you. Virgilia clapped her hands, and a purple magic barrier appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Kraus had been betting on. Is there nothing to be done? No, there's still a chance. Even Jessica fought. I must do the same. Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against that massive monster. Don't be absurd. Kraus-san, let us think of another way. If you think of something, I'm open to suggestions. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Come on, get back. Be careful. My, Kraus. You intend to fight this child alone? You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot. You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain the situation for you, since you clearly don't know your place. What?
あなたが 100% の力を発揮したとして、あなたの戦闘力はせいぜい6。
Assuming you were able to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6.
対してこの子の戦闘力は1000。
In comparison, this child has a power level of 1000.
つまり、あなたが100人束になっても絶対に勝てないということです。
In short, even if there were 100 of you, you could never win.
まあ、確かに戦いには不確定要素もあります。
Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight.
その戦闘力に多少の倍率がかかることも認めましょう。
I will admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it.
しかしそれでも、あなたがこの子を倒せる確率は 0.00001% というところでしょうか。
But even so, your chances of defeating him are around perhaps 0.00001%.
お分かりかしら？
You understand?
あなたには万に一つの勝ち目もないということです。
You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Virgilia and the goat guffawed together. Damn it.
毎日ということは配当は1万倍ということではないか。
If it's a 1 in 10,000 chance, then the payoff will be 10,000 times more, will it not?
いい大穴だ。
A good dark horse.
そういう馬券は好きだよ。買いたくなる。
I like betting tickets like that. Makes me want to buy them.
それを買うコインはあなたの命。1枚しかありませんよ。
But the coin to buy that is your life, and there's only one of those, you know.
しかし、それでもその奇跡に運命を託したいというあなたの気持ち、よくわかります。
Nevertheless, I can understand the feeling of wanting to entrust your fate to that miracle.
ですので、恐れずに立ち向かうあなたの勇気をたたえ、一つハンデを差し上げましょう。
Which is why, in praise of your courage for standing against us without fear, I shall give you a bit of a handicap.
この子は左腕一本で戦います。
This child will fight with only his left arm.
まあ、それでもあなたに負ける気は全くしませんが。
Well, even so, I can't imagine for a moment that he'll lose to you.
それにしても何かしら、さっきからピンポンピンポンと。
Seriously, what is that thing that keeps going bing bong bing bong? I thought that was part of the music. That's actually, they're actually hearing that? There's like a convenience store door opening and closing. What the fuck is going bing bong bing bong? Very well.
その勝負受けて立ってやる。
I'll accept that challenge.
左腕だろうとなんだろうと、どうせ私は一撃で殺されるだろう。
Howdy! We're in the middle of like a big extended action scene. Left arm or whatever else. I'm sure I'd be killed with a single strike in any case.
私のチャンスもまた一撃しかない。
I also only have a single chance at a strike.
それに全てかけるしかあるまい。
I can only bet everything on that.
むちゃくちゃだ、クラウスさん。
That's absurd, Kraus-san.
あんたがボクシングをやってたことは知っているが、それでも大学時代。
I know that you used to do boxing, but I believe that was from your college days. Jessica does get that from him. I knew it. And didn't I say he was probably in sports and got in some fights when he was in school? I was so right.
いやいや、仮にプロのボクサーがいたとしても、あんな化け物一撃で倒せるはずもない。
No, even if there were a pro boxer here, there's no way he could defeat a monster like that with just one strike. One punch!
リングの上での試合なら確かにね。
That would be true if it were a match in the ring.
でも、クラウス兄さんが望みをかけるチャンスがわずかだけどあるわ。
But Kraus-Nissan does have an admittedly small chance that he can set his hopes on.
彼はそれに全て望みをかけている。
He's setting all his hopes on that one chance.
まさか。
You aren't saying.
しかし、そんなのうまくいくわけがない。
But there's no way that's going to work.
旦那様。
Kraus-sama.
見ていろ。
Watch me.
一撃で決めてやる。
I'll settle this with a single strike. Ho 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 ho. How unwise. I know what you're gunning for. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will double the norm. Both will crash together, so it'll be a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike miraculously lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 will cap out at 48 at the most. He might just barely be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit, and your damage still accumulates. Let's see, perhaps you could finally win when we get to episode 24. No! She took the time loops into account. That's too funny. If only the series could stretch on so long. Wow. All right, I guess that's the first profound fourth wall break. Either way, you don't even have the slightest chance of victory. What the fuck is that bing bong? Good gracious, what is that bing bong I keep hearing?
私も一撃に全てをかけさせていただく。
I will be betting everything on a single strike.
ヤギ君も遠慮することはない。
You have no reason to hold back either.
本気で来たまえ。
Give it everything you've got.
全力を要望です。
Thank you. Oh, he's requesting that you go all out. Well, given how long it takes for me to repeat myself to get the point across, I wouldn't be surprised if you made it to episode 46. Oh! Get their asses, Dan! He's requesting that you go all out.
本気の一撃で粉砕し、肉片に変えてやりなさいな。
Pulverize him with a single all-out strike and turn him into chunks of meat. As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Your motherfucking life ends 5 seconds from now. Also, look at its legs. It's fucking thick. Thick-ass goat. As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you were hoping for? Stake your hopes on your greatest power level and despair even when that doesn't reach at all. It pinged again!
That thing is really getting on my nerves. What is it?
Here I come. Ready? The goat roared in response. Then, with a matched timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. United States of Smash! The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly locked onto Krause's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Krause and blow him away, and when he would achieve his total victory. The long, painful days before today drifted through the goat's mind. The hard days of training where his senpais had picked on him. Why are they using the font that's in the other fan translation? That's so funny. Is that Black Phillip or the Witch? There's a lot of them. A lot of Black Phillips. Wait, that's totally the text from the other fan translation. That's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Leave this to me and go on ahead. Senpai! The faint glimpses of his senpai's warm concern during those days. And the joy of the day his power had been acknowledged and he had been accepted as one of the team. Sorry to keep you waiting, you guys. Why are you here? I have never properly respected my parents. That's right. I'd actually planned on washing my hands of this business once this job was over and returning to my hometown. Sorry, my little goat sister. Your Oni-chan caused you nothing but trouble. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm going to marry her when I get home! Dread of the Grave? Yeah! Wait, is this Battler? Yeah! No! Don't trip so many loser flags! You can't handle that punch! Dodge it! It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed. Foolish Vergilia. Oh my god, is it Kirie's dreaded from the grave? Let's fucking go. As it should be. It looks like you couldn't make a composed decision. You must not take that punch! Deflect it! The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight crossed, the goat obeyed Vergilia's order with a super fast reflexes and pulled back his straight, deflecting Krause's punch. Yes, Vergilia's decision was probably wise. After all, the number of loser flags act as a multiplier on the opponent's power level! That was close. If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force it would have been multiplied to. Come on, from there, smash the completely open right side of his face, the right straight. What? The promise about fighting with only your left arm? Promises are made to be broken! Yeah, that would be what the Vergilia from episode 3 would end up saying, huh? Yeah! Tripped another one! Wait, are all the ping pongs assign you tripped a loser flag? That's hilarious.
失望よ、ワルギリア。
I'm disappointed,
あな
Virgilia.
たはやはり冷静を欠いていたわ。
You really were lacking composure.
なんですって。
What's that?
直前に気づいて避けさせた私のどこが冷静でないと。
How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it? Beep bomb!
どうしてですか、キリエ様。
Why is that,
あの
Kirie-sama?
まま激突していたら旦那様の勝ちだったのでは。
If they had crashed like that, wouldn't Kraus-sama have won?
そうか。
Ah,
負けフラグの数が
I
20
see.
まだ足りないんだ。
Even with 20 loser flags, that's still not enough. Krauses and the goats double rush make it ×4. With a miracle on their side, the firm promise of a critical hit would double it again for ×8. On top of that, a multiplier of 20 equal to the number of loser flags applied, making it ×160. At a glance, that looks like an incredible amplification, but even so, Kraus's power level is 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only makes for a power level of 960. Just a fraction below the goat's 1000.
だから冷静じゃないと言ったの。
That's why I said you weren't
あなた
composed.
失敗したわ。
You made a blunder.
そのまま激突していればあなたの勝ちだった。
If they had crashed like that, you would have won.
たとえそうだったとしても、この右ストレートクラウスの頭を砕けば同じこと。
Even if that were so, it all comes to the same thing if this right straight smashes Kraus's head.
死ね、後ろ宮クラウス。
Die, Ushinomiya Kraus.
暗いたまえボクシング界最強の一撃を
Take this, the most powerful blow in the world of boxing. Having deflected Kraus's right straight, the goat's own right straight closed in on the right side of Kraus's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed with a left straight from Kraus. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other.
まさかこのタイミングで相打ちに持ってくるとは。
To think that it would be brought to a simultaneous strike at a moment like this.
しかし戦闘力は160倍止まりで960。
But his power level caps out at ×160, making it 960.
うちの子の1000には及びませんでしたよ。
You never made it to my child's 1000.
いや
No,
ワルギリアさん
Virgilia-san,
あんたの負けだ
you've lost.
どうして？
Why?
あんた最初のクロスカウンターを弾かせちまった
You made your goat deflect the first cross
確か
counter.
にその次に繰り出した右ストレートが当たればクラウスさんは粉々にされていただろう
Certainly, if the right straight he issued after that were to hit, Kraus-san would probably be in pieces.
しかしそいつをクロスされてしまった
However, that was
こ
crossed.
りゃダメだ
That's just no good.
悪いがあんたんとこのヤギさんの乾杯だよ
I'm afraid this is a complete loss for your goat. A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power. This is common knowledge in boxing. And if that is deflected and the right straight hits, then double cross counter has 8 times the destructive power. Talking truly is a free action. This is also common knowledge in boxing. If that is crossed, by the principle of leverage, the triple cross stand multiplies the destructive power by 12. Is this what everybody was talking about by Ryukishi math? This is also painfully common knowledge in the world of boxing. Kraus-san's power level is 6.
双方2倍の踏み込みで4倍。
A double multiplier from both sides for rushing in, making it ×4.
クリティカルヒットで8倍。
The critical hit makes it ×8.
負けフラグの立てすぎで160倍
Up to ×160 for tripping too many loser flags.
そしてトリプルクロスカウンターでさらに12倍
And ×12 on top of that for the triple cross counter. times 1,920. A power level of 11,520! Krause's punch now had the power to easily win that Budokai tournament.
これは勝利を最後まで諦めなかったクラウスさんの執念とあんたの慢心が招いた結果だ。
This result was brought about by Kraus-san's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your conceit.
どちらが欠けてもこの威力にはならなかった。
Without either, it would never have become so powerful.
あんたよく戦ったよ。
You fought well.
もう倒れてもいいんだぞ。
It's okay. You can fall now. Nanjo patted the goat on the shoulder. Oh, Oni-chan gave it his all. As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he softly toppled backwards and flattened Virgilia like a pancake. Heavy! Get off! The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She floundered around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she would be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke. No hard feelings, please. Underestimating the principle of leverage was the cause of your defeat. I wonder why the principle of leverage worked on that counter. It's an eternal mystery. Same, Kirie. Let's escape while we can. You take care, Mr. Goat. Well then, excuse us, Virgilia-sama. Bow. He just said bow out loud. Wait! Get back here! Get this thing off me! There was nothing more to block their way. They ran through this underground passage with single-minded purpose, and their Usain Bolt 24-mile-per-hour running. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Actually, you know what? My throat is so dry. And my water has been empty for like an hour because this whole sequence has gone non-stop for like an hour or several hours. So you know what? Even though it's still technically the same scene, I'm just gonna call it here because I'm tired and hungry, and even though that was really fun, that seems like a fitting end point as far as the tone goes, right? Well, that was entertaining and fun. I did, the title I chose for the stream seems really, ironic now. Things might actually turn out great. Man, I don't think any of us could have predicted beat for beat this episode the first time around. Because I'm tired, I don't really feel they're still gonna die. We just gotta have that hope spot so that the chapter isn't 100% downers. They did manage to pick it back up and give some relief to the downers of the episodes so far. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go without reading because I feel a little tired and I just want to chill out for a bit instead of like socializing, you know. So wait, I wanna make Black Liliana play as I stop stream. There we go. Black Liliana. EPKT. That's me. Anyway. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Oh. So the next one is going to be the end of the Golden Witch. That's interesting. Oh my god. Right at this moment, my controller switched off. So I guess that's a better sign than any that the stream ends here. All right, thank you guys very much. Guess what? I'm gonna be back tomorrow. I will be playing Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, the remake of one of my favorite games of all time. So look forward to it. Yeah! I'll see you guys tomorrow.